Hello, I've been gone for a really long time, 9 years in fact, but if you haven't heard, Galaxy Princess Zorana, the sequel to Long Live the Queen, has just come out, so I'm back from my really long hiatus to show you a playthrough which will hopefully unlock all of the major secrets of the game. So if you haven't played it yet, I'd really recommend playing it yourself first because the first run through of this game is really fun. But I'll show you on the checklist which achievements you can unlock during this playthrough. So from the left side, it'll be the top one and the bottom two, and then all these ones on the right. So if you want to pause and look at those, you can see that some of them are quite intriguing, especially if you've played Long Live the Queen, and some of them are a bit ominous as well. So let's get started. You lie in your curtained bed, trying to relax your mind into sleep. What a rotten, rotten day. Your mathematical drills made your head hurt, your soup was served far too cold, and the heel of your favourite damson purple shoe snapped completely off on your way back to your room, making you stumble in front of your guards. Even your beloved pet, sinuous golden viper, hissed at you and didn't want to cuddle. It's bad enough that you had to leave all your friends and be dragged off to this floating palace just because you're the heir now. What's the point in being an imperial princess if you can't have nice things? Your father, the emperor, rules over all of civilized space. How dare your shoe betray you? It's not helping you get to sleep. Relax, relax. You can get another shoe in the morning. Suddenly, there was a loud chime at your door. You don't care, you're in bed, you're not answering it. You're surprised, your room lights turn on by themselves. Someone out there has the power to override your settings. Your Imperial Highness Princess Zorana, we are here to escort you to the cabinet room. Please rise and dress at once. Go away, I'm sleeping. It is an emergency, Your Highness, it's your father. Whatever my father wants, he can tell me in the morning. Princess, your father is gone. What? I'll be right there. You make your way to a seat, still dazed. All around, government ministers, logothetes, and civil servants are shouting at each other in agitation. It doesn't seem real. Surely the real you is still lying safe in bed? Adrift and confused, you stare up at the imperial portraits that overhang the cabinet table. Father, mother, I never really knew either of you. Your mother died when you were very young. You barely remember her. You have only pictures and her name, Imperial Consort Melania of Crystal Nova, a place outside the Empire which you have never visited. Emperor Dragoson was a busy man with no allowance for a child's demands. You were raised on the merchant home worlds by your governess in a series of boarding schools. You saw your father only at official functions from a distance. You've only been here in the Heavenly Palace for a season, learning at his side, and now... Speak one at a time, or we cannot hear ourselves think. Mazarin, you are His Majesty's shadow, sworn to defend him at all times. How can you not know what happened? Were you not at his side? A male mirror raises his head. The Emperor received a message from the science labs that one of his top secret projects had made some kind of breakthrough. We went down to see it at once. One of the cabinet ministers, your father's logothete of science, immediately questions, what manner of project? The researcher was attempting to create short-range personal warp fields. The assembled ministers break out in shouts again with cries of impossible and but the physics. You don't understand any of the technical babble. Any schoolchild knows the basics though. Only very large ships and structures like this palace can travel through warp gates to distant parts of the galaxy. No single person can teleport from a bedroom to a boutique, even if it would be very convenient to avoid crowds. We went to view the equipment and speak with the researcher. Dragoson sent me to another lab to check out some readings. He is my first loyalty, so I obeyed without question. Then I heard the sound of an explosion. I returned to the lab to find that the equipment was destroyed, and the researcher and the Emperor had disappeared. But there were no bodies. No. Were there any records of what tests were run, what the machine was trying to do, where it might have sent them? No. Everything was destroyed. How can you know nothing? He didn't answer. No bodies. Is it possible that the experiment worked and your father was transported somewhere in the Heavenly Palace? That he's just injured maybe, or unconscious, and that's why he's not here? It's more likely that he was thrown out into space, or sucked into another dimension, or ripped into tiny pieces and scattered like confetti. You wrap your arms around yourself and sink down into your chair as the ministers argue around you. All gone. Princess Zorana. What? You're the designated heir. In your father's absence, it falls to you to make decisions for the Empire. You must decide what we do next. But if the Emperor is dead, then the Empire must be informed, and the official mourning period begun. However, with no body present, the procedures are less clear. Should we officially announce Dragason's death? Or delay the inevitable until an investigation can be concluded? Let's delay for now. See if a body shows up. It's the middle of the night and no one's sure what's happened yet. Maybe there are clues we haven't seen. There could still be hope. There's no need to rush. Very well. The Celestial Ministry will organize a full investigation. There is a Buzzard agreement and plans to sweep the entire palace for any clues to the Emperor's fate, with special focus on the science division. We must also consider the possibility that this was not an accident. A tall woman leans forward, her earrings swaying. She is the Imperial Thresher, head of intelligence and the secret police. You've never really spoken to her. Her reports to your father were always made in private. If it was well hidden. There's been no signs of any plot against the Emperor this Fivim. You will pursue it. Of course, but this must be handled discreetly. We don't want word to leak that the Emperor is missing, especially when we don't know the truth. There could be panic, chaos. Enemies would take advantage. And in such uncertainty, we must devote extra attention to the safety of the air. Turns to you. You don't have your own oath-sworn bodyguard at this point, do you? No, just the regular guards. Then I volunteer to stand as your bodyguard until a proper rotation can be established. If you wish it, I will sleep in your quarters and keep you safe from harm. She wants to stay in your bedroom, your private sanctum. She's a stranger, and a stranger whose entire job is to snoop and spy. But it could be safer to have her present, if you feel you can trust her. If not, you'd be volunteering for your own execution. Can you truly trust anyone in this palace? I think I'm going to be paranoid and refuse the offer. My current guards will be sufficient. She says nothing, only nods. It's probably best for you to sleep while you can. There will be little time for it in the future. With the meeting broken up, you disperse into the hallway. Princess Zorana, I was bound by your father to give you a message in the event of his death. Yes? Focus on your studies. The skills you gain can never be taken from you, and they may mean the difference between life and death for yourself and the Empire. Build a pool of trusted advisors as quickly as possible to strengthen your power base, but always remember that your own knowledge is more valuable than what you hear from others. That's all. Nothing personal. No secrets. No final admission that he loved you. Nothing. You have been a weak and spoiled flower, but you are Dragason's child, and if you survive, you will be Empress. Spoiled? How dare— It is what your father told me to say. Learn quickly. He walks away. Here you are, in complete control of your own life for the first time. What you choose to study will give you the skills you need to become Empress, or else doom you to a brutal fate. And if you played along with the Queen, you know that there are several brutal fates. Just show them all. You have to. Once you've slept, you must choose your first set of classes and begin your journey. Okay, here's the skill screen. So, for this playthrough, my friend Matt and I, shout outs to Matt, put this together through a lot of trial and error, so it's not the most optimised run through, it's just one that can unlock exactly what we wanted to unlock. So keep that in mind, there might be a better way to do this, but for turn one we did rhetoric and etiquette. Once again you lie in your bed. This time, sleep bubbles up easily. Your mind and body are exhausted from the stress of the days since your father disappeared. Only in sleep can you relax. Was there a noise? Did something just fall over in your room? You're so tired. Something bumps against your bed. Before you can react, a hand claps over your mouth. You open your eyes to see an attractive, scantily clad Hyrcan woman kneeling next to your bed. She looks familiar. Isn't that one of your father's concubines? Shh, be quiet. I have to talk to you. Talk. She's not trying to kill you. It's about the Emperor's disappearance. How does she know the Emperor has disappeared? The Ministry was supposed to be keeping that a secret. Although if they've been searching the Heavenly Palace from top to bottom for any clues, and no one's seen the Emperor anywhere for days, some rumours were bound to start. He's been preoccupied lately, more than usual, and the one time he did visit, he patted my arm when we were done, like he was saying goodbye, like he knew something was about to happen. I thought maybe he was planning to remarry, so I looked into things, but he spent all his time alone with his stupid bodyguard. But the precious people won't talk to me. I know something's wrong. I'm his favourite. I could have important information. Karundi and the ministers are supposed to be investigating what happened. Shouldn't they have spoken to your father's harem? Perhaps they were ruled out early on. Will you help me? Mmm. Oh, right. She takes her hand off your mouth and wipes it on her skirt. How did you get in here? I have your father's codes, obviously. I am his favourite. You have Imperial overrides for the entire palace? Even you don't have those. Oh no, just bedrooms. Nothing useful then. Arguably. Do you have any idea what my father might have been expecting or worried about? Not particularly, but it's suspicious, isn't it? She's no threat, but she doesn't know anything useful. She's completely wasting your time. Go away and let me sleep. You're going to need to have those codes changed. Every turn you will have the opportunity to interact socially with characters who are present in your current location. At the moment that's people in the Heavenly Palace. As well as visiting Karundi the Thresher, you can also spend time with your pet, which will affect your mood. Your pet snake likes to twine itself around your arm or curl into luxurious coils upon a pillow. Your own body isn't quite as flexible, but it's fun to imagine, and you enjoy relaxing together. That's why we have the little bit of contortion there, because we've learned it from our snake, and the lure, of course. What is your viper's name? I'm gonna go with Dream. There he is. Let's go and talk to Mazarin, since we didn't really get many answers from him before. The Tragus Shadow, his most trusted personal servant and bodyguard. His deeds, his words, and even his thoughts are meant to be reflections of his master's wishes, not his own. For this reason, you have never known him well. His loyalty to the Emperor is without question. Were it not, he would have long since been removed from his position and likely executed. You arrange to meet your father's shadow outside his quarters. Mazarin looks rumpled, as if he hasn't been sleeping well, or perhaps he sees less reason to care for his appearance now that your father's gone. Is there something you wish of me, Princess Zorana? There's something odd about the way he phrased that. It sounds polite on the surface, but he's specifically not offering to serve you or aid you, only inquiring about what you want. We've got quite a few options. Maybe let's ask about the woman who burst into our room out of nowhere. You know a woman named Esmerai, one of my father's concubines? She seems to have information, so maybe he knows something. Of course. He was his favourite, right? He said he'd been acting strange lately, like he was planning something. Do you know what he was doing? I cannot answer that, Princess. The Emperor is a complicated man with any number of plans underway at all times. I am still bound by my oath to keep his secrets. Suspicious? We thought maybe he was planning to remarry. The Emperor has not formally proposed to any potential spouse. That is all I can tell you. Does that mean he might have been privately negotiating with someone? When the Empire learns about his death, will a disappointed lover be storming the palace to demand compensation? If you will excuse me, I have many preparations to make. Yes, of course. He was your father's shadow, not yours. His time has ended. You must go on alone. Now let's go and visit Dream. You gently stroke your viper, enjoying the feeling of scales against your skin. What a comfortable life it leads, all slither and bask. We'll be visiting Dream a lot during this playthrough because he's very useful. We're making us indulgent so we can get straight to social. And that'll help us learn our social skills. You invite some of those resident in the palace to join you for an evening of food and entertainment. You are summoned again to the cabinet room, where the ministers are assembled. To our great sorrow, there have been no signs of Emperor Dragason's survival in the Heavenly Palace or anywhere else. Please report on your investigations. Burundi stands. No subversive organizations have claimed credit, no unusual activity or celebrations, no sign that this incident has leaked outside of the palace itself, although that can't last long. The missing researcher, a Heru by the name of Three-Forked Lightning, was known for alternative practices and generally considered a crackpot by other scientists. Three-Forked Lightning was personally recruited by Emperor Dragason to work on this secret warp project, posting that it could never have received by merit, unlikely that it would then betray the Emperor. No enemies known that would go to such extremes for sabotage, no sign of suicidal inclination or other mental break. Personal records show only enthusiasm about the research. I'll leave it to you to explain the technical details. The head science minister coughs. We have tried to recreate Three-Forked Lightning's research, but key records are missing, possibly stored in the equipment that was destroyed. The only experiments we can trace created unstable warp fields that immediately collapsed, destroying the targets in the process. Nothing suggests it would even work. It was madness to try. Other ministers speak up, but they all come to the same conclusion. Your father was killed by meddling with bad science. It was just a stupid accident. We are now honor bound to announce the death of the Emperor. Wouldn't you agree, Princess Zorana? Yes, of course. My father must be remembered for all that he achieved. The Empire must begin the mourning period at once. Very well. Then the Celestial Ministry is permanently disbanded. Thank you all for your service. You may depart. The ministers, except for Karundi, rise from their seats. Most nod their heads to you in respect before departing. Others just walk away. What happens now? Now the election cycle begins. You are Dragason's heir, but you cannot claim the imperial throne until you are acclaimed by the majority of the electoral college of the Comitia. Every elector is a noble from one of the imperial worlds, each with their own interests and motivations. You will need to speak to them individually to win their support and make deals where you can. You will also need a new team of advisors now that your father's ministers have been dismissed. By imperial custom, you may not rehire any minister from the previous cabinet. That's unhelpful. With certain exceptions. You get to keep Karundi. The Thresher will always advise you on matters of intrigue. The High Pontifex will always take the role of spiritual advisor, once you win her support. It is the same for your military advisor, the Star Admiral. The High Pontifex and the Star Admiral aren't here right now. They have too many duties of their own to stay in the palace all the time. You'll have to seek them out. You might win an elector's loyalty by offering them a position as your advisor. This is a great honor to join the Celestial Ministry. You might also consider winning someone's loyalty by making an offer of marriage. Marriage? Marriage alliances are traditional. You haven't even had your adulthood rights yet. You're still an adolescent. Old enough to be betrothed, yes, but would you really want to barter away your future like that? Marriages are for life. No divorce in this universe. To your father's heir, you provide directions for the Heavenly Palace. At your command, we will travel the Empire so that you can meet with your electors. It's all so much to take in. You have enough to worry about with your classes. Too right? Thank you. I'll speak to you again later. What did you study next? Looks like it's going to be more rhetoric and etiquette, and we're boosted by interaction. Sorry, our interaction is boosted by social, so we'll get some extra points. 15 instead of 10. Very useful, that's why Dream is going to come in handy. Ah, Princess Zorana. Here are the regular status reports. You eyed the stack of papers with some dismay. The Imperial harem has been cleared. All of your father's former concubines have been sent on their way with appropriate gifts and thanks. I wonder how many concubines he had. Some will no doubt wish to return for the official funeral, but for now, it's safer to keep them away from the palace. We don't need any further disruption. If the harem is empty, that means Esmeralda is gone as well. You never heard from her again after that encounter in your bedroom. The one where she said no one was investigating the harem. Were they all questioned to see if they knew anything about the incident? Of course, but none of them were involved in the scientific projects, and none of them wanted your father dead. My agents uncovered a great deal of gossip and infighting, but nothing relevant. You can't tell if she's telling the truth. Ah. Oh well. When is the official funeral? Certain ceremonies to bless the Emperor's passage have been carried out already, but the full state funeral will not take place until a new ruler holds the throne. Until then, the Empire is guided by his spirit. This brings us to an issue which requires your attention. Mazarin, your late father's shadow, has not yet carried out the ceremony to end his life, as honor requires. Aww. It wasn't his fault, it was an accident. There was nothing you could have done. That does not matter. The Emperor's shadow must follow him into death. Have you spoken to Mazarin? He has confined himself to his quarters, fasting in vigil. He claims that he is waiting for the Emperor's body to be found before holding the ceremony. Hard to cut your throat at your master's feet when the feet are missing. Is that supposed to be a joke? Mazarin's loyalty is not in question, but the Emperor's physical form may be forever beyond our reach. What are your commands, Your Highness? I think it can wait for now. I like Mazarin. I'm sure Mazarin would rest easier if we could find the Emperor's remains. Until we have final proof of the Emperor's fate, or a new Emperor takes the throne, it is not a dishonor to wait. Very well then. You gather up the papers and hurry away to your room before you can be presented with any more problems. Good idea. In your room, you check your messages and discover that you've got mail from some of your school friends. They send their condolences about your father's death. Of course, the news must be reaching across the Empire by now. It's been a season since you've seen any of your old friends, since your father called you away to the Heavenly Palace and named you heir in your brother's place. At school, your two dearest friends were Kazinia and Vasily. Kazinia loves gauzy dresses that blow in the wind and make her look like a dramatic heroine. fascinated by rumors of magic and alien powers and knows more about your Novan heritage than you do. Xenia was also a far better student than you were, especially when it comes to computers. She loves finding out secrets and insists that the crystal she keeps by her keyboard gives her special hacking insights. She's enthusiastic, bubbly, and a bundle of energy. Fastly, on the other hand, is much more laid back. He's handsome, artistic, and prefers to charm his way out of situations rather than do any actual work. He's quite intelligent when he puts his mind to things, but he'd rather use that intelligence to have a good time. Vasily always had devoted fans following in his wake, and he was kind to all of them, but never seriously in love. As far as romance went, you had a crush on... Well, they both sound very sweet, so I think we'd have a crush on both of them. Variety of the spice of life, after all, and it was fun to flirt with your friends. You really miss them. For now, though, your social interactions are limited to the palace. Alright, well, let's see what Karundi has to say. Head of Imperial Security and devoted to her job, no spouse or any other ongoing relationships, an exemplary record. To learn any more about Karundi, you'll need the skill to investigate on your own. So yeah, that would mean we'd have to get our intrigue skill, which she gives us 75, above her skill, so that we could investigate her, but that's quite a lot of intrigue, so... Security alerts. Good day to you, Imperial Princess Zorana. My agents are not aware of any current threats to your personal safety. That's good at least. Yep, nobody's trying to kill us yet. Let's say hi to Dream. Have a dinner party, of course. Now on the map screen, so we've got quite a few different places to visit and many different people to meet within them. So let's go to the most populated one first so that we can be completely overwhelmed with new people. Merca 1. We have a problem, straight away. There's always a problem. Mazarin has disappeared. What? He stopped responding to messages. When we overrode the security lockout on his quarters to see if he'd done his duty, we found them empty. How can an important political person, the Emperor's own shadow, just disappear out of the palace? Weren't you watching him? He never ordered surveillance on Mazarin. Turn it round on me. You said he was completely loyal. Your Highness, my agents have been more concerned with your safety than with the safety of a shadow who is due to enter eternity in the near future anyway. Fair enough. Well, did he die somehow? Did he make another warp portal to follow my father? On last reported sighting, he was headed for the hangar decks. It seems likely that he smuggled himself out of the palace on a spaceship. As the Emperor's shadow, Mazarin was trained in a variety of techniques: stealth, surveillance, infiltration, hacking. He's quite hard to track. He would have been quite useful as a teacher. Has he gone rogue to save his own life? Or is there more to the story? I think he's probably looking for the Emperor. Maybe he found out something about the experiment. Maybe he's trying to throw himself through a warp gate to join the Emperor. If he took a one-man shuttle and flew it into a warp gate, he would be obliterated without causing any harm to the palace. Speculation. Princess Zorana, it falls to you to make decisions in Dragaston's place. What is your official response to this situation? Well, this is all completely out of my control, so I think we should lie. We'll just claim that he performed the ceremony. He's gone. It's all over. There won't be a problem. It might even be true. How would anyone know? Very well. At last, they'll leave you alone to plan your class schedule. Busy, busy. Too alert today. There are more messages of sympathy waiting for you in your mail queue. These condolences are labelled from your Novan family. What family? You don't know anything about your mother's relatives on Crystal Nova. Since she died, they've never visited or reached out to you in any way, as far as you know. They might have sent something for her funeral, but you were very young, and you don't remember the details. Are her parents still living? Do you have siblings? Do you have cousins? You wonder for a moment, and then decide that it doesn't matter. Crystal Nova is no part of your life. You are dedicated to the Celestial Empire. It's almost an insult that they would reach out to you now, considering. And then it hits you. This message isn't from some unknown cousin, it's from your brother. Prince Voshkot, your older brother. Like you, half Mercan and half Novan. Unlike you, he held responsibility from a young age. He was named heir to the Celestial Empire upon his birth. He blazed a trail through the top Scalarians and led his squadron in military service. And then he turned traitor, stole a fighter, and defected to Crystal Nova. Ex-Prince Foshcott has a warrant on his head if he ever dares to return to Imperial space. You haven't heard from him since. But he's still my brother, so I still miss him. Your ages and different upbringings meant that you weren't as close as some siblings, but he was still your brother. He used to visit you on Kedro and tell you stories. He escorted you to balls when you were too little for a proper partner. More importantly, if you were here now, then you wouldn't have to deal with all of these politics. Foshcott was supposed to be the heir, not you. But he betrayed the Empire and ran away. You don't even know why. You don't have time to think about this now. You're an Imperial princess. You're busy. Merca Prime, the Twin Worlds, Kedro and Ondro, the heart of the Celestial Empire, your home. In many ways, your childhood felt like an exile. You were raised on a small Kedro estate in the care of your duenna. When your brother was heir, you were never called on to attend your illustrious father in the Heavenly Palace. You were the second-string child, unnecessary, out of sight. And yet, you were an Imperial princess, attending school with other children of wealth and power. Every Trescent you received invitations to anything from ritual sacrifices to operatic competitions. This cliff-top castle is nothing new. You have walked these halls before, and you know what shoes to wear. More shoes. Tonight you are the guest of honor. Every person of rank in the Twin Worlds is lined up to greet you and offer you their sympathies, their respect, and a ceremonial gift. There is no time for anything more, not with so many waiting for even a moment of your attention. It is of course the 6 local electors who are uppermost in your mind, 3 from Kedro and 3 from Ondro. This single sector is a pivot for the balance of power in the Celestial Empire. However, you cannot seek them out. You must wait for the queue to proceed as tradition demands. The protocol is a relief. It means you don't have to make any decision about who to talk to first, and therefore risk offending one or another of the electors. Everyone will come to you in time. The premises of the Twin Worlds take precedence, followed by the Kefals. They bow, they kiss the air above your hands, they present you with an array of identical platinum coins stamped in your father's image. It is some time before the first of the electors reaches the head of the queue. Zolot of Kedro. You recognize him easily. Dresses for that effect, but you have never known him well. Too old to have been your friend, too young to have been a schoolmate's parent. Zolot's first husband has passed into eternity. He is here alone. He's very pretty. All Herkins are, apparently. He bows to you, wings fluttered with practiced charm. Your Imperial Highness, may the gods bring you favour. He says nothing more than that, merely offering his coin to your attendants and withdrawing. You can't tell how he feels about you. We're going to see that quite a few times. The next elector to approach you is Krovos of Ondro. He is the only one of the cohort that you have never met before, for the plain reason that he is far too young to take on the responsibilities of the position, and has never been invited to any formal gala. You vaguely heard about the death of the regent of Ondro's child elector last season, but shouldn't someone else have been appointed to the position? For Krovos to be here all alone implies that he has stepped into the full role. There is precedent for allowing adolescent heirs to take up positions when necessary. You yourself have not had your adulthood rights, but Krovos is only a child. It's most unusual. Hello, Your Highness. How are you? His manners might be acceptable at a child's party, but they're totally wrong for this occasion. He ought to be addressing you as Imperial Highness. Well, he's only little. I think we can tolerate the mistake. He's such a little boy, younger than you, and he's all alone. You could be generous. I'm very well, thank you. He grins and hands over his coin. Happy birth, Star. It's not my... Oh, never mind. The little boy wanders off. His task complete. You can't tell how he feels about you. The next elector who approaches is Varta, also of Ondro. He's an older male who's never married, and has no children that you know of. He's always seemed kind. Your Imperial Highness, it is my great pleasure to see you here tonight. I hope to see you carry on the legacy of both your parents. Thank you. He bows, offers up his gift, and moves out of the way so that the next guest can proceed. You can't tell how he feels about you. After a few other senators have come through, the next elector to approach is Lukamir of Kedro, scion of a long line of politicians, and very familiar to you. The academy you attended until recently lay within the territory he represents, and he was a frequent speaker at graduation ceremonies. Lukamir is in attendance with his wife, both impeccably dressed save for his ever uncontrollable hair. He looks at you stiffly, then bows, offers up his coin, and withdraws without speaking a word. Strange. That's worrying. You can't tell how he feels about you. The next elector to appear before you is Ixalavondro. She is notable in the Twin World Society for her large number of acknowledged children, one of whom attended your academy a few forms ahead of you. You were hoping Fair would be here tonight, but no sign of her or her siblings. But then, these are the guests of highest prestige. Heirs and offspring rank lower and might be further back in the queue. Ixal stands by her husband's side, smiling at you. Hello, Your Imperial Highness. You're looking well, under the circumstances. We're very sorry for your loss. I know this time may be very difficult for you. Please call my household if you have any need. Thank you. They present their gift to you and leave, smiling. Can't tell how she feels. Last of the electors to make an appearance is Milan of Kedro. You were surprised to see him attending alone. Perhaps his wife is unwell? She is much older than her husband after all. Equally unusual, Milan appears to be entirely sober, which is not his typical demeanour at social gatherings. Perhaps this is a show of respect. Your Imperial Highness. He thumps a fist to his chest. Glory to your line. You nod in acknowledgement, and he hands over his ceremonial coin. Until another meeting. He marches away with purposeful motion, his back straight. Can't tell how he feels about you. That is the last of the electors, but certainly not the last of the guests. A long evening stretches ahead of you. Of course, there is one more vote to be cast within the sector. However, its holder is not the sort of person who can be expected to wait in line to pay her respects to you. If you wish an audience with the High Pontifex, you will have to approach her as a supplicant. For now, you must raise your chin and look regal. Now that you have met the electors of the region, you can contact them privately during future social phases in the sector. So that was a lot of people we just met. I'm going to go dancing. You go out for some wild exertion in one of the palace ballrooms. Fun. Let's stay put, we've got a lot of people to speak to. The screen is chiming insistently. Someone on your contacts list is trying to call you. Hello? Hello, Zorana. Vasily. Hello. Xenia pushes her way into view. Zorana, we're here to support you in your hour of need. Well, we're not here yet. I mean, we're here, but we're not there here. But we could be, if you want. What? What she's saying is that we would like to visit you in the Heavenly Palace, if that's not an imposition. You shouldn't be all alone at a time like this. And you shouldn't have to deal with entertaining us or trying to look the right amount of sad, if that's just more stress for you. However, if you would enjoy the distraction, and the hugs, and the chance to show off all your new stuff, then we will happily fly out to see you. Do you want to see your friends? They at least don't want anything political from you, probably. But you're still pretty overwhelmed with everything you need to manage here. Do you have time to play hostess? I think we should have a quiet visit. I would love to have you visit, but it may not be that exciting. Everything's in turmoil around here. That's fine, we're happy just to be with you. Ah, she's still got a little crush. We'll see you soon. We're going to do something a bit different this time. We're going to do one hiding and then one allure. We'll get us up to 50, so we'll need to get 25 in the other two skills to get further in allure. You wait eagerly for your friends to disembark. Zorana! She runs up and throws her arms around you in a hug of greeting. Vasily follows more sedately, not laying a hand on you in this very public environment. How are you? Have you been sleeping okay? You look tired. What have they done to you? She fusses over your hair while you try to explain about the election and the need to assemble a team of advisors. That must be very difficult, putting your fate in the hands of strangers you cannot trust. Thanks, Vasily. You know how to cheer me up. Yeah, hey, that's a marvellous idea. What is? We could be your advisors. I know a lot about other galactic cultures, and Vasily knows all about art and stuff. And then you'd have people on your team that you trusted. Also, if you appoint us to your cabinet, then we'd be assigned quarters in the palace and we could stay here longer. Otherwise, we can only visit for a tresson. I don't know. Don't decide anything right away. We would be happy to help, even if it's only for a little while, but you have many responsibilities. If you want to make those plans, we can talk later. That's right. For now, you need to show us around your palace. Right. Unfortunately, we're not going to be talking to our friends. We're going to be talking to Krobos, this strange child. Let's go and speak to him. You arrange for a private conversation with Krobos. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Huh? Apparently you're being too formal for him to understand. I want to know if you've made up your mind to vote for me in the election. If you're happy to make that promise, then I can count you as one of my supporters. If you're not satisfied yet that I should be Empress, Then I want to know if there's anything I can do differently to change your mind. Ah, I see. He thinks for a split. To prove yourself worthy of becoming Empress, you must seek the blessing of death. You must come to Andro, to my holding on the edge of the Dacrian jungle, and carry out a ritual of devotion. What sort of ritual? It is a sacred mystery. You cannot know what the test is until you face it. He's just making this up as he goes along. If you survive the ritual, then I will know that you have been chosen. Survive? You must gaze into the face of death without flinching. So he has to claim that you could die, otherwise it wouldn't count as you facing death? Told me when you were ready to pass. The gauntlet. He waves his hands in front of his face, then quickly cuts the connection. You can't tell how he feels about you. I feel concerned about him. There we go, the gauntlet. Our first quest. Let's go and do that straight away, because I'm very excited to see what he's got in store for us. In order to win his approval for the election, Provost wishes you to meet with him on the edge of the Dacrian jungle in the dead of night, to carry out an unknown ritual and come into contact with death. It's common for children to invent little superstitions. If a dropped coin lands on a crack, you will lose something you love, unless someone else picks it up without being told. Silly things. This might be nothing more than a harmless game. But, are you sure you want to do this? I'm ready. Let's meet Krovos. You may as well find out what he wants. After receiving directions, you take a flyer down to the surface of Andro, landing at a cleared path on Krovos' property. From there, it still takes a good portion of an hour to walk to the location he specified. Skies are dark and cloudy, and the path is rough. Tree roots snake unexpectedly across the trail, and damp plant matter, moss, placed from the branches above, brushing against your cheek like cold fingers. The air is filled with the hissing and clicking of unseen insects. At last you find it. Not the crumbling ruin of ancient stone you might have imagined, but an intact chapel, or possibly a tomb. Solid walls, crisscrossed glass windows, and an arched doorway through which you see the glimmers of candles. I'm Krovos. Are you ready to face death? What do I have to do? He beckons you into the chapel. There are 2 items on the stone table. A glass pitcher filled with grey slices floating in liquid, and a black leather gauntlet. Perhaps it's only the flickering candlelight, but the fingers of the gauntlet appear to twitch of their own accord. You must infuse your brain to reach a state where death can speak freely to you. There are 2 paths. One is more painful than the other. He points to the glove. Put your hand inside, and the high-up ants will sting you with their venom. If you can withstand the pain for 7 splits, you will be enlightened. If you break and pull out your hand, you fail. But that glove really is twitching. Provost points to the picture. I hope we didn't need that survival check to survive. Mushroom tea, the easy path. It will open your eyes to the unseen. Many people do use mushrooms to enter an altered state, but they can make you sick, and if they're the wrong mushrooms, they can do worse than make you sick. Unfortunately, you don't know how to tell one mushroom from the other. That's the cook's job, not yours. You can't see any medical equipment here. If something goes wrong, you'll have to summon help from the palace, and it won't arrive quickly. Provost keeps implying that you could die here. This choice may be dangerous. Does he only want to scare you? Does he want to prove that you're not afraid? What is the right choice? Let's drink the tea. You look uneasily at the pitcher of tea. Grey chunks of fungal matter hang suspended in the liquid like decaying flesh. The smell reminds you of a dead rodent found wedged under the bed of one of the girls at school. Nothing about this is pleasant. Should I drink out of the pitcher or... Oh, I forgot the cup. He reaches behind the table. You almost expected to produce a skull for a mug, but instead he holds up something black and lumpy. A potter's mistake. He pours off some of the liquid and hands it to you. Stealing yourself, you gulp the liquid down. The less said about the experience, the better. Now we wait for the effect. Your stomach clenches uncomfortably. You hope it's just nerves. Splits pass, your head spins, and you worry that you might be sick all over Krovos' feet. Before you can decide what to do about that, you find yourself yawning. Uh-oh. The yawn is followed by a hiccup, and then another. You take a gulp of air, trying to hold your breath to control the spasms, when you suddenly sense someone standing behind you. You whirl in place to face the intruder, but there's nothing there. They must have moved. They're stalking you. Now you are ready to meet death. Don't think we're ready for much at all. Somewhat disoriented, you allow Krovos to guide you around the stone table to the darkness at the back of the chapel. Krovos bends down to take hold of a large metal ring and pull open a trapdoor. The altar is down there. This building doesn't look large enough to have a whole temple hidden beneath it, but who knows how it was designed. You step cautiously forward, expecting a staircase leading down. Ah! It's just a hole. You drop straight down a couple of cubits, landing hard on your feet and smashing your face against the dirt wall. Duck your head. Is there a tunnel here that you have to crawl through? Confused, you bend over slightly, and he closes the trapdoor overhead. Hey! You bang and shove on the trapdoor as best you can, though you're not in any condition at the moment to use your full strength. Let me out! Provost doesn't answer. It's not that he can't hear you. Of course he can. You can hear him. He's chanting to himself, calling out words you cannot understand, words that burble and rasp and pop and mean absolutely nothing to you. There's not a speck of light down here in the hole. The darkness should be impenetrable, but in the state you're in, your vision is already giving way to false colours. Your mind tries to fill in outlines of rooms and places you've been before, even though your hand feels nothing but mud. I command you to release me. The chanting fades away. You wait, hoping that the trapdoor will open, but nothing. Is he just leaving you here? You're trapped in a tiny hole in the dark, with dirt pressing in all around you. You could die here and no one would find you. You're already buried. Is this how you meet death? Stay calm. You have to stay calm. Breathe slowly. Don't panic. Right now, you're only in danger from yourself. He's just a little boy. He's not that impatient. If you wait, he'll come back to check on you. He'll want to see the effect his little prank has had. When he comes back, he can make your move. You wrap yourself in a little ball, squeezing your eyes shut. The blackness feels less intrusive if you're deliberately choosing not to look. Slow, deep breaths. You don't know how long you'll be down here. You need to be as comfortable as possible while staying awake. It's funny. Life as a princess has never given you much experience with patience or boredom. Even when you weren't the heir, you were always busy. You've certainly heard of meditation, but you could never imagine actually practicing it. There are always far more important or exciting things to do. Well, you're a smart girl with a knack for picking up skills, aren't you? Maybe now is the time to start practicing. You have no idea how much time passes while you are lost inside your thoughts. At some point you hear a creaking noise, but you don't react immediately. It doesn't yet seem important. But then you hear Clovis's voice choked and stammering. You are chosen. You open your eyes, and for the first time you can clearly see the rough dirt walls of the hole you have been placed inside. You can see them clearly because your entire body is radiating light. It seems like it should mean something very important, but between fear and pain and poison and trance, you can't really put your thoughts together. You remember somebody else who can glow? Interesting. You have met death and been blessed. You will usher in the power of destruction that will change the galaxy. I will be your left-hand servant. I will pledge my death to you. Anything you need, ask for it. You lick your lips, trying to remember how to form words. Will you vote for me in the election? I want to go home. I will help you. Which is good, because you're probably going to need some assistance to climb out of this hole. As weak and strange as you feel, you're not sure what else you've gained along with his loyalty, but you're certain now that you have his vote. Perfect. All that for one vote. What's next? Natalie, you're good at art, right? We don't know anything about art, so offer him a cabinet position. Oh, but first I'll read his bio. One of your best friends from school. He comes from a wealthy family, but not related to any electors. Vasily is handsome, artistic, and very popular with your fellow students. He's always had a crowd of admirers, male and female both, and treats them kindly, but has never been involved in a serious romance. You're not even sure what he prefers. He's intelligent, but doesn't like to put in extra effort if he doesn't have to, and charms his way out of much responsibilities. Still, he's always been there for you when you needed him. You have something of a crush on him. Let's look at Kazini's little bio as well. One of your best friends from school. He comes from a noble family, but not related to any electors. Kazini likes jewellery, gauzy dresses, and romantic fantasies. He's interested in stories of magic and supernatural powers, especially if they have something to do with Crystal Nova, like girls who can glow. He was a better student than you were at school, especially when it came to operating computers. She loves prying into secrets and digging up forgotten rumours, whether they're true or not. She's enthusiastic, bubbly, and a bundle of energy, and we have something of a crush on her. Vasily, would you like to join my cabinet? Vasily walks around the room, gazing up at the portraits of your parents. They're always watching you. Watching over me, I hope. So, do you really want to join my cabinet? Vasily laughs. No, not really. Politics is not my style at all. However, you are my friend, and I hate to see you suffering here all alone. I am willing to play the role of an advisor for media and culture temporarily. That way you know you have someone near you who isn't trying to stab you in the back. Don't want to be a logothy. You need to replace me before you become Empress. I appreciate that. Thank you. He gives us a media skill of 30 and he's going to travel with us in the palace. We have 1 vote and 29 to go. Hopefully most of those at least. Now let's mingle and chat to get back to social. And we're going to stay put here, I think. Yes. You make your way to the cabinet room, yawning. The senior left late last night. Sidio dragged you out of bed first thing in the morning for an important meeting. We have received a message from the Star Admiral. Ah, right. You need to meet with him to discuss your candidacy for the throne. He doesn't have an official electoral vote, but as the head of the Imperial military, his support, or lack of it, will affect how others see you. He reports that an Iskpatel has been sighted far past the Draug system, in unaffiliated space. What's an Iskpatel? The Stark eyes you oddly. A space-dwelling organism which feeds off solar radiation. They are drawn to stars to feed, and a swarm of them can block out a great deal of light, disrupting the ecology of any planets, which nearly wiped out the entire Novan civilization. Oh. Just because you're half Novan doesn't mean you've researched Novan history. The creature is not currently on a direct course for Imperial space, but their movement patterns are unpredictable. It could approach Draug. It's a single Iskpatel, and the Draug system has no planets to threaten. The danger is not high. Admiral Yakao awaits your instructions. What do you want the Star Admiral and his flagship to do? Oh, we need to speak to him anyway, so let's ask him to rendezvous with the palace. I wish to speak with the Star Admiral personally. Tell him to return to the Heavenly Palace. Right. Now we're going to do some deception. We've unlocked an evening gown, which provides a bonus to interaction skills, so let's put that on. Very elegant. And now we're going to speak to Varta, because I've got a cabinet position for him. In exchange for your vote, we've seen that. I'll be very happy to give you my advice on many subjects, Your Imperial Highness. Did you have a particular role in mind? Yes. I would like you to be my external curator, please. I would be happy to serve you in this position. I will make preparations so that I can be available whenever you have need of me. Thank you. And we have Galactic Relations 50 now. Brilliant. Now we're going to do something very fun, and we're going to firstly investigate Milan. Milan was a golden child with a secure family fortune. He was a good but not exceptional student, with much of his attention at Scholarium devoted to music and athletics. He performed in an operatic ensemble and completed at planetary level in glide jousting. Fortune's blade soon cut the other direction. Milan was critically injured in a sporting accident and spent several seasons in medical rehabilitation before he could walk again. While he was out of action, the family fortune suffered a severe setback, with vast sums lost on a failed investment. Milan's father suffered a nervous breakdown and retreated to permanent seclusion. Milan's mother cut him off from the family funds as soon as his health was secure, claiming that there was simply too little left to go around. It was at that point that Milan's drinking problems began. Milan married a rich elderly widow and began campaigning for his own advancement. He was not a hereditary elector, but won the popular support when the seat became vacant. From shattered dreams, he has rebuilt himself into personal success, but he rarely seems happy about it, especially when he's drunk. Milan has no children, but his wife has a daughter from a previous marriage, Eterli, who was very nearly Milan's age. She's also married, but spends a great deal of her time alone with Milan in secret. They may be carrying on a scandalous affair. Milan's wife died just this season, which is why she did not attend your reception. Is it natural causes? It's certainly convenient for Milan and Eterli to have her out of the way. That also means Milan is once again available from marital alliances. Yes. So we can blackmail him or propose to him, and an alcoholic in a relationship with his own stepdaughter. I'd love to be engaged to you. You arrange for a private conversation with Milan where you can broach the possibility of a political alliance through marriage. Considering Milan's wife has only just entered maternity, you need to approach this with some delicacy. My condolences to you and your family for your recent loss. At the time of the reception, I had not yet heard the news. no matter. Death comes for us all. Your father, my wife, one day ourselves. Who's to say what's best? You suspect he's already begun drinking for the day. How should you go about making this offer? Let's explain how it benefits him. He's a blunt man. He may respond well to logic. Life goes on, and we still have to look out for ourselves. You have no heirs. You will have to marry again. He certainly can't marry his stepdaughter at early. She already has a husband. And obviously the most advantageous match for you would be the next empress. What? Think about it. What greater prize could you possibly win? You'd be emperor consort. All the worlds at your feet. And I would have a merkin husband from the twin worlds. A balance for everyone who believes my mother's blood makes me an outsider on the throne. We both benefit. That's what you want? I want to win, don't you? Sometimes I am not sure. He takes a swig from a brown bottle. Bah. Let us plunge into eternity on steel wings. No fear. So, just to be sure you will vote for me in the election in exchange for my marrying you when I'm empress, right? He nods vaguely, waving a hand around in agreement, and takes another drink. Well, it seems you succeeded at least. Yay, we're now engaged to Milan. 3 votes already. Go shopping. Or you can have special items made to order for you. It's also fun to go and browse the offerings available in the Heavenly Palace's exclusive boutiques. As a princess, anything you like is yours for the taking. Let's head over to Mercatu now. Your Imperial Highness. Oops. A request for aid has been sent to the Heavenly Palace by our embassy in Chakuk space. The Chakuk are a physically menacing species who originated on a high-gravity homeworld. They are large and strong, with dark blue skin, horned heads, and long tails which they can use like whips. They don't often visit Imperial space, but they do a great deal of trade through the Tharkan sectors. They have apprehended a Tharkan merchant, a citizen of Svargus, and are holding him on charges of smuggling recreational drugs through their space without paying the proper fees. At the start, just being overly polite. The merchant was probably smuggling illegal drugs without paying the proper bribes. The charges appear to be valid. The Chakuk wish to sentence him to a lifetime of hard labour. The merchant is pleading for your intervention. They must be very upset about the drugs. What is your response? You're obviously nowhere near the situation. What can you actually do about it? Well, we don't have a clue about this at all, but let's negotiate with the Chakuk. Can you arrange for a communications channel with the Chakuk authorities? Perhaps we can work out some sort of deal for a lesser sentence. Very well. Have a good day. Thank you. Going to study empathy and menace today. Your Imperial Highness, I have an update on the Chakuk situation. Out of respect for your personal interest in the matter, the Chakuk have offered to reduce the merchant sentence to 3 seasons in the mines in exchange for 10 cases of Kedrovian ice wine from the Imperial suppliers. Well, 3 seasons is better than a lifetime of hard labour, so that sounds good. That's a very fancy wine, but it's not legally restricted to palace use only. Anyone could buy it if they could afford it. So they're asking for a bribe. How does the price of wine compare to the price of a season's labour? You have no idea. Let's help this guy out. I think we should accept the deal. Get this guy home. We accept their offer. Give them the wine. Very well. Good. In the early days of Merkin space exploration, before the Celestial Star Empire was born, the first colony outside the Twin Worlds was built on Sijna, rocky moons of the untouchable gas giant Kyr. It represented not only an exotic mineral resource, but also a gateway to the larger universe. Political and technological developments over the centuries have relegated it to little more than a waypoint for galactic travel. The mining operation continues, but Sijna is no longer a thrilling frontier. Despite, or because of its proximity to the Twin Worlds, it is very rare for Sijna to receive an imperial visit. The dignitaries from this locale usually make their way to Kedro or Ondra for audiences. Thus, while Sijna rates only 1 elector, this reception is the dream of a lifetime for every minor official and regional business director headquartered on the moon. Invitations were in intense demand. It seems that half the guests wish to speak to you about some manner of investment opportunities. You have far more important things to do with your time. You turn them all away unheard. Sorry. There's only one guest at this reception with a critical role to play in the near future. You scan the crowd, seeking. Your eyes fall upon a tall, willowy woman whose hair has the gleam of platinum. Makeup enhances the keenness of her gaze. You can get age hard to guess but beyond adult. Her silk gown is coloured like a cascade of flower petals. She sounds nice. At her side is the actual Alexa, a middle-aged woman with a pleasant smile wearing a dark-coloured dress of demure sophistication. Thin traceries of silver jewellery glint when they catch the light. This is Morel, Elector of Sichna. Your Imperial Highness, it's my great pleasure to welcome you here. May I introduce my wife, Biangi? You exchange pleasantries. Have you ever visited Sichna before? You have actually, but only as part of a school trip. An educational excursion to the old frontier. You're not sure that's what she'd want to hear. Well, what did I do here? I'm not sure, it's not telling me. Oh, there it is. Tell the truth. When I first entered secondary school, we went on an overnight trip to Sichna to visit the museum and see the original landing sites. For many students, it was a step out among the stars, as it was for our people long ago. Well said. The time interrupts your conversation, signalling that the first of the scheduled speeches is about to begin. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail later, Your Imperial Highness. Please call on me if you have any needs. All in Sichna is at your service. Thank you. You can't tell how she feels about you, even when passing empathy. You know what we're going to do now? Have a dinner party. We're going to stay here. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. We must now discuss the matter of the Jubilee holiday, the celebration of my father's birth star rising. As we officially have no emperor at the moment, it would not be unreasonable to postpone the Jubilee until after a successful election. We could maintain the current schedule and celebrate in honour of Emperor Dragason on turn 28. Or, using your position as the Emperor's daughter, you could move the Jubilee to match your own birth star on turn 15. That could help cement my position as the next ruler in the eyes of the Empire. Or it might appear presumptuous of me. What are your commands? Keep Dad's Jubilee. Don't want to appear presumptuous. Let's keep things stable. The Jubilee should celebrate my father's birth star. I will make a note of it. And now we're going to do Empathy and Menace again. Up above 25. Now we've unlocked another outfit. We're going to leave the outfit we have at the moment. We have received a report from the Star Admiral. The fleet is preparing to resume regular patrols around the Empire. I told him to come to the Heavenly Palace. Where is he now? Your Highness, I need your input on the matter of security. A largely unimportant matter, but one that you might wish to exercise discretion while handling. A visitor to the palace, a Hyrcan labourer, became publicly intoxicated and made a nuisance of himself. Among other things, he was loudly shouting that Emperor Dragason had been murdered by your hand. What? Obvious drunken nonsense. But as it concerns your reputation, you may wish to take a personal hand in the matter. We have him in custody, awaiting your decision. Rumours can spread quickly, particularly rumours about cover-ups and conspiracies. Obviously, you did not murder your father. Is it possible that someone did? Does this Hyrcan know anything? Is there some truth in the wine? Or is it just drunken rambling? Well, there's clearly not that much truth, because we didn't do it. Let's punish him for drunkenness only. People say foolish things when they've had too much to drink. Treating it like a serious matter would only look more suspicious. How would security normally handle somebody being drunk and obnoxious? Locked up overnight and fined for causing an inconvenience. Do that then. Now we're going to go and see Morel. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Well, as you know, Your Imperial Highness, we rarely see important guests from the rest of the Empire, not here. The royal progress preparing for election is the excitement of a lifetime for us. My youngest won't remember any of this, but for my oldest boy, this is the chance to create a magical memory. I don't understand. In exchange for my support in the election, I wish for you to spend some quality time with my son. Impress him. You want me to go on a date with your son? He laughs, then quickly covers her mouth. I'm sorry, Your Imperial Highness, of course, you would not know. Even our eldest is still only a child. You want me to babysit? Mirko is a child, but he will someday be a member of the Imperial Comitia. You might find it a benefit to command his fond personal affection as well as his loyalty. It's a very simple request. In exchange for my vote, consider it my gift to you. This sounds simple, at least on the surface. Entertaining a little boy is not a quest of great danger and difficulty. On the other hand, children are fickle. If you're reliant on his approval, who knows what it might take to win him over. Still, that is the quest his mother has set. It seems fair. You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you, that's nice. Adventures in babysitting. Let's go and do that then. You prepare to meet with Mirko, the eldest son of Morel, the lecturer of Sichna. He is being specially brought to the palace for this visit. You weren't quite sure what to expect. Mirko looks to be about half your age and more than a head shorter than you, if you were standing up straight. Unfortunately, he's mostly staring at his feet. Perhaps he's shy. He's sweet. Look at his little ruffles. Hello, Mirko. What would you like to do today? He shrugs, twisting his foot back and forth to leave a pale mark on your plush violet carpet. What might catch his interest? Could you entertain him? And maybe teach him something? Well, we don't really have any of these skills whatsoever. Let's try magic tricks. You can do a magic trick. I'll dazzle you with my mystical powers. He looks skeptical. You've never learned any sort of magic tricks, but it's all lies and fakery anyway, isn't it? No one with divine gifts would waste them on a stage show. Perhaps if you pretend hard enough, he'll convince himself you've seen something magical. You pull down a large crystal prism from a shelf and balance it on the table in front of you. Witness as I move this crystal using only the power of my mind. Look closely, closely. Mirko appears skeptical but dutifully squints at the sparkling facets. You too focus your attention. Suddenly, a lavender light flickers in the heart of the crystal. Not a reflection, but an internal glow. What? You are so startled that you jerk in place, jostling the table and causing the crystal to tip over. Mirko looks decidedly unimpressed by this magical motion. You pick up the crystal and turn it over in your hands, confused. It's just a crystal, isn't it? There's no light inside it. How did that happen? You try several more tests while your guest becomes increasingly bored, but you can't replicate the incident. At last you admit defeat and send Mirko back to his mother's. You need to try something else next time. So, that didn't get us Morel's vote, but it did get us the See a Mysterious Glow achievement. So, let's try again. I think we can impress this kid. Oh, it gives different dialogue. It looks about as excited as before, which is to say not very. Let's try some self-defense. How about I teach you how to fight? His shoulders rise as he looks at you warily. Come on, it'll be fun. Come into my rooms, I've got some clear space and we can grapple. I'll grab hold of you and you try to get away. The little boy takes up a stance which indicates he might have already had a few painful lessons. Apparently more than you have. Every time you approach him, he dodges out of reach. Frustrated, you rush forward and he catches you out and flips you over. When his mother finally returns, she and your guards have to rescue you from the smug child who is sitting on top of you, holding your arms behind your back. How undignified. At least she's so apologetic that Morel immediately promises to pledge you her vote in the election. Perfect. Another vote in. 4 already. We are cautious though, unfortunately. So let's get negative and make a list of enemies. You think about all the people who have disrespected you, like Mirko, noting their names and plotting potential revenge. Let's see where we're going next. Deep space. Princess, have you seen the latest news across the star feeds? I just got up. This concerns your father. The Vestark beckons you closer to look at a feed display. The sound has been muted, but on the screen you can see an unfamiliar Merkin woman cradling an infant. The text scrolling across the bottom reads, Emperor Dragoson's secret heir? This woman claims to have conceived the Emperor's son and requests the palace's aid in claiming his birthright. Who is she? Is that one of my father's concubines? You don't recognise her, but you can't say that you'd remember every face in your father's harem. That was not an area of his life that you paid much attention to. No, an unmarried woman of common family and middling income. She apparently came into contact with the Emperor during one of his visits to Ondro. The child's genetics have not yet been verified. Even if her story is true, if she's not a wife or a concubine, and the child was never officially acknowledged, and it wasn't, your father's will was quite clear that he has no son now. Such a baby has no birthright to claim. Under Imperial law, family is a matter of contract and obligation, not genes. Many children are not genetically related to one or even both of their parents. Children can be conceived artificially. Genes can be edited before birth. If someone finds an unscrupulous doctor, genes can even be stolen. Creating a child of someone's genes without their permission is illegal, but it does happen, especially with celebrities or other prominent figures. Your father was certainly prominent. This story is nothing but tabloid gossip. No one in the Empire would seriously imagine that this baby was the heir to anything, but if it is in some way your father's child, what are you going to do about it? Whoever this woman is, she's Merkin. That means the child's heritage is not mixed in the way that yours is. There are people in the Empire who might prefer a pure-blooded heir. Whispers of scandal can damage your reputation even if everyone knows that they're not really true. Well, I don't really want to... When I first saw this, I thought it meant donate the child to an orphanage, but that's not what it means at all. But we're going to ignore the story. It's nothing but sensationalist scandal chasing, bad journalism. Baby doesn't matter. There might not even be a baby. How do we know that's not a doll she's holding? Ignore the whole thing. Very well. If that's resolved, then I have an update on the drunk Herkun who slandered your name. Yeah. He has not repeated the offence since his release. It's not clear if he even remembers it. No sign of any new rumours in circulation. Good. He didn't know anything. He was just a random visitor. If there is a mystery about your father's death, then any clues must be hidden somewhere in the Heavenly Palace. The science department is the obvious place to start looking. But your father's ministers investigated the labs in detail and found nothing suspicious. The concubine Edburai was certain that your father was involved in something before he disappeared, but she had no leads. There's so much else going on. Do you really want to devote your time to chasing phantoms? Yes, let's follow the science. You need to brush up on your scientific knowledge before you can investigate further. You have no science, so that makes sense. Let's start with, you have studying to do. Today we're going to do Allure, because our mood's not really good for interaction at the moment. Very alluring. 70 already. You receive a report from the Imperial Thresher. The agents have heard rumours that Mazarin, the rogue shadow that served your father, was sighted en route to the Twin Worlds. However, none of these rumours came from anyone who knew him well enough to be certain of his identity. By the time agents were dispatched, the former shadow was nowhere to be found, if he was ever there at all. There's no cause for concern. The Thresher will continue to monitor the situation. We were just there, so I guess we just missed him. That was him. Let's do an art lesson with Vasily. Vasily sits down with you for a crash course on artistic design. Your visual art skill increases. And free visual arts. And now let's end turn and write in our diary to become secretive. You hole up in your room to record your most secret thoughts in your private diary. Now we're going to head over to Mao. At Planet. When you wake, you find a message waiting from the Vestark flagged important, not urgent, or someone would probably have insisted on getting you out of bed at once. You read through the message and immediately feel your pulse rate increase. A major Starfleet producer has requested access to do an interview with you for a biographical special. Maybe on TV. You can't afford to say no to this. It's a chance to make a positive impression across the entire Empire. This could shape the course of the election. Unfortunately, you don't have long to prepare. The reporter will arrive after this turn's classes. Oh. And we can't do any of our social skills at the moment, so instead we're going to do piloting and piloting. It's time for your big interview. What impression do you want to give to the Empire? How do you want people to think of you? I want people to think that we're a beautiful princess. Does anyone really want to listen to a candidate's speeches? Your appearance will make a stronger impression than any words you could say. Well, good, we pass something. You let your wardrobe attendants dress you in your finest and focus on making a good impression with your personality. Sweet and shy, all soft lips and sparkling eyes. The ingenue. Not too innocent. The only people who would want a mindless doll on the throne are those hoping to use her as a puppet for their own ambitions. You don't want to look stupid. Well, still young, pure of heart, filled with idealism and a vision for the future. A fresh start, but blessed with your father's legacy. That's a princess that people will take to their hearts. A new dawn. It's better get us some votes. Afterwards, the team insists that everything went well, but then that is their job. The Mao, the first alien race to be discovered and admitted to the nascent Celestial Star Empire. At least that's the Merkin perspective. The Mao consider themselves equal founders, for without them, there was no empire, only Merkur. They've got a point. The Mao system contains one large inhabited world, its moon, which features heavily in Mao religious practice, and a chaotic asteroid belt, too dangerous for large ships to explore. There are no other planets suitable for colonization. The electors of Mao Prime are pleased to visit the Heavenly Palace and make themselves known to you. The third elector of the system, however, is their religious leader, the Chief Witch, or Head Shaman. For that meeting, you will need to make a pilgrimage to the Blind Eye, the ever-clouded moon. As the Heavenly Palace has frequently visited the Mao sector, the palace staff are quite capable of designing decor and refreshments that will be acceptable to the local guests. They do, however, pose you a question. Mao, even more so than full-blooded Merkins, have excellent night vision. For social gatherings and entertainment, they prefer very dim lighting. Your own eyesight, however, is less adapted to the dark. If you can't see what you're doing, you might embarrass yourself somehow. Let's take the risk and go for a dark reception. Let's try and impress them. It's more important to keep your guests happy and comfortable. You just have to be careful how you move around. The hall looks rather mysterious in the dark, what you can see of it anyway. The reception gets underway, to the apparent enjoyment of all. Many who live in the Heavenly Palace appear to have connections on Mao Prime, and conversation throbs pleasantly throughout the room. You offer polite greetings to anyone who comes your way, but you do need to locate the electors. Unfortunately, one Mao looks much the same as another in the dark. Can't say that's Zorana. You blunder around, stumbling into guests and apologising profusely before finally admitting defeat and asking the nearest Mao to direct you to the elector, which he does, with a faint chuckle at your ineptitude. That's embarrassing. Erolotti, Elector of Mao Prime, is a mature woman, but the flesh of added fibrums does not make her soft. The man with her, most likely her husband, is clearly in her shadow. She talks, and he only nods. When she sees you, she comes forward, and he fades into the background. Greetings and salutations, Your Imperial Highness. Are you enjoying your party? Thank you, I'm having a lovely time. I think she was insulting us a bit there, and we missed it. The Imperial family is always welcomed when they visit our sector in search of knowledge and enlightenment. Is she hinting that she wants to become one of your advisors? A reception like this would not be the appropriate time to make an official appointment. Well, let's go with it. Hint that you are considering a position for her. If you're interested in joining my cabinet, then perhaps we should talk again later. That was not my... well, perhaps. We shall see. If you'll excuse me. He raises an empty glass to you, then turns in search of an attendant. You sense that she probably has negative feelings about you. Oh. As soon as she leaves your circle of conversation, someone else bounds in to take her place. Your Imperial Highness. The second Mao Elector bows to you, then bounces back up, brimming with energy. It's such an honour to meet you. I only wish the circumstances were better. My sympathies for your father, of course. Have you visited Mao Prime before? You blink, thrown a bit off stride by such rapid-fire enthusiasm, and he laughs. I promise I have not had more than one drink so far. I'm just excited. May I introduce you to my lovely wife? That's the wrong way around. You have the higher rank. He should introduce his wife to you, not you to her. Otherwise it would be a clear slight on your status. He's clearly nervous about speaking to you. That may have rattled him into putting his words in the wrong order. Let's accept graciously. We all make mistakes. I would very much enjoy meeting her. Right, good. He brings forward a golden-furred woman who he introduces as his wife perjeducially. Like the Elector, she's not much older than you. Purrs a kiss over the back of your knuckles and then quickly returns to her friends. Tulitus watches the sway of her tail tip as she walks, pouting slightly. I'm sorry, I hope she would be more impressed. Do we have enough allure for this? Yes, good. Your good opinion obviously matters to him. A tiny bit of flattery can go a long way. It's quite alright. We have loads of allure, don't we? After all, it's your company that I am here for, Sir Elector. Oh, right. He takes a deep breath. I said too much all at once. You haven't been to Mao before, have you? No, I haven't. Well then, will you at least let me be your guide? Oh, will you let me be your guide for the evening at least? I can tell you all the tales. You want to spend the rest of the reception with him? I think, we should move on. There's so many people here that I need to meet. I shouldn't stay with any one person too long. It's important that everyone in attendance feels able to approach me. You need to make connections. I understand. Don't worry, I'll be calling on you again later. I look forward to it. Oh, I made a friend. He bows to you again and then withdraws. You better have positive feelings about me. Organize our closets. You sort through your belongings, carrying some away to storage and organizing others to be more convenient for your use. It helps to clear your head. You'll stay put now, talk to our new friends. You're awakened when your lights turn on by themselves. That can't mean anything good. Princess Zorana, please report to the cabinet chamber at your earliest convenience. What now? You dress yourself swiftly and make your way to the room. What's the emergency? Not an emergency exactly, but a change in circumstances. If a Stark beckons you over to look at another Starfeed news display, you recognise the Merkin man on screen immediately. It's Lukamir, Elector of Kedro. If a Stark brings up the sound so you can hear him speaking. Descendant of the Empress Platina the Great, I formally announce my candidacy for the Celestial Throne. He's entering the election? It's more of a confirmation than a question. Of course that's what he's doing. You knew his family had imperial ties. You're distant cousins multiple times over, thanks to the interconnections of Merkin politics. Imperial blood isn't even a legal requirement to stand for election, although it certainly helps to gather support. You are your father's designated heir, but you're still a young and untried girl. Lukamir is an adult with friends across the Empire. Is it possible that he could defeat you? It is. It's very possible. How bad is this? Bad? It's neither bad nor good. It simply is. What I meant was, how much support do you think he has? That's what the election will determine. Sidio, help me. Don't you care about who wins? I serve the Empire. As a civil servant, it is my duty to remind you that only a sitting Emperor or Empress can appoint or dismiss an elector. The committee as a whole may rule an elector ineligible to vote, but only in extreme situations such as complete loss of mental capacity or a proven attempt to assassinate a candidate. As a random example, you cannot remove him. Wait, does that mean he gets to vote for himself? Yeah. Well, that's one vote you won't be winning. You need to step up your game. If you can secure binding pledges from electors to vote for you, then they won't be able to support any other candidate. Yep, we're going to try our best. Let's see. Need a bit of galactic relations here. You return to your room to find an important message flashing. When you pull up the message, the sender's name appears to be a sequence of random glyphs. How did this get past your security filters? Are these symbols an abbreviation for an obscure government department? There's a short video attached to the message. Something about Lukamir's candidacy, maybe? You open the file and freeze. Those figures on your screen, they're your parents. That's not a loving message to their future daughter. It is a recording of an argument. They're in the palace. You recognise your father's rooms, though the decorations have changed a little. This was clearly Fivens ago. And they're talking about you. Your father speaks. Now that your daughter has been born, and your mother cuts him off, angry in a way that you've never seen her in any photograph before, that thing is not my daughter. It is your creature, and I refuse to have any part in... And there the file cuts off. Who would send you something like this? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. It's only a few moments out of context. Maybe they weren't talking about you at all. Or maybe your mother hated you. What an awful thing to say about a baby. A child. Which you obviously are. Legally you're a child of the marriage. Biologically your Merkin Novan heritage is written all over your skin. You're Melania's daughter, and she called you a thing. Maybe she wasn't well at the time? Maybe it never happened. The video could be a fake. Where did it even come from? You tried to compose a reply, but it won't send. The system believes the address is malformed. Then how was it received in the first place? Ask Karundi. You summon the Thresher to personally investigate the strange message. Even forwarding it to her could damage some fragile clue. She needs to see it exactly as you saw it. There's no sign of the video being generated or edited. This appears to be an authentic conversation, or part of one. What this isn't is security footage. This was not recorded by any automated system in the palace. This recording was taken by someone else who was present in the room at the time, standing at the Emperor's side. His shadow. The most obvious suspect, yes, but it could have been anyone with intimate access. A concubine or a maidservant might have been that close. The screen fills with letters and symbols that you can't easily make sense of, but the Thresher frowns. This message was sent from somewhere within the palace, but on a time delay. It could have been set up tresses in advance. I'll have to check the server to see if there are any access traces, but someone talented enough to bypass these systems would probably know enough to cover their tracks. Who would keep a fragment of a 5-month-old recording and then hack a palace system to send it to you anonymously? It sounds like the sort of thing one of the special secret agents would get up to. But as far as you can tell, Karundi doesn't know who sent the message. Trace the sender. Find out anything you can. Of course, have you received any other suspicious correspondence? There was that strange encounter you had with Mazarin before he disappeared. The one where he wanted to give you a message from your father. You'd rather not tell the special that the Emperor, your father, called you weak and spoiled. No. Still, we must be cautious. Call on me any time if you have concerns. Right. And now we are cautious. What are we going to do next? Let's see. Going to have a chat with Tulitus to negotiate with him. Of course. Great. That was easy. But you're not going to go just yet, are you? Can't we talk for a while? I saw this amazing show on the feeds I wanted to ask you about. Sure. It's nice to be reminded that not all the electors are only interested in using you for political gain. Perfect. I like you, Tulitus. Erilotti, she dislikes us, so she's more difficult, but I think we can offer her a cabinet position. In exchange for your electoral vote, I am willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. Well, a sensible decision. Which leaves the implication that she didn't think you were capable of making one. She loves me. It's a very respectful tradition for you to take a male representative as your Chancellor. Wait, my Chancellor? You didn't say that. Let's agree to make her Chancellor. She wants to be it so bad. Go ahead. I look forward to receiving your wisdom and guidance. Indeed. 50. Could be better, could be worse. But she does give us an extra social action now. Thanks, Lottie. And of course, pet the snake. Thanks, Dream. Zolot has voted for Lucamere. Well, pledged his vote. Yeah. He's always the first one to vote for Lucamere, except for Lucamere. But we're comfortably ahead at the moment, so I'm not too concerned. And we've got our cabinet building up too. Let's have a dinner party. And we're going to head off now to deep space. You wanted to see me? Yes, Your Highness. This is largely a formality, but it requires your approval and signature. The most recent Logotheta Science, who was your father's minister, has been offered a research directorship in the Heru 2 sector. Heru 2? You haven't visited there yet, but by reputation there's practically no there to visit. No habitable planets, no major population centres. Having been so recently a member of the Celestial Ministry with privileged information means that this individual must seek Imperial approval before accepting any such position. It is a matter of security. You don't know anything about what the past Logotheta Science did. Apparently not much, considering the lack of information about your father's foolish experiments. You have no idea what top secret plans might have been brought before the Ministry or how this appointment could affect your future. You'll have to take a guess. Well, let's hope this doesn't come back to bite us later, but let's approve the position. Fine, I'll sign it. Right. Is there any news about Lucamere's campaign? A new interview for the feeds. You peer at the screen where you see video footage of Lucamere answering questions from reporters while making a visit to a historic castle in the Twin Worlds. I already held an event there and mine was better. You can't waste your time worrying about what he's doing. You need to focus on your own schedule. Today we're going to do some more galactic relations. Now that you're officially engaged, you and your intended are required to submit genetic samples for compatibility testing. Not all interspecies matings can create viable children, especially if partners are already of mixed origin. Genetic tests can also reveal if a couple is too closely related to be healthy. Considering your heritage, that's very unlikely to be a problem, but sometimes people do find surprise half-siblings. If there's a problem, there are workarounds. Some issues can be corrected through artificial selection. External genetics can be brought in, or clone children produced, and there is always the option of concubines. It's important to know all the potential complications before committing yourself to a lifelong alliance. Once you're married, you can't change your mind. Taking a sample is a quick, painless process. You'll get the results after both samples are analysed, and various statistical models run to determine possible outcomes. Yay, galactic relations! You slide palpably through myths and legends of the ancient Novan people, your distant ancestors. Tales tell of the Lumenia, a breed of holy warriors who could channel elemental energy with their bare hands. They called down fire and lightning on their foes, or buried armies with floods and earthquakes. It was said their powers could blot out the light of the sun. Yeah, we know a bit about the Lumenia. They probably made up these stories to explain natural disasters that happened throughout their history. Primitive people can't understand the solar eclipse, so they blame magic. Don't be so quick to judge Zorana and to doubt. According to legends, Lumens would gain their powers from magical jewels held in their hands, which would fill them with crystal energy. Those stories must have inspired their cultural and technological development, which is why they now call themselves Crystal Nova. If a Novan crystal ray gun somehow travelled through time to the past, it probably would seem like magic to the natives who got their hands on it, but of course that's impossible. Many ancient kings and queens were supposedly Lumens, with the affinity being passed down the noble line. On rare occasions, royal scions sometimes had gifts that showed they would be capable of becoming Lumens. Gifts like breathing underwater, healing with a touch, or radiating light. Interesting you mentioned that. Making light. Glowing. Like what happened to you. Is it possible there's some truth in these Lumen legends? Would you have inherited something magical with your mother's Novan blood? We've seen the glowing crystal too. But it can't be true. These are legends, stories from the ancient past. The very last reported Lumen was before the Great Freeze, when Ispatel covered the Novan sun and their waters plunged into darkness and ice for generations, and that was millennia ago. There are no stories of modern Novans wielding elemental powers. Just to be certain, you close your eyes and concentrate, focusing your thoughts on light, light, light. You open your eyes to peek. Nothing. Nothing happened. It's all just silly stories and imagination. You must have misunderstood what happened before. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Let's see, what do we need to do next? Pet the snake and turn. Easy peasy. Have a dinner party. And we're heading off to Tharkas too. You were hurrying through halls late for a meeting when, rounding a corner, you see a servant directly in your path, his attention focused on dusting a delicate platinum sculpture of birds in flight. Look out! Deja vu. It's too late to stop. You thump into the servant's side, his arms fly up by instinct, trying to prevent himself from falling over, and jostles the sculpture, which tilts, falls, and crashes onto the floor, cracking a wing right off one of the birds. The servant stares at you in horror. I'm sorry, that was completely my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going. I didn't mean to say what she was going to say there. I must be psychic. Just pick it up and, I don't know, I'll tell someone to deal with it. Was my fault though, I should have trained in any skill. You shrug helplessly and then hurry on your way. You have things to do. Maybe some tumbling and reflexes and consortium would have helped there. So we're going to do one more galactic relations and one allure. You hear the chimes of an incoming message. Checking the headers, it's someone from the Palace Science Department. Ah, hello, Your Imperial Highness. This is Nils from the Genetics Lab. I'd like to arrange a meeting at your earliest convenience. Are you available to come down to the lab for a discussion? Is this about the samples we submitted earlier? Did they find a compatibility problem? Is this going to create difficulties with your engagement? For medical confidentiality reasons, it is our policy to discuss these subjects in person. If there was nothing to be concerned about, he wouldn't be bothering a princess about it. So, are you available? I'll be right there. You may as well get this over with. You make your way down to the science department and are ushered into a small private office. Hello, Your Imperial Highness. Please, take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. What's the problem? We won't be able to have children together? No, that's actually less of a problem than we anticipated. This is very hard to explain. Well, try. Your genetic heritage is somewhat different than we expected. In a flash, you remember the mysterious video footage. Your mother protesting that you were not her daughter? Did she know something you've never guessed? Am I not half Novan? You could say that. Actually, your genetic structure is closer to 98% Novan. Wait, what? You look down at your hands, your Merkin grey hands. How is that possible? Look at me. Your appearance seems to have been carefully designed via inserted Merkin genes limited to areas that control superficial visual features. Other than that, you are completely Novan. I can only speculate, Your Imperial Highness, but at a guess I would imagine that you are perhaps a clone child of the late Empress Melania. 2% variance is below legal guidelines, but if the Emperor wished it. Your head is spinning. You are your mother's clone? An illegal, genetically modified clone? It doesn't change your status as heir. The Emperor acknowledged you. He put you in this position. He is your father by law, even if not by blood. And even though he never raised you and you barely know him. He made you, at least. He must have. You are his creature. I thought you would want to know. Of course, we would not pass any of this information on to your intended partner. They will only be told that the compatibility results, which are positive. You will not tell anyone what you have discovered, not even the Imperial Thresher. Of course not, Your Imperial Highness. We understand the importance of data privacy. The palace scientists are your loyal servants, aren't they? They can keep a secret. They certainly kept your father's secrets. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I'm sure you must have, many things you need to be doing, Your Imperial Highness. I don't want to take up any more of your time. Have a good day. Ah, what are you supposed to do with this information? How do you react when your entire identity, your very body, feels like a lie? You don't dare tell anyone. You don't know how they might react. It doesn't matter to the law, but it might matter to people's loyalties. You've got to lift your chin and carry on. So that's quite a lot to take in. The primary functions of the inner system planets have always been to supply resources to the homeworld after the rise and fall of the first great Tharkan civilization stripped it nearly bare. Both worlds are far wetter than Tharkus Prime and contain great mineral wealth. The first planet, Chakagola, is a boiling sea above a volcanic core, which spits out hot metal bombs and rare alloys. The second planet, Gakthon, resembles a vast swampland with a wide variety of plant and animal life. The worlds are of immense strategic importance, but will never have the same prestige, the same sense of history and epic struggle. The elite are wealthy and powerful, but always fix their gazes on the true nobility elsewhere. Gakthon contains several large Merkin embassies whose staff are only too happy to advise the palace on the local trends and other methods to make the guests feel flattered and indulged, while maintaining your air of superiority. As the most important person in attendance, you wait for the festivities to be in full swing before making your grand entrance. Once all eyes are upon you, you speak words of welcome, then grant them permission to return to their own conversations. You are not yet Empress, enough to command the whole assembly into silence for hours. You sweep your gaze over the assembled guests, picking the electors out of the crowd. Electco, Elector of Chakagola, is easy enough to identify. A man of mature age, he is unusually tall even for a Tharo. His frame does not look at all muscular, but he is almost certainly far stronger than you. Electco is unmarried, though a much younger male appears to be attending with him. That might be his son, but he looks purely Tharkan. More likely he is a new companion, or even a recent addition to the Elector's harem. The other Elector, Lorcus, is a well-dressed middle-aged Tharkan woman with a glass of blue wine in her hand. She is married, but her husband is not with her. He appears to be on the far side of the room, enjoying himself in the company of other women. Noticing your attention, she immediately makes her way over to you. Greetings and welcome, Your Imperial Highness. It has been a long time. Have you met her before? You don't remember her at all. Of course, everyone in the Empire knows who you are. And until recently, we were more interested in remembering your friends' schedules than remembering the faces of every politician in the Empire. Well, let's just pretend we know what she's talking about and gloss over it. Yes, I am pleased to be able to meet with you again today. I only wish it were under less stressful circumstances. In politics, circumstances are rarely pleasant. My condolences on your father's passing. He was truly a great man. I will be greater. Oh, no. No, that's not good at all. Yes, he was? Yes, okay, that's all we could pass. He gave his life in service of the Empire, all of it and all of us. He is an inspiration to us all. Indeed. Ah, I see Electro hovering nearby. I'd better stop monopolizing your attention before he feels the need to plot his revenge. The two electors must engage in a certain amount of competition for prestige. I look forward to speaking with you again in the future. She bows to you and retreats, politely stepping away to avoid turning her back on you. You sense she probably has positive feelings about you, yay. I love how the camera has to pan up there. So. The Elector of Chakagola is swift to step into your circle of attention once his semi-rival is withdrawn. A bit too close, you need to crane your neck up to look him in the eye. He is infernally tall. Uncomfortable, you take a small step backwards. Damn, he's got us. His shaggy green face looks pinched in as if he's bitten into something unpleasant. Perhaps it's a sign of age, for his low rumbling voice sounds polite enough. You honour the Tharkum system with your presence, Your Imperial Highness. It is my pleasure to be here. The younger man who was with Aletko earlier is no longer in evidence. He didn't bring his companion over to be introduced. Does that mean something? Truly it was a day of great sorrow when your father left us. There was a hint of disapproval in this statement. A sad day because it meant you would inherit? What would he know? He's never met you before, and you doubt he was any sort of confidant of your father's, or was he? He did not leave us. Emperor Dragosen did not leave us. He lived his life in service to the Empire. He would never have chosen to abandon us. My apologies. I've spoken wisely. Oh, we're secretive, so we don't say anything back. He's not really sorry, is he? I look forward to speaking with you again later. The tall male recognizes his dismissal and withdraws. You sense that he probably has negative feelings about you. Yeah, sounds about right. You take a deep breath, restoring your calm. There are still hours of social interaction left ahead of you. As you turn in search of other dignitaries, you briefly meet the gaze of the young Tharkan man who stands once again by Aletko's side. He shoots you a friendly grin and tilts his head, encouraging you to come closer. You quickly turn away. That is a complication you do not need. Instead, you move on to the Primicer of Gakathon, a notorious bore. This may be a long evening. There's a lot of reading in this game. I'm sorry for stumbling over my words and things, but I'm no YouTuber by any means, so this is all new to me. What are we doing next? Organising our closets. We're going to stay here. Your Imperial Highness, some gifts have been sent to you in honour of your approaching birth star. More are likely to arrive in the coming turns. The star presents you with an assortment of pleasant trifles from various premises and kefals around the Empire. These gifts are not a show of political support, only a matter of politeness. Whatever comes in the election, you are the last Emperor's daughter, the most highly ranked noble in the Empire. They are obligated to show you respect. Send the usual letters of appreciation. There are also some more unusual items. This, for example, was delivered on behalf of the Uzga. The Uzga, a species commonly referred to as the spindly walkers, because of the long-legged exoskeletons they used to move around. Their natural bodies are small, round and squishy, with short tentacles that can barely drag their bulk over the ground. They do a good deal of trade with the Empire and other galactic powers, but they have a reputation for seeming distant and emotionless. Steady, dedicated workers who are welcomed in many ports but rarely make personal ties. The labs show no sign of explosives or other obvious dangers, but they are not certain what is meant to be. The object appears to be a large sphere of glass or clear crystal which is hollow, containing mostly air and a small pile of metallic-looking flakes, I mean. You rotate the sphere and the flakes fall to the new bottom, but with an oddly chaotic motion, almost as if they were squirming. Once they fall into place, however, they are still. The Uzga are most comfortable in a zero-gravity environment. What would these flakes look like if they were able to move freely instead of being drawn down to the bottom? Let's set up a nice zero-gravity display for it then. This orb is meant to be viewed without gravity. Set up a display where it can float freely. Very well. There was a much more momentous gift offer from the Grib, if gift is the correct description. The Grib are the most alien of all the Celestial Empire's neighbours, resembling nothing so much as enormous ugly mushrooms. You have studied their language, but while you can communicate at a basic level, the underlying assumptions of their worldview remain baffling. Among other things, they have no words for love, marriage, death, or religion. Attempting to explain the concept of divinity in the past has led the group appearing to claim that they are all gods. They are individuals, but at times they refer to unified actions in a way that suggests a hive mind. Their ships are rich with biotechnology, but they claim not to understand what biotechnology is. Attempting a serious conversation with the group is fraught with danger. Not only are they hard to understand, but they're also unpredictably hostile. Many routine encounters with the Grib ships have suddenly erupted into violent action. In honor of the Celestial Empire's change of leadership, and in order to usher in a new age of cooperation and unity, the group proposed a joint colonization project. They wish to invite approximately 5,000 Imperial citizens to establish a self-governing settlement in one of their underdeveloped frontier worlds which lies a few jumps away from Heru Prime. This is highly unusual. That's putting it mildly. Sovereign empires do not simply give away territory, even supposedly worthless territory. A trade and a treaty perhaps, but a gift? An unusual situation could mean a rare opportunity. Establishing a new colony would generally require the agreement of both the Emperor and the Commissioner. Also, in the absence of an emperor, it is not possible to appoint a new elector to represent the population. However, a provisional expedition is within your power to command. If you want to get a foothold in group space before the election and reap any potential political benefits for yourself, you need to act quickly. I don't like the sound of that. That sounds a bit suspicious. I'm going to say no thank you. No, it's all too strange. I don't think it's wise to make deals with the Grib. Very well. It's nice to have presents, but you have studying to do. Studying rhetoric and rhetoric today. You walk through the halls and pause to admire the display that has been set up for the Uzgalian orb. Freed from the confines of gravity, tiny metal flakes have attracted and repelled themselves into a complex three-dimensional fractal pattern that glimmers as it rotates. It's alien and mysterious, and also quite pretty. You hope it's a good omen. In your research on Crystal Nova, you stumbled across a book of stories regarding a legendary ruler who was said to have lived long before the cataclysm that plunged their world into darkness and ice. Her name was Princess Melody, which doesn't sound like a real name that a Novan ruler would have. Most scholars agree that she probably never existed, especially since the stories about her are so contradictory. According to all the legends, Melody was just a child when she took the throne, but after that point, there's very little agreement. In one story, she collected a band of magical knights who roamed the countryside fighting monsters to protect her people. In another, she cracked open the earth and fed her own cousin to a lava demon. Her voice was so innocent and pure that she stopped an invasion by standing in front of the army and singing. Or else she was cruel and treacherous. She was a cruel and treacherous creature who tormented prisoners for fun and only stopped the invasion by joining forces with the conqueror. She was the chosen of the gods who could heal sickness and poison with the touch of her hand. She was the champion duelist who rode to battle on the red horse. She was a scientist. She was a diplomat. She defied marriage norms to follow her heart. She was anything that anyone wanted her to be. She was. Good times. Good times. There was a theory that Melody was a genuine historical child princess, but one who was assassinated before she even claimed the throne. As such, she became a symbol for the loss of innocence and the traditional way of life in Old Nova before the rise of the planetary government. At the end of the book, there's an artist's rendition of what Princess Melody might have looked like. It doesn't even pretend to be based on the girl herself. It was drawn 105 years later. A complete fantasy, most likely. Perhaps it's just the low resolution of the print, but the drawing reminds you of your mother's portrait. The same face shape, the same hair colour. Her eyes are very different though. And in her hands she clutches a glowing pink crystal. That must be her lumen gem. All the old kings and queens of Nova were supposed to be lumens, after all. Funny that this book never directly mentions it. Maybe that myth was too unbelievable even for this author. Well, you can't worry too much about whether Melody survived her Rhodes coronation. You've got your own. So, yeah, maybe our mother was related to Princess Melody. What are we doing next? Oh, sadly we're going to have to say goodbye to Vasily, but he didn't want to be the Logothete anyway, so. Vasily, I wanted to thank you for all your support, but I think it's time I had someone else take a seat in the ministry. That's a relief. Thank you for being a wonderful hostess, but it's time for me to go home. He takes your hand and brushes his lips over the backs of your fingers. Ah, that's sweet. Vasily's no longer a Logothete culture, so we're going to offer his position up to Logothete. I see, and would I have my own private suite within the Heavenly Palace? That is generally one of the privileges, yes. Forgive me, Your Imperial Highness, I have always wanted to be able to claim residence in the Heavenly Palace. As a member of the Imperial Comitia, she has likely been invited to stay in one of the palace's many guest rooms at some point in her life, but that isn't the same as having a suite waiting just for you. What position do you have in mind? Logothete of Culture. I accept the honour and will do my best to serve you and the Empire, Your Highness. My vote is yours. Good. Wonderful, and she's got 75 media. And next we're going to talk to Olutko here and offer him a position too. We've just got positions for everybody. You can hear his nail tips drumming against the hard surface just out of sight. What position are you offering me? Logothete of Commerce. A wise choice. So we have a deal? I'll support your bid in the election, and you will promote me to the Celestial Ministry. Good. And he has an economic skill of 40. I'm going to say hello to Dream, and 8 votes now. Have a dinner party. Head over to Tharkus 3. Your Imperial Highness, we have an urgent matter to discuss. The Stark draws your attention to a feed display showing a frozen image of a beautiful and richly dressed Hyrkin woman, one whom you immediately recognize. Hello. Esmerai. What are you doing here? You haven't seen or heard from the concubine since the Emperor's harem was cleared out tresons ago. The Stark presses a button to resume the video playback. Emperor Dragosin the Wise and Magnificent has entered eternity, and he can never be replaced. We did not lose only an emperor, we lost our future, and I lost more than anyone. That's right, she was under the illusion that your father intended to marry her. No one else could be the leader, the visionary that my Dragosin was. No unprepared child can take on that responsibility. Rude. To honor our beloved emperor, the next to hold the throne should be his child, but purely as a figurehead and a symbol of our history, with the true ruling power falling to the Imperial Comitia. The camera zooms out slightly, revealing that Esmerai is standing next to a Merkin woman who holds an infant in her arms, the infant that she claimed was the Emperor's son. As such, I formally declare our son, Prince Zirconi, as a candidate for the Celestial Throne. Her son? The Stark cuts off the video. The records have been filed to show that Esmerai, late of the Emperor's harem, has formed a marriage bond with Halina, the infant's biological mother, and adopted the baby as her own child. As a matter of law, any child of an imperial spouse or concubine who is born within 2 seasons of the Emperor's death retains the relevant status. Loopholes. But that baby wasn't born to Esmerai. But he is now Esmerai's child, and therefore by legal technicality, a legitimate child of the Emperor. He does not displace your status as the official heir, but he is part of the imperial family. You clutch at your hair in frustration. The rest of the speech emphasizes Esmerai's claim that she intends to wield no political power as regent, but only to improve and support the decisions of the Comitia. And the electors, as members of the Comitia, might find that appealing. This candidacy is legal? Sufficiently so to be put forward in the election, yes. Only time will tell how it is received. So it appears you now have a 3-way race. You've got work to do. Absolutely. Deception and etiquette today. Salot has repudiated his pledge to Lucamere, Elector of Kedro, and now pledges his vote to Prince Zirconi. Wow. What traitor. During the decline and fall of the first global Tharkus civilization, Svargus would have represented a paradise, a world containing all the water that had once filled their parched canals. The entire surviving population might have fled there, had it been possible. Even now, legends persist that some early cosmonauts might have managed the journey and escaped to a happier life. However, no relics from that time period have ever been discovered in the watery depths. In modern times, Svargus is a well-established community of floating cities and undersea habitats. Its 3 small moons contain research stations, communications relays, and other technological outgrowths, but they are considered part of the greater whole. Svargus has the reputation of being younger and more progressive than the rest of the Tharkan system. Much of the visiting delegation appears to dress more for a nightclub than an imperial reception, and the Elector herself is only slightly older than you. Zorana, hello! So lovely to see you, and lovely to be seen. She spins about, showing off colours which to your eyes seem painfully bright. Welcome to Svargus, your Imperial Highness. Of course, I'm sorry about your father, but we're very happy to have you. You must be so bored from the long travel and all these arrangements. I hope you don't mind, but I've brought along a range of dance partners for you. Have anyone you like. Have all of them. Her manner is extremely informal, but doesn't seem malicious. Accepting to offer will demonstrate your mutual friendship. Let's refuse politely. Thank you for the offer, but unfortunately, my responsibilities don't allow me to indulge myself. Dust. Next you'll say I shouldn't have brought in a DJ and a disco ball. You really shouldn't. Well, I wouldn't go ahead without your permission. I'm not a complete barbarian. She laughs at her own joke. I do understand the seriousness of the royal progression, but you shouldn't worry about the throne eating you alive. What's the point of being empress if you'll never enjoy yourself? Oh, you should worry about the throne eating you alive, sorry. I have to win first. Well said. Still, you should see if you can visit a little less formally. There's a lot of fun to be had on Svargus. She winks at you and walks away to join up with one of her dance partners. You watch them for a while, but no plot to pump up the volume materializes. It's not until much later that Sola remembers to introduce her husband. You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you. Bill's voted to Sakoni as well. He's very popular. Lukamir's only got 1 vote. Now we're going to search for problems. That's nice. It is the duty of a good leader to find and solve problems before they blow up into emergencies. You walk around the palace, checking in with different officers and looking for anything that needs to be set right. I'm going to stay and talk to Zola. Your screen chimes a merry tune. Your friends are calling you. Vasily, Kazinia. Best wishes on your birth stars rising. I set up the call so we could both talk to you at the same time, even if we can't all be together. We'd sing a little duet together, an old children's song about a crocodile being happy even on a dreary day because you were born. Thank you. Does I should give you a good luck kiss? What? No. Too bad. I still can't believe you're engaged. It's just politics. Most marriages are. We're still going to be the first one to get married, and it's going to be such a big deal. Can't I be excited? We do get to come, right? Of course. For a while, you all sit around and gossip about old classmates and social shenanigans. It's like being back at school again, except without the fear of detention. Okay, I have to ask. Is it true about Mazarin? Is what true about Mazarin? She's been reading conspiracy theory forums again. I don't believe everything I read, but you have to keep an open mind. Anyway, there's this story going around that because your father's death was sort of a mystery, his shadow has gone searching for him, and he can't rest until he finds the Emperor. Well, that is kind of true. Don't tell anybody that he's not really dead, though. That's sort of true, I guess. See, I told you, he's cursed to be immortal and wander the stars forever. That's not what I said. Vasily just sighs and shakes his head. It's nice to spend time with your friends, but eventually you have to get back to your studies. 2 intrusions today. There was a sound at the door. Come in. The West Dark enters, carry the white box. Oh, it's our birthday. Your Imperial Highness, I am tasked on behalf of your father with bringing you this gift. He ordered it in advance so that it would be ready for you today. Oh. Will it be another message of disappointment? Another upsetting video? You open the box to reveal a pair of gleaming silver shoes, covered over with intricate designs. They're beautiful, and stronger than they look. Perhaps your father didn't totally dismiss you after all. Ah. Let's have a chat with Sola. Butter her up a bit first. You engage Sola in private conversation and attempt to charm her with your personal appeal. You have such an interesting sense of style. I don't entirely understand Mercan fashion. But then, you're not full-blooded Mercan. You're something much rarer. I wonder what you'd look like in my clothing. You're not entirely sure whether that was a compliment or not, but she does seem to be paying attention to you. Perhaps we could get together and try on a few things someday? It might be interesting to experiment a little. You sense he probably has positive feelings about you. But will she vote for us, though? Let's ask her. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Sure, I'll vote for you. Awesome. Thank you. Let me know if you need help with the coronation festivities. It should be such an amazing party to die for. Literally. We've got to win first. Alright. Just who is she expecting to die? Well, it doesn't matter. You have other issues to attend to. Let's chat with Kurundi and see if anybody wants to kill us yet. Good day to you, Imperial Princess Zorana. I have a report suggesting a possible threat to your life. Avoid being alone anywhere that you might be cornered. Well, all I do is go to dinner parties and stuff anyway, so I think I'll be fine. Right. Let's keep that in mind, though. Go and say hi to Dream. And we're gonna do what I just said, have a dinner party. Move on to the final Tharkan planet, Thark as well. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. It is my responsibility to inform you that there are murmurings of discontent in the committee regarding the colonial enterprise. It is felt that you were too hasty in vetoing the Grib proposal without allowing the committee a chance for discussion. Representatives from the Hero system are particularly disappointed. Well, too bad for them. Another gift has arrived for you, however there are concerns. This gift has been sent from Crystal Nova. Oh, your family. What is it? The Vestark brings out a wooden box made up of many separate pieces connected in strange shapes. You can't immediately see how to open it. What's inside? Nothing as far as our scans can tell. This is a puzzle box, a challenge for the mind. The act of finding a way inside is itself the gift, though it can be used to store trinkets. I recommend destroying the box. This gift by its nature is not fully understood. It could contain hidden dangers. Can you trust such a gift? Do you even want a gift from your Novan relatives? Yeah, let's see if we can solve it. The puzzle could be interesting. I'll take it back to my room. You can work on solving it when you're not busy with classes. You need a good eye and a knack for opening mechanisms, or else a friend who's very good at puzzles. Well, we've got a little bit of intrusion. What are we doing today, though? Rhetoric and etiquette. You sit in your rooms, turning the wooden box over and over in your hands. Push this bit here and you can slide this piece there, but then that spot is blocked and can't swivel. Out of frustration, you try shaking it, but no key rattles loose. Not quite enough skills yet. There must be a solution, but you're just not getting it. You'll have to try again later. Tharkus Prime, the still beating heart of a culture far older than the Mercan Empire. A world that died and yet was reborn from its own dust. The first great global Tharkan civilization reached for the stars and almost achieved them, but their hunger for glory outstripped their planet's resources. Their thirst for technology drained the seas and burned the skies. As the planet's heat grew, so did wars and plagues, but it was famine that finally decimated the population. What remained of the Tharkan race descended into barbarism, scrabbling for survival among the ruins. It took many hundreds of their cycles for rebuilding to begin. The second Tharkan civilization is slow, cautious, a careful shepherd of its resources, and excessively proud of its accomplishments. That self-importance creates difficulties with the reception arrangements. As you are not yet Empress, the Tharkan elite refuse to flock to the palace on your command, not without tresses of notice and preparation you have no time for. The Tharkan government is willing to host you as a guest planetside, but you are not willing to look like a petitioner, nor to see the advantages of familiar terrain. At least in the Heavenly Palace, you have some idea of what dangers you face. As a compromise, the 3 electors of Tharkus Prime have come in person to make themselves known to you, but not without entourages. There will be no entertainment, no formal meal, no crowd, and nowhere to hide. Your guests are waiting for you in a small parlour, standing in a semicircle. All eyes are on you as you enter. Your attendant announces their names. Oberod, an adult male Tharo standing proud in a gold-trimmed uniform. Wretched, an elderly Tharkan man with a short and round figure, and Azara, a no-nonsense-looking woman with Theron scales and wings. You place your palms together, then spread your arms wide and straight in a traditional Tharkan gesture of peaceful welcome. The electors briefly bow their heads to you. Why can't I say that? In reply. You would like to speak to them each individually, but it's awkward. You'd have to pick one to address first, and the others would be right there watching, listening. They might feel slighted. We can make this work. Address everybody. I am the daughter of the great Emperor Dragason who has departed this life. I am the heir to his holdings, titles, and responsibilities. The position of Emperor, however, is too important to hinge solely on the matter of birth. The Emperor is the Empire, focused into one body, and requires the support of the Empire. As my father's heir, I am the most obvious candidate to assume the throne, and my accession will assure continuity and stability within the government. I am travelling throughout the Empire, making myself known to all electors, so that you may judge for yourselves my fitness to assume the position. I will speak with each of you privately later, but for now, do you have any questions? Now that you've turned the spotlight back on them, any point they raise in their own favour will be heard by the others. The woman's wings twitch. Why did it take you so long to visit Tharkus Prime? Are we not considered important to you? We're going to insist that it's a compliment. It is because of the importance of Tharkus Prime that I did not visit the sector first. Less pivotal locations could be wrapped up more quickly. Here, I did not wish to rush. And that's kind of true, because we have more skills now, so we're more likely to impress them. That might even be the truth, but what matters is whether you can make them believe it and consider it in a positive light. Hopefully you have. We passed the skill check, so... Oberod puffs up his chest, the medals on his uniform glinting. Tell me, what is your experience with the military? Have you served a tour of duty? No. Surely he knows you haven't. You are too young for official service. Is this meant to be a trick question or simply an embarrassment? Your brother joined the fleet and that didn't end well. Yeah, I leave the military to the experts. I am of course too young for military service as of yet, and my duties to the Empire may not allow me that freedom in the future. Of course I understand the importance of the military to the safety of the Celestial Empire. That is why I rely on experts, such as the Star Admiral, to advise me. He's not our advisor, but hopefully they don't know that. Obrod looks unimpressed. Look at his face. Reg clears his throat, then presses his hands flat to his sides. We know very little about you as an individual. If I might ask, are there any forms of music you find particularly enjoyable? We've never really given much thought to music beyond the latest pop sensations on Kedro. Somehow you don't think the electors will be impressed by the singers your old schoolmates thought were to die for. You've heard of a few famous composers from Merkin history, of course. Would that do? Yeah, let's just pretend we know what we're talking about. I'm very fond of the Durson school of Black Macam. The emotions are so intense. After a good performance, everyone in the audience is weeping. Perhaps he is too dry to appreciate solid Merkin music. And now perhaps some refreshments? At your signal, servers enter bearing trays of light beverages and exquisite cheese. The small talk must continue, but the pressure will now be less. You need some time to think before you can decide how they feel about you. Oberod has voted for Lukemir. Oh, that's awkward. We're going to go dancing. And stay here. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. You've received a message of a political nature. A consortium of Tharkan technology companies wishes to test your opinion on establishing a self-governing community on the largest moon of Svargus. They are not making an official proposal or requesting any action on your part, merely putting out feelers to see if you might support the idea. Svargus, in the Tharkan 3 sector, is Sol's home. It is 3 moons, and if one declared independence, the others may well follow. Do you wish to make a reply? This is not official business, you are not obligated to respond. Well, I don't know anything about that, so let's be non-committal. I don't want to take a position right now. There's nothing that could be done until after the election. Ignore them for now. If they press for an answer, say something vague that doesn't make any promises. Very well. Let's hope that works. Intrusion. And then hopefully we can get into our birthday present. You try again to make sense of the wooden puzzle box. You hold it to your ear and rap on it with your knuckles, listening for hollow spots. You scratch your nails gently over the surface of the wood, checking for hidden seams. Press, pull, poke, twist. Piece by piece, you disassemble the puzzle. When you're finished, you're surrounded by a collection of oddly shaped bits of wood, all separate. There was nothing inside, not even a central storage cavity, just wood. So is that it? Just a sense of accomplishment? How are you ever going to get this all back together again? There's no blueprint, and you can't remember the entire process backwards. Are the pieces labelled? You pick up one of the pieces of wood and your eyes go wide. The unfinished faces, the sides that were hidden when the box was assembled, they're not blank. They're covered in letters, but so faint that they're little more than discolorations of the wood grain. A message, hidden where your security scans could never detect it. Feeling furtive, you rearrange the pieces, stringing together chains of words. Rendezvous, neutral, spy, top secret, face-to-face, Boschcott. The former prince, your traitorous ex-brother. He sent this message? He says that a great secret has been hidden from you, something important, something you can't transmit by feed, and doesn't even dare to hint at in writing where it might be discovered. He says that he has to speak to you in person as soon as possible. He's arranging a chance for a rendezvous under the cover of a spy exchange between the Celestial Empire and Crystal Nova. If you choose to attend, you can fly out in a small craft to meet him, alone. He abandoned the Empire. He left you without a word. All these questions you've wanted answers. You've missed your brother. Is this a chance to get him back? Or is this all a plot against you? You haven't heard about any spy exchange. You'll have to wait for more information. If this is real, you'll have to decide whether to meet him or not, but not yet. Oh, that's exciting. We're going to offer Reg a cabinet position. Does such a position involve a great deal of travel? Well, yes, to be effective. I need my ministers available to me in the Heavenly Palace in order to advise me. Is that a problem? No, not at all. What position did you have in mind? We would like you to be the Logothete of Law. His eyes sparkle. It would be my pleasure to serve you in this capacity, Your Imperial Highness. Then we have a deal. Great. And we've got all this analysis stuff now. Now we can see people's kind of alignments, so Obrod likes Tharkus tradition, ruthless, daring, and xenophile. That's quite interesting. I'm not going to go through everybody's profiles in this playthrough because it takes one of your like social actions to discover everybody's background, but I do have a Google Doc where you can read everybody's backgrounds and their alignment, so I'll link to that, and if anybody wants to add anything to it, that'd be cool, because there's no wiki for this game yet, so I'm looking forward to when there is one, because reading wikis is strangely fun. But let's get on to Azara now, and charm and flatter her. You are wasting your time, princess. I am not one to grant privileges to every pretty smile. And yet you sense her eyes lingering on you. You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you. Let's negotiate with her. Azara scarcely looks up from the notes she is consulting when your call comes through. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? No. When the time for the election comes, I will judge the fitness of every candidate as I see fit. Is there anything I can do to improve your judgment of me? Yes, be competent. What qualifies as competent in your eyes? Educated for one thing. A child without degree or accomplishment is not fit to rule, nor one who pleads for acceptance and approval. Alright, you want to show me that you want me to show that I'm educated? Give me a test. Let me prove myself. I have no time to design your curriculum. If you want to test, try passing the Tharcom civil service exam, the bare minimum you would expect for your employees. Most palace servants don't have to pass any such exam. Only the ones who want to be respected. Cooks, cleaners, guards, and any number of other people who work in the Heavenly Palace are imperial servants, but not civil servants. They have nothing to do with the workings of government. I don't expect you'll manage it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to talk to somebody about the tenure line. She does like me though. So we have a quest now, the civil service exam. I was hoping that we would be able to just make her vote for us, but it seems not. So let's go and pet Reeb. I don't think we're going to do very well on that exam. And we're going to move on now. Oh, One Bite, Electro Peru Prime is voting for the baby. Somebody we haven't met yet. He's getting up there in votes. Our usual dinner party. And we're heading over here. Your Imperial Highness, we have received a diplomatic message from Crystal Nova. Oh, we were just thinking about that. Aha! They claim to have captured an Imperial intelligence agent carrying out espionage in their territory to demand that you come in person to the border to negotiate an exchange. The problem is, that is not one of our agents. She taps her screen. This individual is a common Imperial citizen doing business on Crystal Nova. He's not an agent. He's not even an informant. He has no classified value. This is an innocent citizen, then he might be condemned to a Novan prison through no fault of his own. Better to lose some unimportant businessman than to put the Imperial Princess at risk. Why do you think they're insisting on her personal presence? It must be a trap. The Novans have designated a neutral sector just outside of Imperial space to make the exchange. If you wish to negotiate, you will need to be at this location by turn 22. Hopefully it's nearby then. I can take the Heavenly Palace to that sector for the meeting, but Voshkots can't set foot on board without causing an uproar. To have a truly private meeting, I'll have to pilot a flyer myself. It is, of course, your decision. And right now you have other decisions to make. Yes, today I decide to study science and science. And then I'm going to have a music lesson with Wretched. Sit down with Wretched to share tea and listen to music. Your music art skill increases. That's nice, bit of free skill. Lucas, what can you do for me? Ah, public opinion. Yeah, let's have a look at that actually. You meet with the Ologothy of Culture to discuss how your actions are being perceived by the wider Empire. Your Imperial Highness. The public sees you as someone interested in expanding the Empire's reach and exploring our connections with foreign powers. Well, that's probably going to upset some people, the xenophobes, but, well, we'll see how that goes. Thank you. Every decision makes a difference. Normally she says that people think I'm spoiled and indulgent, so could be worse. Let's visit our little snake. And are we having a dinner party? Yeah, of course we are. Oh, and look, here's the neutral space. Perfect. That was totally planned. For once nothing urgent has summoned you from your bed, just the usual pile of routine dispatches and updates. The West Arch has sent a reminder that the Agonaglia, a major religious festival including blood sacrifice, will take place on turn 24. While there will be many ceremonies across the Empire, the primary ritual is held on Kedro and presided over by the High Pontifex. Traditionally, the Emperor or a high-ranking noble designated as his proxy would be present in order to receive an augury from the future of the Empire. If you wish to attend, you should make plans to be in Sector Merkawan on that turn. The Novans have indicated that they are en route to the rendezvous point, so you'll be able to speak with them shortly. I don't think we're going to make it over to Merkawan since we're heading over to Hera, and that's like on the other side of the galaxy, so... On with your day. More science today. The Novan courier has taken up positions in this sector. We have invited their diplomats to join us in the Heavenly Palace for further negotiations. However, they have so far refused. They wish for us to send out shuttles, one from their side, one from ours, to meet for a private rendezvous. They wish for you to fly out alone. That's ridiculous. Could it be any more obvious of a trap? You cannot go. We need to go, so let's convince her. Try to. It's my decision to make. I'm young and untried. Everyone knows that. An Imperial heir should have faced danger, should have done their time in service for the fleet before claiming the throne. I don't have that chance. But I can't be treated like a glass trinket. If I refuse to take chances, I don't deserve to be Empress. I don't believe the Novans have assassination in mind, not so publicly. There are other dangers. They might intend to kidnap you, use you as a hostage, and considering your family history, some might believe you were considering defection. Yeah, that family history is more relevant than she realizes, but you're too close to give up now. Fine. If I don't come back, if the representative tries to carry me off by force or persuasion, blow us both up, that's an order. It's a risk, but it's worth it. For the record, I still disapprove, but I acknowledge the right of the Imperial Princess to choose her own destiny. Very well. This had better work. There he is, Voshkot. First I'm going to pet my snake because that little thing made me a daredevil, so... And then I'm going to go... Sorry to keep you waiting, Voshkot. Your older brother, previously the heir to the Imperial throne. Because of the difference in your ages and positions, you were not raised in the same household, but he used to visit you in Kedros to tell you stories about his adventures. He was a shining silver sun, destined for glory from birth. He attended Comitia sessions as an observer when he was younger than you are now. He received excellent reports in school, and progressed to military service, training to be an officer. Then he abused his security clearance to steal a starfighter, fled Imperial space, and defected to Crystal Nova. He is now a traitor to the Empire with a price on his head. In order to meet your brother in secret, you will need to fly out alone in a small ship. Piloting. You log your flight plan, take a deep breath, and go out in search of answers. You maneuver your vessel into position to dock with the Novan shuttle, trying to avoid looking at the Heavenly Palace looming behind you. 3, 2, 1, contact. A tall figure steps through the hatch. Voshka! Hello, little sister. Let's hug him. Let's not attack him. Whatever else has happened, he's still your brother. You throw your arms around him. Whoa, hi. He returns your embrace, but tentatively, and then steps back, staring at your face. Hard to believe, but it's really you. You left me behind. I had to go. I had to leave as quickly as I could before anyone could suspect and try and stop me. Why? The same reason that you're here now. I learned a secret too dangerous to whisper within the Empire. I found out that our mother was still alive. That's not possible. Please sit down. This is going to be a lot to take in, and we don't have much time. Our parents' marriage was difficult. Once she'd done her duty and born an heir, Mother wanted to leave, but Father wouldn't let her walk away. She was his trophy, his treaty bride. He demanded her public support. Marriage is a lifelong bond, but nothing forces a married couple to live together, nothing other than themselves, and an angry emperor might be hard to resist. Eventually they reached a compromise. She would go into exile in disguise, never to be seen again. She would leave behind her children and her dowry, and he would tell the Empire that she had died, still loyal. This is ridiculous. Where's your proof? Where's my mother? If she's alive, why isn't she here? She's not well. The long separation has damaged her. It's not safe for her to travel away from Nova Prime. You can't expect me to believe this with no evidence. I know this is difficult, and I don't have any way to prove it to you. Even if I showed you recordings, she doesn't look the same as she used to, and do you even remember her? You were so young. But what I can tell you is that I didn't throw away an empire for nothing. I gave up my birthright to find my mother. Why do you think father never remarried? He knows his wife is still alive. It's possible. It is possible. But how can you know? If my mother was alive, she must have at least sent me a message. No, she doesn't know I've done this. Come to see you, I mean. I didn't want to get her hopes up when I wasn't sure if I'd be able to talk to you at all. Maybe she didn't care enough to try. She called you a creature after all, not her child. Plus we know that, we're more of her clone than her actual child. Even if I believed you, what do you want me to do about it? The Heavenly Palace is watching us. If I tried to leave with you to go to Nova Prime, they'd shoot us both down. That's not why I'm here. I needed to arrange a way to speak with you privately so that I could give you information without being intercepted. Mother is dead, and I'm a traitor, and your security services would never let a message from either of us reach you. I had to get through before you became Empress, or we might lose the chance. The chance for what? Mother's dowry. Eternal radiance. It's a crystal. A very special crystal. It has spiritual significance, especially to Mother. It's like a part of her soul, and being without it is slowly killing her. Magic crystal? Does this have anything to do with the legendary Lumens? There's no such thing as Lumens. He said that far too quickly. He's lying. If I'd known about the crystal before I left, I could have tried to rescue it, but now it's too late for me. You have to try and find Eternal Radiance, and send it back to Nova, for Mother. What about the Imperial Merchant, the spy I'm supposed to be ransoming? Did you want me to trade the crystal for him? I wish it were that easy, but it's an Imperial treasure now, like the regalia. Only the ruling Emperor has the power to give it away. You want me to become Empress so I can give you the crystal? Or else steal it and smuggle it out if you can. But whatever you do, don't touch it with your bare hands. A spiritual crystal can be dangerous to anyone who isn't its owner. I hate to ask you to do this. You're still so young, and you're trapped in all these politics, but we need you. You're our only hope. Don't tell anyone that you've talked to us. Don't mention the crystal to anyone. It's top secret. You can still keep a secret, can't you, little sister? I remember you being sneaky once or twice. Like about how that wine got poured all over the ambassador's coats. I'm not a little girl anymore. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I left without telling you. And I'm sorry about father. But I never thought things would end up like this. But we can't change the past. We've got to keep going. He hands you a little blue data chip. This has contact information. If you need to get a message to me, I'll help you how I can. There's so much I need to tell you, but it's still not safe. But what about Mother? How do I talk to her? You can't. Not until you find the crystal. Denied again. Is your mother really alive, or is this just a scheme of your brother's to get hold of an Imperial treasure? As for the spy exchange, what I want is a nice picture of you. A big painting. Something pretty to go on the wall in your honour. That sounds like something an ambassador might request, doesn't it? I suppose. That'll be fine. Now you better get back before anyone gets suspicious of what you're doing out here. You still have so many questions that you don't even know where to start, but it seems that this is all the answers you're going to get. At Zorana, be careful. Imperial politics is a worm pit all the way down. You can't trust anyone. I hope you've got a good bodyguard. I hope so too. You're certainly not going to whine about your problems to the brother who abandoned you. It's not easy to understand how he feels about you, or how you feel about him. Oh boy. Oh yeah. And I think that's all we can do now, but yeah, so now we've got to win the election, not just for ourselves, but to save our mum's life too. That's quite a lot of weight on our shoulders. Let's end the turn and have a dinner party to keep our mind off it. The portrait has been delivered to the Novans, and they have handed over the unfortunate citizen, as well as an assortment of his belongings. He appears undamaged, if confused. A strange request from the Novans, though, first wanting to see you alone and then wanting a picture of you for remembrance. You must have ardent fans. Did Voshkot actually want the picture of you? Could it have been meant as a gift for your mother? If your brother was telling the truth, if your father exiled your mother and pretended that she was dead in order to save face, then surely Imperial Intelligence ought to know about it. But if you ask now, you risk giving away the source of your knowledge. Let's ask her. You weren't Thresher yet at the time of my mother's funeral, were you? No, I was only an agent. But you're more than that now. I want you to tell me the truth. Could my mother be alive? Why are you asking this now? Did something happen at your private meeting? Don't change the subject. I'm giving you an Imperial command. What happened to my mother? Did she die or was she exiled? Was the funeral false? Yes. The confirmation sits heavier in your stomach than any of your brother's rumours and suggestions. Your mother didn't die. She went away and left you behind. Why didn't you tell me? While he lived, I obeyed the Emperor's command, and then it wasn't relevant, not when you had other priorities. Princess, your mother went into seclusion on Nova Prime and has not been seen for more than a Fiven. Her current condition is unknown. As far as I am aware, she has made no hostile moves, nor any attempt to break the terms for her exile, which would include contact to you. What happened at your private meeting? Did the Novan ambassador claim to be your mother? No. They said she was alive, but she wasn't there. I don't want to talk about this anymore. We need to go back to Imperial space. Very well. And now we're secretive. Back we go. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. Committee requests your opinion on a complex matter of law. Yours is not necessarily the deciding vote, but they are interested to see how you would address the situation. Alright, what's the situation? It regards the question of inheritance. A Tharkan matriarch recently passed into eternity. She had 2 children, one by her second husband, who predeceased her, and one by her concubine. She left no will. So her status in the majority of the estate is inherited by the child of the marriage, with smaller shares for any surviving concubines and the other child. Under normal circumstances, documents have since been found to indicate that the matriarch's first husband was not actually dead at the time she married her second, making that marriage legally invalid. How did that happen? They were living separately, on different planets. Either there was a miscommunication or the matriarch produced false death papers to show that her first marriage was no longer an issue. The first husband did die half of 5 years later, before the supposedly legitimate child was born, but the mistake was not noticed or dealt with at the time, so the invalid marriage was never replaced. None of this would be an issue if the woman had left a will. As it stands, the person who was treated as the heir is technically neither the child of a marriage nor a registered concubinage. So the concubine's child is challenging the inheritance. That's a mess. The people who broke the law in the first place are all dead and can't be questioned. By one interpretation, the heir is now legally entitled to nothing, despite being raised all their life to expect it. Is there some legal precedent that might apply? What is your recommendation? Treat the 2 children equally. There's a concept in contract law called severability, where even if part of a contract is invalid and struck down, the rest of the contract still stands. This woman intended to marry her second husband. She legally couldn't form a marriage bond with him, but she could have made him a concubine. Under the circumstances, it's reasonable to downgrade her marriage into the next most appropriate category. By that standard, they're both children of concubines and should inherit equally. Very well. That's fun. History and economics today. That's interesting. Sorry, just looking at my and that's the choice. I was going to say, I was like, why are we learning that? We're doing operations, there we go. Eternal Radiance, the mysterious spiritual crystal that Voshkot claims belonged to your mother and was part of her dowry upon marriage. It must have been quite valuable. It also sounds suspiciously like a Lumen crystal out of myth, except that in those stories, a crystal can't be taken away from a Lumen without killing them immediately. Maybe that was an exaggeration, just like the supposed magical powers. Well, that's how it worked in Land of the Queen, so those things have changed over time. If it's kept in the Imperial Treasury, you can probably just walk in and demand to see it. Well, you could, but you're supposed to be keeping your interest in the crystal a secret. It would be better if you pretended to be looking for something else that was stored nearby. You just need to consult the inventory records. Voshkot was right. The treasure known as Eternal Radiance really is kept next to the Imperial Regalia, the precious ritual items that you must handle during the coronation. Well, that gives you a good excuse for wanting a look at them at least. The Regalia will be locked up and guarded, of course. Even as an Imperial Princess, you wouldn't be allowed to walk off with an Imperial treasure the same way you might with one of the minor jewels. Those belong to your family, the Regalia belongs to the Empire. But once you know what the crystal looks like and exactly where it sits, you can devise a plan. In the stories, Lumen crystals were traditionally faceted gems about the size of your palm. If you could smuggle in a glass paperweight that looks like the one in the treasury, maybe you can swap them with no one noticing. You just need a little guided tour of the Imperial Jewels. Well, it is indeed simple to locate Eternal Radiance. It's not a little crystal that can be held in one hand or placed on a high shelf. It's a glittering mass taller than you, scepters and protrusions sparkling in a dozen different hues. The shape is complex, but symmetrical, quite an amazing specimen if it developed naturally. Strange as it is, it's also beautiful. Just looking at it makes you want to possess it, to run your fingers over all those shiny surfaces. Of course, it's in a sealed case like the rest of the Imperial regalia, locked up tight and surrounded by uniformed guards. You can't so much as lay a hand on it. Big Lumen crystal. If you really want to steal that thing, you'll have to get rid of the guards and the locks and the security cameras. And I'll definitely notice it's missing. A merkin-sized crystal is not easy to hide or even to carry. While there might be some way to pull it off, it would probably be easier to win the election. As Empress, it would be your rightful prize to keep or give away as you wanted. That's if you even wanted to give the crystal to your brother. You're not totally sure how you feel about that yet. Why can't your life ever be simple? Indeed. Nothing more to do here, just the usual. And we're slowly approaching the Heru sector. Your Imperial Highness, a situation is developing rapidly in the Heru 3 sector. Oh, that's where we're going. A previously unknown disease has surfaced on Kochim. The victims suffer intense fevers and pustulant lesions. It appears to affect individuals of multiple races. We currently have no information on incubation periods, mortality rates, method of transmission, or even the source of the ailment. This sector's economy is heavily dependent on tourism. News of an outbreak will damage many businesses and may cause unrest. However, travellers in and out of the region might spread contagion. Disabling the sector's warp gate to enforce a strict quarantine will stop the disease from spreading, but also prevent medical teams from reaching the crisis. What's your priority? We're going to organise a medical science mission. The most important thing is to find out more about this disease and how to treat it. Use my personal resources to organise the best doctors and medical scientists to tackle this. Very well. How should we handle the public information aspects? We're going to issue health advice. We don't know exactly what's happening with this disease yet, but we can give people general information on how to keep themselves safe, hygiene and so on. Yeah, wash your hands, wear a mask. The usual. Very well. Detail your requests and I will get the process started. An epidemic is a bad omen for the Empire, whatever way you look at it. It could do great damage to your reputation. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. Science. Maybe we can help out with the mission since we're getting so good at science. And we learn how to streamline the process of preparing the Heavenly Palace engines for a jump. Now we can move further each turn. Very helpful. Your Imperial Highness, I have updates on the Heru 3 situation. A request for medical aid was received and the first experts are arriving in the sector now to take samples and investigate the situation. Your messages about hygiene and health advice to avoid spreading diseases are clear and well communicated. The general population understands what they need to do to keep themselves safe. Good. Your personal plea to the citizens to abide by your restrictions for the good of the Empire appears to be working. Everyone wishes to do their part. We killed that. You walk away from the final science lab with a sigh. You spent more than a tresson poring over experimental records, journal entries, and messages sent between your father and the Heru scientist Three-Forked Lightning. You scanned the scientist's shelves and shaken out its eccentric clothing in search of crumpled notes. You've personally walked through every relevant lab and stood where they would have stood, to view events from their perspectives. You have carefully handled the remains of the failed warp gate, and nothing makes sense. Three-Forked Lightning was an eccentric outsider whose theories were viewed with rightful skepticism by the larger scientific community. The Heru was thrilled to have the opportunity to pursue the research with Imperial backing, and produce enthusiastic reports on a regular basis. Those records revealed nothing but failure after failure. Every test imploded. This never raised alarms because the tests were always on tiny amounts of material and the damage was safely contained. Perfectly normal for this level of research. The research wasn't going anywhere. There was no sign of meaningful progress. No scientists looking at these results would even consider setting up a radical test with living subjects. The chance of success was absolute zero. A Three-forked lightning came up with an entirely new approach, like a flash from the void, something that actually worked, then it would have to have happened that very night, and every shred of evidence would have to have been destroyed in the accident, leaving no clue. It seems improbable. Mazarin testified to the cabinet that the Emperor received a message summoning him to the lab to witness a breakthrough. Unfortunately, you can't find any record of that message. What you did find was the opposite, a message from the Emperor telling Three-forked lightning to meet him in the lab that night. Your father was not a stupid man. It's hard to believe he would volunteer for a wild experiment with no history of success, and yet that appears to be what happened. You haven't found any evidence to suggest otherwise, so it must be true. Why would he have done something so obviously, foolishly fatal? Well, it sounds like that's not what actually happened. Maybe the only answer is that he didn't. Father was a man of complicated schemes who did strange things for hidden reasons. Your entire existence, your very genes, are the result of some long-term plot. He faked your mother's death for his own convenience. Perhaps the Emperor never died. Three-forked lightning never summoned your father to the labs. The Emperor summoned the scientist. It was the Emperor's plan. A cover-up? A conspiracy? If it's true, then the Shadow must have been in on it from the start. He lied to the cabinet to hide your father's trail. That's why Mazarin chose to live. He was still carrying out the Emperor's orders. And then he disappeared. But why? Why did any of this happen? You hurry back to your room so that you can contact the Thresher privately. Your Imperial Highness? What is it? I think my father might still be alive. What? You lay out your theory, stressing the strange lack of evidence around the supposed experiment. There's no proof of any of this, but it's an interesting idea. You realise, of course, that if Dragoson is still alive, then he is still the Emperor. Your election might never happen. We don't know anything right now. We have to find him first. Please have your people search for any traces of my father as well as Mazarin, discreetly. Understood. You switch off the connection and stare at your reflection for a while in silence. You can't let anyone know what you suspect. There's too much at stake right now. You've got to keep going. Well, we're unlocking more information as we go along. Yeah, still nothing. The Hero 3, hopefully the plague is mostly under control. Your Imperial Highness, I have reports on the disease situation. Your medical experts have reported some promising findings and are already testing possible cures. They hope to have a solution in the near future. What a mess. And we'll do some etiquette. First, we can't meet the electors yet because we're all isolating. You receive a message from Kazinia. She says, "Looking forward to seeing you home for Agnigalia, the upcoming religious ceremony on turn 24. By home, she means Kedra, of course. Not your actual home, though what would you consider to be your actual home by this point? You've had so many properties. Kazinia is not highly ranked enough to be granted automatic admission to the ceremony at Basilica of Shadows, but she might have been lucky enough to win a ticket from the public distribution. You just get overly excited about the bloodletting sometimes." Okay. We'll go shopping. And stay here, wait for the disease to be cured. Reports on the Heru Plague. That's an ugly way of phrasing it. The expertise of our celestial doctors has triumphed. A treatment has been found to reverse the symptoms and halt the spread of the disease. Awesome. It will take some time to track down all the infected, and some may refuse treatment, but the worst of the crisis is behind us now. Sounds like everything is going to be alright now, but the populace may be a bit shaken. I suppose it was a bit of a waste of time coming here while the plague was active, and I could have gone somewhere else, but I'm just following my old guide here, so... oh well. This sector of the Hero system is by far the most popular with tourists from across the Empire. Both planets are dominated by ocean, with small landmasses whose cities are never too far from a beach, and now support thriving colonies with a focus on pleasure and recreation. Greenock is a warm summer paradise of nodding palms and gentle breezes. Young adults cram themselves into touring ships for whirlwind romance and wild alcohol-fueled parties, the wealthy retire there to sleep in the sun. Kochim attracts a different crowd with its odd skies that are perpetually gloomy by day and sparkling by night. Bioluminescent organisms are common, and the seas shimmer with strange colours. Xenia had big plans for a meditative retreat on Kochum to celebrate your graduation from the Ishinka Academy. You and she and Vasily would be staying in an underwater resort with massages and trance induction classes, getting in touch with your soul resonance, that sort of thing. Vasily would rather be relaxing on the Renick beaches, but Vasily never bothered to make the plans. Of course, the way things are going now, it's not likely that you'll be able to keep Xenia's plan either. Renick has a larger population than 2 electors to Kochum's 1. Renick is actually the only individual colony in the Empire that is assigned 2 electors, and it's not because of the size of the population. It's because too many wealthy and influential nobles wanted to claim the planet for themselves. In the early days of colonization, there were 2 rival capitals on the planet's surface, each attempting to claim the position of official central government. There were raids, assassinations, and even a mass poisoning incident. To calm the feud, the Emperor at the time chose to recognize them as 2 separate colonies, allowing them each individual representation. This was likely because both colonies were controlled by families with ties to Mercan nobility, who were therefore assumed to be loyal to the homeworld. The conflict gave the Emperor an excuse to increase the strength of the Mercan imperial faction. Over time, the 2 political entities have largely merged and interconnected, though the original capitals still maintain a friendly rivalry in sporting competitions. Both planets are known for their entertainment options and relaxed lifestyle. Would it be better to emulate that, or to impress them with your own pomp and circumstance? What theme do you want for your reception? Let's try colourful and casual. The culture of this sector revolves around fun. To win their approval, it makes sense to show that you understand and appreciate their way of life. Bring on the flower dresses and the drinks with tiny umbrellas. There are any number of businesses on these planets who are accustomed to catering for conferences and delegations at short notice, and they are thrilled by the opportunity to supply the Heavenly Palace. Not only should the electors feel more comfortable, but you may have made some useful contacts in the sector. Great. Once the party is in full swing, you find yourself surrounded by smiling, laughing guests. Everyone wants to stop and tell you what a fabulous time they're having, and you can't resist lingering a little to accept their compliments, even though you know the electors are waiting. At last you make your way over to the first of the electors. Reneka is one of the electors from Renick, an older Miro woman with a son around your age. You met her before when her family was visiting her husband's relatives on Kedra. Not just visiting. There was some discussion at the time about whether it would be good for the son's future to attend your boarding school and make connections in the Mercan system. You had to show him around and made some foolish comment about his eyes. It was a bit of him ago. It doesn't matter. Probably. Wen, short for Wendell, that was his name. You don't see him with Bruneka at the moment though. Perhaps he didn't attend. Bruneka's husband certainly isn't here. He died about a season ago. Although she's not looking in your direction, the tips of Bruneka's cat-like ears perk up as you draw near. She turns to face you. Well, well, well. Welcome and well met, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so happy to see you. What a lovely party. Thank you. It is a pleasure to see you again as well. How are you and your son doing? Is Wendell here tonight? Oh no, he's not in the best of moods at the moment. I thought it'd be best to leave him at home. The loss of his father must have been difficult for him. Yes, a terrible tragedy for us both. Actually, I don't think she's very sad about it at all. Bruneka reaches up to adjust the pendant hanging around her neck, one sharp fingernail sending it swinging. Wait, it's moving. Those little legs. Those pinching claws. That creature is alive. Someone has drilled holes through the arthropod's shell to attach the rings of a golden chain. How long can it last like that? Of course, you have suffered your own loss so recently as well. You have my deepest sympathy for the death of your father. The Empire will never be the same without him. Do you expect to have the opportunity to visit our home on Reno? I suppose that depends on how the negotiations go. We don't really have the time for a beach getaway unless it's necessary to win a vote. Bruneka smiles at you expectantly. She's waiting for you to say something more. Let's ask about her creepy necklace. That's a very unusual pendant. I designed it myself. She places the palm of her hand under the unfortunate creature's legs, allowing it to stand for a few moments before dropping it back into helpless dangling. It's cruel. It seems cruel to treat a living creature like that. Her eyes go wide. You, Princess of the Celestial Empire, are concerned about the welfare of the little Heru beach crab. How odd. Do you also apologize to your dessert? She pokes the crab again and it snaps feebly at her fingers. It's not alive the way that you or I are. It doesn't think or feel. All it can do is eat and fight and sleep. And I do feed it. I should say I'm being quite kind. But it's interesting that you feel differently. Have you offended her? Yes, probably. It's a misunderstanding. You misunderstood. I only said that it seems cruel. It's quite a pointed display that you're making, warning anyone of what might happen to little insects that cross your path. You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you. Good. somehow after that. You part with Reneka and go in search of the other Elector from Renuk. When you first encounter him, you think you're seeing double. Two handsome merkin men dressed in matching floral shirts stand together, shoulder to shoulder, their heads bobbing in time to the music. One is the Elector you were seeking. The other is his husband. They're certainly not identical. They're not even related, but they look similar enough that if you had only a description to go on, you could not tell which is which. It would be a bit strange if they were husband and also related. Even their names are closely aligned. Radomir and Radomil. That coincidence encouraged them to cultivate their resemblance. You wait expectantly until the Elector detaches from his companion and comes over to greet you. Your Imperial Highness, it's really amazing to have you here with us. It's like totally an honor. His eyes look odd. Has he taken some kind of chemical? It is my pleasure to be here and meet you. Is this your first time, or have you been to the sector before, like in the flesh? I've never had the chance to visit. Oh wow, you know, you've got to come down and like see the ways for yourself. We can be your guide and show you all the best games. You didn't come to this sector to play games, but you need his approval, so you smile non-committally. Have you ever played on the Starfall team? Starfall is popular in the Merkin system, but a very rough sport, even in the watered-down version played by students and amateurs. At professional levels, being struck by a falling star is quite often fatal. Your boarding school put you all out on the field once or twice as part of your regular exercise routine, but with the star replaced by a puffball and so many rules that not even a nose was broken, hardly an authentic experience. Still, some men enjoy the chance to explain sports to an inexperienced girl. Yeah, let's play off that and act innocent, since we've never played a sport in our life. You widen your eyes a little. I've never really had the chance to play. I was always curious, but I don't know if I'd be any good at it. Well, we've got to get you out in the field. He grins at you. After a few more pleasantries, you send him back to his husband, remarking again on their oddly mirrored smiles. You sense that he's hostile towards you. Yep, he always is. For me at least, I think I've come too late to win him over at this point. The last Elector, the one representing Kochum, takes some time to locate. Not only is she standing off in the corner, but she is facing away from the centre of the room, her feathered wings shielding her face from you. You only pinpoint her at last when her companion heads back into the main body of the party carrying their empty plates. Perhaps the Elector is shy, or her age and health make her wary of crowds. Still, she does not look your way. You will have to announce yourself. Madam Elector? She turns to face you, bringing with her a wave of sweet scent as if she had been baking pastries until the sugar infused her very pores. Her hair and clothing flutter and sparkle. No, it's not her hair, it's insects. Moonflies, with glowing wings which crawl freely over her dress and extend their hollow tongues to taste her skin. What an unusual fashion statement. Oh, your Imperial Majesty. Majesty? That's not your correct title. That style of address is only for the Emperor and Empress. Is she declaring her allegiance, or is her mind wandering? You are even more beautiful than your pictures. Such perfection. She reaches her trembling hands towards your face. Let's let her do that, I guess, even though she scares me. Mindful of her age and position, you hold still and allow her to gently stroke your cheeks. I remember when my own was so young. It's close. The intense fragrance of sugar and vanilla almost makes you sneeze. Princess Zorana, my sympathies for your father's passing. I remember my own. She looks away and sighs, a deep huff that shivers the wings of her glowing passengers. For so long you wait and think that they might come back. When they visit your bed, you scold them for making you worry, but then you open your eyes and they are gone. You don't know exactly what she's talking about, but it seems that it has affected her more deeply than your father's loss has affected you. Thank you, you're very kind. Faster than you could have imagined, her mournful expression transforms into a crackling, wrinkled smile. A scary smile. Never too young to get started, are you, eh? Eh? We could be family, you know. That's how she came, the union. Mother! A woman's voice calls from behind you. The companion you noticed earlier, apparently the Elector's daughter, returns, carrying a pair of glasses. Ah, my star. See how she shines? The woman steps protectively close to her mother, who pats her shoulder. I'm fine, my dear. The princess and I were just getting to know each other. Did you get the sparkling wine? Ah, what lovely bubbles. You made your introduction. Perhaps now is the time to retreat. Please enjoy the reception. I will speak to you again later. The Elector doesn't even seem to hear you now, staring intently into the liquid of her drink. You sense that she probably has negative feelings about you. That's a shame. Oh well, time for my party. Let me double check that actually. Yeah, of course. And we're staying here. We received another update from the medical experts handling the Heru 3 outbreak. Treatment has proved unusually effective. Symptoms reverse and leave no trace. Cure rate is extremely high. Imperial medicine is excellent, of course, but with a novel disease like this, some complications would normally be expected. Strange disease, strange cure. Fortune cuts both ways. Indeed. That's good, I guess. And today, deception. Sitting in a room, checking the latest feeds. Recordings from the I've forgotten how to say it now. Aganaglia writes on Kedro show Lucamere standing tall and proud in the front ranks as the High Pontifex lifts the sacrificial bird. That position would have been yours if you'd been there. Well, that's alright. We've made plenty of other friends. Let's go and flirt with Bruneka a bit. See if we can get her on side. It's a waste of effort, you know. You're simply not my type, not even for a midnight snack. And yet the idea makes her lick her lips. You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you. These people scare me a bit on, where are we? Harry 3. Let's negotiate with her, see if we can grab her vote. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Bruneka spears an olive on a claw tip, then pops it into her mouth. I'd be hasty. The election hasn't arrived yet. Anything could happen by then. I see no need to tie myself down to a position. Anything could happen. Can you think of anything that might happen which would make you want to give me a vote? She chuckles totally. Perhaps. She raises a single finger. You are familiar with Milan, Elector of Kedro? You mean my fiancé? Yes. He leans forward, eyes alight. I dislike him. The reasons don't matter. Break the engagement, then you will have my vote. She sits back, looking very pleased with herself. I see. If you do that, of course, you will greatly offend him and lose his vote, in exchange for potentially gaining Bruneka's. Is she worth that? You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you. Well, I might consider that. Let's chat with Eve, see if there's anything we can do for her. You arrange for a private conversation with Eve. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Fragile as the frost before you melt away. No, you're not a leader. Is there anything I can do to change your opinion? Oh, little one, you have a long way yet to go. It still hurts along your ribs where you felt the crush, but the world won't let an Empress cry. Perhaps you'll eat someone else's heart to heal your own, but not mine. Not this time. Anyone else absolutely terrified of Eve, or is it just me? Look at her, she's so scary. I don't think she's gonna vote for me. Poor sweet child. Supposes a connection. I've heard some theories about some things that might have happened between her and your mother, which is very interesting. What a confusing conversation. It seems you're no closer to winning her vote than before. I'll have to change her opinion of you before you try this again. And she still feels negatively about us, so... Let's go and have a dinner party. And we'll head over to Heru 4. Your Imperial Highness, I've heard from the Heavenly Palace's Science Department that there is a discussion among the medical community of the possibility about the source of our plague outbreak. Rumours suggest the possibility that the contagion may actually have been some manner of biological weapon. Opinion seems torn on whether it was an accidental escape from a government research lab or a deliberate test on the population. But we didn't make a plague, did we? I'm not aware of any bioweapons research that would have produced these results. Certainly there was no official government order to perform such a test. However, your father did pursue many strange and secretive projects. Seems like something he would do just to mess with us. Make a plague. Was the plague so easy to cure because someone already had a secret antidote? You wish to issue an official response? Yes, let's not blame foreign aliens, that seems controversial. Reassure that the disease was natural, even though it might not have been. We need to reassure the people. I write up a statement explaining that the disease was a natural occurrence and is now completely under control. Very well. Menace. You check your messages to see what happened with those biological weapon rumors. Oh dear. You issued what you thought was a clear and sensible statement explaining that the disease was a natural occurrence, and there was nothing at all to worry about. I probably should have studied rhetoric just now instead of medicine. Oh well. For some reason, people who were already paranoid took your statement that there was nothing to hide and claimed that it was proof you were hiding something. Honestly. How frustrating. The innermost worlds of the Heru system are also among the least prominent within society. 2 planets, Seoi and Glambal, are extremely small and rotate slowly, their surfaces burned clean by the heat of the sun. Relat is larger but has a turbulent atmosphere with constant sandstorms. None of these worlds are at all appealing to tourists. Relat, with its desert's winds, is populated almost entirely by the Heru and functions as their only true colony world. The other 2 are managed primarily as business concerns mining for resources, and their population comes from all over the Celestial Empire. Small and unimportant though they may be, they are planets of the Celestial Empire, and they are each entitled to an elector to represent their interests. Given the mixed population of the system, it's hard to choose a particular theme for your reception. Not all of the electors owe loyalty to Heru Prime, and their true allegiances may not be visible. What theme do you choose? Imperial tradition, keep it neutral. Well, that's neutral, but keep it neutral in our sense of neutral. We choose to make the gathering extremely formal, therefore communicating to your guests that you are being bound by protocol and your choices do not reflect any personal statement. As the gathering gets underway, you seek out the electors. The first face that you recognise is an old and mirthful woman with flowers woven into her dark hair, Rajdana, Electra of Clonbal. She is accompanied by her husband, a handsome mature Theron with strong arms and scaly green wings. Catching sight of you, Rajdana laughs and pats her companion's hand, then attaches herself to come over and greet you. Your Imperial Highness, it is such a pleasure to meet you in person at last. You look even lovelier than your pictures. Despite the fact that she's 3 times your age and her husband is right there, she appears to be flirting with you. Thank you. I hope we'll be seeing more of each other at parties while you're in the sector. We have to manufacture much of our own entertainment. What sort of entertainment? Oh, many things. Card and board games in particular. I always enjoy the thrill of competition. Board games like the ones that little children play, while you're trying to take control of an empire. I'm not certain that I'll have time for that, but I'll keep it in mind. Oh, you are a precious creature. She laughs. I mustn't monopolise you now. I'm sure you have many introductions to make, but please call on me later. I'd love to hear more about you. Interesting. Before leaving, she makes a strange low curtsy to you, spreading her arms wide and crossing her legs, then bending her knees until she's almost kneeling on the floor. Her movements are clearly practiced, but it's not a style of respect you've ever seen before. Despite your familiarity with court protocols, is it something she's invented personally? You far outrank a minor electorate, and are not obligated to respond in kind, of course. Good, because we're not bendy enough to do that. You nod graciously to her and allow her to withdraw. Essentially, she probably has positive feelings about you. You look around for another elector to speak to, and locate Jade, representative of Seoi, the innermost planet. The Tharkan appears to be attending alone, and is dressed as a businesswoman rather than wearing a formal gown. Odd that she would choose to go directly against the theme of the gathering. Was that meant as a challenge? That's no ordinary business outfit either. The skirt is long and tight, emphasising her hips and hobbling her legs. Her blouse, by contrast, is too loose, too sheer, giving her a rumpled appearance that evokes hasty dressing and nightwear. She arrived alone, but it seems that her intent is not to leave that way. When your eyes meet hers, she raises a hand to her face as if startled, and puts on a bright smile and walks directly over to you. Your Imperial Highness, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. Please accept my condolences about your father. Thank you. He was such a powerful man. I regret never having the chance to know him better, but it just goes to show, you have to seize opportunities where you can. In places like this, we often have to manufacture our own opportunities. Oh yeah, Gorshana just said that. The Elector of Clonbal said something similar. But she did she? For some reason she appears to find this extremely funny. Some people love to play the game, but they don't realise how easily they can be outmatched by someone younger and faster. Which I suppose means I should keep an eye out for you, doesn't it? She eyes you in a way that seems both flirtatious and provocative. She's trying to get a reaction, but you're not sure exactly what. Let's flirt with her. She likes to play games, does she? Perhaps we will each have the chance to see what the other brings to the table. Perhaps so. Please call on me when your schedule permits. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Yes, we'll talk later. She nods to you and walks away, angling her path to accidentally bump into a man in an expensive suit as she goes. She has positive feelings about me. Shaking your head. You look around for the final of the 3 electors you need to meet. Hero are easy to spot in a crowd, but telling one from another can be more difficult. They all look a bit alike to you, perhaps because you've never known one well. Hero are rarely seen in the Merkin system. Gender is considered irrelevant personal information among the Hero, generally discussed only with their mates and their doctors. Their unusual naming conventions provide no clues on the subject. At last, one feathered figure detaches itself from the crowd and makes its way over to you. It is not particularly tall, but its feathers have faded with age, and it moves slowly. A breeze stirs, and the skies lighten at your presence, Imperial Princess Zorana. From the heart of our home, we send warmth and welcome unto you. I, who greet you, am known in your tongue as Rippling Eternity. It is a pleasure to meet you. He raises one clawed talon. The meeting is a beginning. Many lifetimes ago, your ancestors and mine met for the first time upon the surface of a world both near and far from where we stand now, and the stars were carried in their arms. Even the ancient callers, those who led their flocks in wisdom, could not have imagined the eyes in the dark were watching from the limitless voids of space. It was the voyager known as High Peak who was the first to spot a light growing in the sky, a light which would, in time, descend and take the shape into a great and gleaming figure. This sounds like it's gearing up to tell you an entire epic of the Hero people based around the first contact with the Celestial Empire. That could take a while, especially in such an old and quavering voice. Let's take the stage ourselves and recite a poem. You hope to hurry this tale to its end by summoning up the point, whatever that might be, with one grand poetic stroke. And then all wings would beat as one, as kin we all must be, to rise above the setting sun and in the stars be free. The Elector stares at you, falling silent. It's a poem I learned to recite in school, representing the unity of Heru Prime upon their admission to the Celestial Empire. I see. Come to think of it, was that poem actually written by a Heru? Oh well, at least it shows you were thinking about the subject. Thank you for your words of wisdom. I hope we can speak again later. I am certain that we will. With that, you extricate yourself and continue around the room, smiling at the assorted dignitaries. Much remains to be done before you have any chance of claiming the throne. You can't let Rippling Eternity claim all your time. You sense that it probably has positive feelings about you. We did quite well, though. So I have to go indulgent here. I think I've deviated slightly from the plan. And we're staying put. Your Imperial Highness, a more pleasant business today. On turn 27, the Heavenly Palace will be hosting a performance of Heart of Ice by the Asgoldian State Opera Company. Opera? Emperor Dragoson was quite the aficionado. The Scala performance has been in planning for half of Fivem. He never talked to you about music. He never talked to you about much of anything. Would he have been more of a father to you if you had been his biological child rather than a clone? But then he must have wanted you to be born this way. He created you, then chose to keep his distance. Because this work was one of his favourites and this performance was arranged specially by him, many palace members will treat this as an unofficial memorial. You will have the opportunity to give a speech. Another chance to make a good impression. You don't have much time to prepare. Let's do some deception and rhetoric. Even though we're not in the right mood for it, that's my fault. You've completed graduate level rhetoric. You have gained 10 points in deception. 10 points. Yeah, we only got 10. Relaxing in bed when you hear the beep of an incoming message. And then another. And another. Finally, you get up and look at your messages. It's from Esmerai, the concubine with the baby. He insists that she is entitled to pride of place at the upcoming opera performance, as the Emperor's favourite and the mother of his child. She demands that you acknowledge her message and confirm the seating arrangements. She's very demanding. You didn't even know she was coming. She doesn't live in the palace anymore. You expected to arrange rooms for her as well. You are not her secretary. Well, she didn't ask about accommodations. She asked about being given box seats as befitting a member of the Imperial family. Let's see. Let's give her a separate box away from me. You confirm her seating and hope she leaves you alone after this. Chat with Jade, since she seems to like me. And we'll charm and flatter her. You engage Jade in a private conversation and attempt to charm her with your personal appeal. Jade, as before, is impeccably poised and dressed for display. Dangling from her choker is a swirling crystal pendant that draws the eye down her body. She radiates the impression of worldly knowledge and experience, everything that you don't have. For all of that, her eyes are fixed on you. You can sense her interest and know that it gives you power over her. In fact, the haughtier you act, the more excited she looks. You know, I could have you whipped for staring at me like that. It's my palace. No one would stop me. Her cheeks take on a hint of lavender. Have me whipped. You wouldn't do it yourself? Is that what she wants? You may have called her just a flirt, but if you push a little harder, it's possible that you could take her vote right here, right now. But is that playing with fire? I'd like a vote, please. That's the whole point of this. I would only punish you myself if there was something of value I wanted from you, such as your promise to vote for me in the election. Oh. She presses her fingers to her lips, chuckling to herself. Well, if you want to play that sort of game, why don't we make a little wager? You want me to vote for you? I'll give you a chance to make me. If I scream, you win. If I don't, her teeth flash in a shark grin. You give me your father's diamond falcon ring. That's an imperial treasure. If you're afraid you'll lose, don't play. If diamonds are all you want, you could just offer a trade. But what fun would that be? She blows you a kiss. Call me, or don't. With that, she closes the connection. How did you lose control of this situation? You now have a possible method to win her vote, but do you really want to get involved with that? Yes. Personal persuasion. But first, let's go and chat to Rippling Eternity, see if there's anything we could do. You arrange for a private conversation with Rippling Eternity. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Winter has always been a difficult time in the northern steppes. Prey animals find food scarce in the cold. Many hide themselves away to sleep. Others take on protective coloration to hide. What does this have to do with anything? When prey become difficult to find, this brings a perilous choice for hunters. That they work together and increase the chances that one of the group might find some scrap of food, and yet divided among many, a scrap might as well be nothing, and then there would be no benefit. If each works alone, then most would be unsuccessful, but the one who has the greatest luck could receive a full meal. The obvious compromise is to work in small bands, 3 to 5 being the most common number for young and unmated hunters who have no offspring to care for. As it happened, a group of 3 friends on the hunt together had the great fortune to encounter the tracks of a char which must have ventured out of hibernation. By the size of the paw prints, it was an enormous beast, more than enough to feed all 3 hunters and leave meat left over. Even a young solo hunter has family and friends beyond itself. Should the extra be shared? If so, with whom and how much? Or should the hunters keep it stored for themselves? Did each of them deserve the same share, or should an extra portion be granted to the one who first spotted the tracks, or the one who would strike the fatal blow? After much debate and discussion, the 3 friends at last arrived at a sensible agreement that pleased all parties. With their future arranged, they set out to slaughter the char. Alas, when they followed the footprints to their end, they found no animal, and all of their planning was wasted. That was such a long story. Might they have caught the beast if they had acted more swiftly? Or was there never any char there to begin with? The point of Rippling Eternity's story is not entirely clear. There is one truth you can take from it though. The future is never certain. A well-made plans may fall apart when faced with reality. Perhaps you cannot be sure what sort of empress I will be until the moment arrives, but that is why I am here to negotiate, to see what I can do for you now rather than in the future. Everyone wants something in politics. What can I do that would make a difference and show you that I am the best candidate to lead the Empire? The elderly hero was silent for a moment. The Imperial Commissioner is a marvellous masterpiece of cooperation and diplomacy, where disparate voices from across the Empire can all have input into governments as a whole. The College of Electors guarantees that all citizens of the Empire are connected to their future rulers who their electors vote. That is what brings you here. However, not all populations are equally represented. A private mining operation or a single research station has the same electoral vote as an entire planet, but a tiny fraction of the population. Is this a sign of rivalry with the other electors in the sector? Relat may have a slightly larger population than Seoi or Clanbal, but just as little significance to the Empire as a whole. It's not very nice. There are political and historical reasons why the College of Electors was designed the way it was. No one's going to abolish it now. I did not seek to have it abolished, only to place a feather upon the scales. Heru Prime is the only ancestral homeworld with only 2 electoral votes. That's debatable. The all-seeing eye is meant to be autonomous rather than the third elector from our prime. This is only a technicality, however. They are obviously quite closely aligned. To redress the balance, for the honour of my people, this is my request, to grant a third electoral position to Heru Prime. That's not something I have the power to do right now. No skill that you can learn would allow you to single-handedly change the structure of government, not while you're only the heir to the throne. After all, if a candidate could pick and choose the electors, that would make this entire process a lot simpler for you. as long as you're the one doing the picking. But anyway, it isn't allowed. The Imperial Princess cannot. The Empress, however, could issue a decree. For this benefit, there must be guarantees. Will you publicly commit to seeking a third electoral seat for Heru Prime? Crippling Eternity is correct. Heru homeworld is disadvantaged compared to those of the other Imperial races. A single new electoral vote will not have much impact on the balance of power. Even within the Heru system, many of their worlds are controlled by colonizing forces from Merkur and Tharkus. It may be possible to sell this plan as a natural step forward for the Heru, something that the Celestial Empire in general should applaud with pride. Expansion is an imperial virtue. However, that might be viewed as criticism of those cultures which are less interested in expansion, particularly the Mao. It's never easy to predict the exact results of any change in policy. Public commitment requires an official proclamation. All the electors will know about your statement, and all of them will judge you for it. I think we do. Yes, we do. Publicly support electoral expansion. Very well. I will issue a statement in support of Heru Prime being represented by a third elector. Thank you, Your Imperial Highness. Though my role need never be known, I am honoured to have played a part in advancing the position of the Heru within the Celestial Empire. It folds its arms across its chest and bobs its head repeatedly in a show of respect. The support of Rilla is yours. Thank you. Sorry, Mao, I guess, but I don't feel bad about that. Rojdana, she seemed to like us. Let's calm and flatter her, get her opinion up a bit. Oh, you darling thing. You like spiced cookies? I know this old family recipe. I haven't baked them in simply ages, and I would love to share them with you. I look forward to tasting them. Oh, lovely. I'll throw in a few other trifles I think you might like. It seems the idea of giving you presents pleases her greatly. And she's still positive, of course. That's good. Now let's do Jade's personal quest. I'm a bit nervous. Elector Jade has challenged you to a most unusual contest. If you can make her scream, then she will acknowledge your authority over her and pledge her loyalty to you, guaranteeing her vote in the election. If you can't, then you'll have to admit defeat and give her one of your father's treasures. For that reason, you have only one chance at this. If you fail, you can't try again. She didn't set any parameters on exactly what you could do in order to make her scream, though. It sounded like she's expecting a certain degree of torture. It's an unusual request, but there is a history within your culture admiring both ruthlessness and resistance. An emperor is expected to be capable of cruelty, and a noble is expected to be able to suffer pain without flinching. Idealized heroes die stoically rather than betray the empire. Actually killing an elector would be counterproductive though, so you can't simply stab her. There are more delicate methods of applying pain without causing lasting injury, but you need to be very careful and sure of what you're doing. Really frightening her into screaming should also work, though it's tricky to scare someone who is expecting you to try something. In the end, what it comes down to is exerting your will over hers. If you convince her to submit, she can acknowledge your victory at any point. Still, there are so many ways this could go wrong. Definitely. Are you sure you want to do this? No, I'm not. Let's bring her in. You send a message inviting Jade to meet you in the Heavenly Palace. Before she arrives, you need to make sure your preparations are in place. What approach have you chosen? How do you intend to make her scream? Let's go with the skill we have, but whipping her these all seem very well. Let's see what happens when we go in. Winning the electoral vote is too important a process to leave to chance. Science can produce reliable results. Plan settled, you greet the elector when she arrives in the hangar. Please follow me. We should handle this matter in private. Ooh, I'm looking forward to it. She's expecting something so sexy. And you lead the way to a small room where a special chair has been installed, one with straps to hold the sitter in place. Well, this looks interesting. It's for your own protection. Of course, of course. She climbs almost eagerly into the contraption and waits for you to tighten the leather restraints around her shoulders, wrists, and ankles. Once she is in place, you bring out the white lab container, unlatching the lid and withdrawing a small glass syringe. This is the venom of the Brickylan lava scorpion. It's not called that because of where it lives, but because of what it makes your blood feel like. One scorpion's sting can kill a creature 100 times its size. The venom is a neurotoxin with no antidote. Once it's in your system, you will be suffering for at least 12 hours. It's so hot. I'm not scared. Alright, but I did warn you. This is going to hurt. You eject her left arm and quickly step back. The result is almost instantaneous. Yeah! Ah! Poor Jade. I feel so bad for doing this. Her arm vibrates in the restraints as she desperately tries to shake the affected limb. Possibly a reflex to get rid of the biting creature, even though far too late. Though you've clearly already won the challenge, her screaming doesn't let up. She thrashes back and forth in the chair as best she can while restrained. You hurry back to the container to swap out your sting for a local anesthetic, something that will numb the nerves of Jade's arm and stop her agony. Once you've applied the painkiller, Jade slumps in position, breathing hard. Ow, ow, why can I still feel it? It's not the same pain, but it's like something inside my arm trying to beat its way out with a hammer. I can still feel it banging against my skin. I told you there's no antidote. We can only cut off some of the effects until you're through the worst of it. It's going to hurt all day. Yeah, you said so. You don't bluff much, do you? I had to win. Maybe you'll make a decent empress after all. Well, princess, you've won. You have my vote. But next time we play, I'm going to insist on more rules. Well, I'm glad that she's open to it next time. Not angry. You're not entirely sure what she's suggesting, but the important thing is that you've won her loyalty for the election. Very good. Over to Haruto. Heart of Ice. It is an epic tragedy telling the tale of two lovers, a Merkin woman and a Mirror man. They wish to marry, but a jealous Mal witch comes between them. She sacrifices all of her power to banish the woman into the spirit realm for as long as the man's heart remembers her. We don't really care about all of the plot details, but by the end, everyone has died of despair and been frozen for all eternity. Operas are like that. You assume Ezra is enjoying her box seat, but thankfully she's out of your eye line, so you don't have to think too much about her. You wish to make a speech before the performance? Yeah, let's do it. Praise the Empire. You have an election to win. You have to take whatever opportunities you can to look deserving of the honour. We stand here in the Heavenly Palace, the heart of the Celestial Empire, to celebrate one of our many great art forms, the opera. Here we celebrate our history, our civilization, our education, our refinement. The Empire is like a living thing, always growing, always changing, but it is held together by the backbone of tradition. We honour the past even as we reach for the future. You sit down to the sounds of polite approval. The performance is lavish, the musicians skilled, but it does go on for quite a long time. You're careful to keep your back straight and maintain an expression of interest regardless of how you actually feel. After this, you'll have the Jubilee to prepare for on turn 28. Very good. Do a bit of dramatic here. Still mess my mood up. I hope I get to fix it at some point. You're lying on your bed looking at pictures when you suddenly hear the door slide open. Someone's overriding your room security. God! Oh, it's you. Princess, you must come at once. There is an urgent situation. What's happening? She shakes her head. Come with me, move swiftly, but keep a straight face. Don't draw attention. She's worried about something. This must be bad, but she doesn't want you to trigger a panic. When you step out into the halls, she gestures for the guards to stay behind, maintaining position around your room while you follow her elsewhere. Down and around you go, into the more utilitarian corners of the palace. This area belongs to Imperial Security, Karundi's department. She inputs a code and touches her hand to a pad, confirming her identity before opening the door. At Karundi's gesture, you step through to find... Father? You were right, he wasn't dead. That horrible, evil, game-playing monster, does he know what he's done to you? Where have you been? Oh, many places, but I returned to the Heavenly Palace for the opera, of course. I'm surprised security was on watch for me. Was that your idea? Or did Karundi think of it on her own? It was my command. I suppose you're not a complete failure then. What did you think you were doing? Turning up the pressure. After my heir's betrayal, I was forced to rely on you. But child, you were a disaster of a princess. Spoiled, weak, lazy, toothless, more interested in your shoes than your politics. When I was your age, I had been orphaned for 5ems. I had to scrape and steal every morsel of education under the gaze of a regent who wanted to keep me ignorant and obedient. To reach my throne, I had to plot and lie and betray. I had to fight. You expected everything to be presented to you on a pretty silver tray. So I arranged to put you to the test. Either you would rise to the challenge and prove yourself worthy of being my heir, or you would be culled while I still had time to start over. For the good of the Empire. He was willing to let you die just to see if you were worthy? You can only shake your head in dismay. I had hoped to let events run a bit longer, evaluate your ability to build alliances and so on, but it seems that you have forced my hand. Not an extraordinary result, but at least you're not hopeless. You can learn, with sufficient motivation. Very well then, you will remain my heir. You may return to your bed now. I have a great deal of paperwork to do, starting with reinstating my cabinet. What do you mean your cabinet? I am the Emperor. This is my palace. Everything in it belongs to me, including you. But you were declared dead. There's an election. Paperwork, as I said. You don't seem to understand how this works, Zorana, which just proves my point. You are a child. A pampered, empty-headed child. The only way you could ever be Empress is over my dead body. And that won't happen for a long time. Now go back to your room and play. I don't like you. You'll only be Empress if he's dead, huh? Well, as far as the galaxy is concerned, he's dead already. You tighten your fist, preparing to strike, and someone grabs you from behind. I can't let you do that, Princess. I serve the Emperor. Of course, she warned you about this before. If your father is still Emperor, then her loyalty belongs to him, not you. He laughs. Good, good. Fire and killer instinct. That's the spirit. He steps close, reaching out to stroke your cheek. You struggle, but Karundi holds you firmly in place, her arm a bar across your throat. Just as beautiful as I had hoped. Your mother's face through a dark lens, brought up in pure imperial culture, hungry for power and unburdened by foolish Novan morality. If you are willing to kill me in cold blood for your own advancement, then perhaps you are ready to become my Empress. What do you mean, your Empress? My wife, of course. My perfect match. But you're my father. Legally, yes, but an imperial decree can change that. Genetically, we have no connection. We are not related. You already knew that, of course, but is this why he had you cloned from your mother? To be her replacement? We share neither blood nor affection. We have never been family. I had you raised at a distance to avoid any such contamination. I am not your father. I am your mastermind, and you are my most marvelous creation. Join me. Rule at my side, and I will give you power that you have never imagined. I will teach you your true purpose, and we will conquer the galaxy together. The Empire will prevail. Conquer the galaxy? You intend to conquer the galaxy? In due time, but first we will begin with the gribble of Expanse. Those fungusoids have dared to encroach upon our territory, poisoning our citizens. I was suspicious of them, but together we will scour their planets clean and purge the galaxy of their infestation. This is what you were made for, to rule, to triumph. You don't need an election. You can have it all right now. All you have to do is say yes. And you'll kill me if I say no. Showing a bit of initiative? Of course not. I expect nothing less from my heir. I will keep watch on you as always, as I would any threat. If you can bypass my protections to assassinate me, then you deserve my throne. It is our way. He sounds sincere, but after so many five of his leadership, he has practice in sounding sincere. Now, choose your fortune. Will you return to your place as my heir, the Imperial Princess, or will you step forward into glory as Imperial Consort? I don't really want to marry you. Father? Let's betray him. Imperial Consort? No. You deserve to be Empress in your own right. And if that means killing your father, that's what you'll have to do. But first, you must convince him that you're on his side. You focus your mind on all the most wicked things you've ever done. Unfortunately, it doesn't add up to much. You aren't prepared for this role. You'll just have to bluff. Yes, I will marry you. And I expect to be treated as an Empress deserves. Of course. He tilts his head to Karundi, who releases her grip on you. Step 1 success. He's off his guard, but what do you do now? Come in, Mazarin. The Imperial shadow slides into the room. Of course, he must be in on Dragason's plot as well. He's been setting this up from the start. You can't possibly overpower the Emperor, his personal bodyguard, and the head of Imperial security all by yourself, no matter how skilled you are. But if you don't act fast, you'll lose the advantage and end up either a helpless princess or a captive bride. Think, what are the Emperor's weaknesses? What strengths do you have that he can't defend against? Dragason had you specifically created as a clone of your mother, but why? Surely not just so that he could have a younger, more Merkin-looking bride in the future. What was so special about your mother in particular that the Emperor was compelled to make his own perfect version? Does it have something to do with the legends of Lumens? Does he believe that's the secret power that fuels Crystal Nova? I'm not a Lumen. You can't channel divine energy through yourself. You can't even make light on command. You've tried and it didn't work. And then, at last, all the pieces come together. Why your father married your mother, why she left him, and what she left behind. If I'm going to be Empress Consort, then I need to pick out a new crown for my rank. And new shoes, I suppose. Probably. Can we go down to the treasury and look at all the jewels? You always did know what you liked. Very well, we will all go together. Your Majesty, we have not yet shared the news of your return. No guard would dare challenge me to my face, especially in such company. You, the Emperor's Shadow, and the Imperial Thresher all proceed together through the halls of the Heavenly Palace. Quite a sight to see. Guards do indeed regard your group with some consternation, but at Karundi's hand signal they stand aside and allow you to proceed. You stand among the Imperial Crown jewels, treasured from across the galaxy. Each precious creation has a history. Some are ripped from the bloodied corpses of their previous owners, the spoils of conquest. Others were offered up as tribute or ransom, pleas for a better future. Right now, only one of them matters. You point at a concoction of diamonds. The Tajibanu crown. I want to see what it looks like on me. Or does the blue go better with my hair? You stand with your back to the central column, looking back and forth between multiple displays, apparently lost in the possibilities. Maybe I should try them all. Emperor Dragason nods indulgently, and after a moment of confusion, the treasury guards move to deactivate the force shields and lift the protective barriers. The glass tubes lift up to the ceiling, exposing their precious contents to your greedy little fingers. But that's not why you're here. You don't reach for the crown in front of you. You swing your arm backwards and press the palm of your hand against eternal radiance, your mother's soul crystal, a lumen crystal, your lumen crystal. Stop! It's far too late. The power blazes through your body, every nerve alive and singing in its wake. It is nothing like the legends. This is more, so much more. This is a weapon. With your hand on this crystal, you could tear the Heavenly Palace into atoms and leave no survivors. Of course, you die too, and you have no intention of doing that. No, you know what you have to do. Dragason has to go, of course, and his shadow as well. They're both supposed to be dead already. Just a twitch of your eyebrow, they vanish into the light. Karundi, though, she did betray you to the Emperor. With him gone, will her loyalty revert to you, or will she seek revenge? I'm gonna spare her. She knows her place. She can still be useful. She's probably terrified now. You let go of the crystal and your body finally remembers to breathe again. Dangerous, that. It could be addictive. The treasury guard is staring at you in wide-eyed shock. The renegade Mazarin hired an agent to impersonate the former Emperor Dragason as part of a plot to control the throne. They had to be destroyed for the good of the Empire. With the Thresher's aid, I have eliminated the threat. Wordlessly, Karundi nods, backing your ploy. After all, if that had been the true Emperor, then she would have just failed to prevent his assassination and her life would be forfeit, so of course, he had to be an imposter. It's simple logic. You wave a hand at the guard. Please lock that up again. I won't be needing it for a while. Your head feels very strange. You need to get back to your room and lie down. Too much has happened. You need some time to process. Yeah, a lot happened. So, we found our dad, and he wanted to marry us, and we destroyed him with our mum's crystal, which I suppose we're also genetically mostly our mum too, so we have a connection to it as well. And we didn't have to learn any weird magic or anything. Just absolutely wrecked him. Let's do a bit of exercise. A healthy body supports a healthy mind. First, warm up your muscles, then get your heart beating faster. It's your duty to maintain yourself. Stay here. I don't remember what was happening before, to be honest. While Jubilee festivities are being held across the Celestial Empire, you are personally obligated to host a celebration here at the Heavenly Palace and entertain a selection of dignitaries. Everyone is smiling and praising the Emperor's memory. It's like being trapped in some feverish dream where only you know the truth. The opening ceremony will be broadcast on the feeds all across the Empire. You have to prevent yourself from breaking out into inappropriate laughter where the cameras might see. If nothing else, you look lovely. This should help boost your profile. As a representative of the Emperor's legacy, you are required to make a speech, but first you must acknowledge your guests by welcoming the delegation from the 4 primary Imperial races. And that means you have to choose what order to acknowledge them in, which is absolutely guaranteed to please some and enrage others. In particular, while whoever you choose first will be flattered and whoever you choose last offended, the Merkers consider themselves the central pillars of the Empire and will take offence at any position other than first. Which group do you welcome first? Well, this is quite risky, what we do here, because I have died in the past from and gone back and made different choices and survived, so somebody's waiting in the corner for me to choose the wrong option there. I'm going to choose the merchants first, because otherwise they'll be offended. Welcome the male next. And the Heru. Tharkans. Sorry Tharkans, but I've made loads of Tharkan friends already, so you guys can go last. I would like to thank you all for coming here today to celebrate this jubilee, the last remembrance of our former emperor. You can't call him your father, not now. He was a man of unusual vision with many plans for the future of the Celestial Empire. Plans that those present could never have imagined. But he's gone, and that position falls to me. In my hands, the light of the Empire will shine ever brighter. Our stars are on the rise. We who stand in this room are only pieces of a much greater whole. Each of us are representatives of faiths, of organizations, of cultures, of sciences and arts. It is through our different contributions together that we create the foundations for the Celestial Empire, a great masterwork which is admired throughout the galaxy. Please everyone step forward and enjoy. The music swells and guests begins to circulate. Everything is going smoothly. At one point, a military drill squad in crisp dress uniforms demonstrates a sequence of synchronized rifle tossing and spinning, demonstrating their precision and skill. However, as the hours play on, your energy flags. You have so many other things that you need to be thinking about, and keeping a smile on your face is becoming exhausting. Oh dear. You wonder if you can casually slip off your dancing slippers and step into more supportive shoes. Your feet are launching a rebellion. Oh, we've had a long day. Or week, whatever. Let's see. Rhetoric and etiquette. You hear the voice before you see the woman. Princess Zorana! Hello. Be nice to her. We've got more votes than her anyway. Hello, Esmerai. I didn't realise you were still in the Heavenly Palace. I have been paying my respects in honour of your father. You do remember your father, don't you? Because it seems like you've forgotten him completely. What are you talking about? We just had a whole Jubilee celebration. But what have you done to avenge his death? Have you even found out who was responsible? I promise you, the person who killed Emperor Dragosin will get exactly what they deserve. Well, see that they do. He flounces away. Goodbye, Esmerai. The Hero system is the most expansive of any in the Empire, and great swaths of it remain largely undeveloped. This sector contains no habitable worlds at all. No frontier colonists, no casual visitors, no society. Many maps would not even detail the area. But the sector is not entirely empty. There are planets to be found beyond the Swap Gate, and therefore Imperial territory to be upheld. The largest planet is the gas giant Panay. The name, in some Hero dialects, translates roughly as circular portal, referring to Panay's brightly gleaming rings. Two moons circle in constant opposition. Stui and Poissy, also called Dawn and Dusk. Each moon contains a small settlement and therefore the entitlement to an elector. Actually, there appears to be more space traffic around Panay this Tresson than you would have expected for such minor habitations. Perhaps there's some interesting phenomena happening within the rings that scientists wanted to gather more data on. Interesting. The other planet in the sector is tiny, barren Wegeb. It has no appreciable atmosphere to warm its surface. It is cold as the depth of space. The surface is covered over with mountains and craters of monoxide ice. Even if it melted, breathing the gas would kill you. There's no seed of life here. Nonetheless, the planet has been claimed and parcelled out to various business enterprises. Their ownership is displayed across the surface by small stations and large banners, marking this benighted outpost as a genuine holding of the Empire. The long-term population of Wegeb is generally limited to caretakers and maintenance engineers. Vidar, the Electress, certainly does not live there herself. She's been travelling in her personal cruiser to reach the Heavenly Palace for this event. This is the first occasion in which the Heavenly Palace has visited the sector within your lifetime, if not longer. Despite that, the guest list is small and the gathering sedate. Other than Godar's entourage, all attendances hail from the moons of Panay and most of them are Heru. You are aware that the official elector of Panay Stoya is a Heru child much younger than you, but you can't spot anybody that small in attendance. The Regency is jointly held by the child's adoptive parents, whom you've never met. You've never met the other electors either, but they're much easier to locate. Vidara especially has been in frequent contact with the palace teams to arrange her ship's rendezvous. And here she comes now. Hi Kadar, you never like me, but I like you. Your Imperial Highness, here you are in the back end of Beyond for some reason. While this might count as some sign of making effort, it also demonstrates a piss-poor grasp of strategy. Her language isn't just rude, it's so overtly inappropriate that it can only be a deliberate message. She's signaling that she doesn't care about the rules of polite behaviour. She'll react better to a blunt response, cutting right to the point, rather than dancing around being nice. However, allowing her to talk to you like that will affect how others see both of you. People may believe that you are close friends, or that she is too politically powerful for you to challenge. This sector's total population is a rounding error for the Empire, so why did you bother? Explain why these votes matter. I hope you have the skill for it, yes. Kadar seems like someone who will find your opinion more sincere if you don't mince words about it. What matters right now is winning the election. It's not about the size of the population. It's about the number of territories, the number of electors, the votes. In the full Comitia, this sector may be beneath notice, but in the College of Electors specifically, it holds more influence than the Heru homeworlds. So your court is now and forget us later. Yes. We don't know what the future will hold. Isn't that all the more reason for you to take advantage of the opportunity while it lasts? In this moment, your tiny worlds hold power they may never have again. Now is the time to negotiate. Well said. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail privately. She nods to you and steps aside. Negative feelings. You're not alone for long before another young woman makes her appearance. Hello, Your Highness. It's good to see you again. Again? So many people who know us and we don't know them. We've never been formally introduced, of course, but I was lucky enough to win a ticket to an Imperial premiere. Once. A Imperial premiere. That might be a typo. And you were one of the black carpet guests, so I saw you there. Oh, what show? Drakenflucht. Drakenflucht. It was the first live-action adaptation of a popular comic strip. The premiere was a huge event. Passionate fans flocked in from all across the Empire just to have costume parties in the streets if they couldn't get into the show itself. All across the Empire, including apparently Heru too, and the moons of Panay. Chapadoc had to travel all the way to Kedro? And that was half a fireroom ago too. She's not that much older than you. Would she have even been an adult at the time? I'm not sure you could have managed to arrange a trip halfway across the Empire just to attend the show. At least not until you became the heir. You must be quite a fan. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you properly. May I introduce my spouse, Bright Blue Shell? He brings forward a Heru who appears like Chapadoc to be in young adulthood. Despite the name, it is not wearing anything of a bright blue. Bright Blue Shell greets you quietly and withdraws, apparently preferring to leave the politics to its spouse. That's nothing personal, it's just shy. Please accept my condolences about your father. Thank you. To Kadar's provocations, it is a relief to talk to someone so friendly and polite. However, politeness alone is no guarantee of political support. We need to make a stronger connection. I've never visited this sector before. Are there any sites you would recommend? Please, don't do that. What? No one and nothing in this sector is equipped to entertain an Imperial entourage. It's very kind of you to visit, but you'll be putting a strain on us if you stay. Is that what all the extra space traffic is about? The Heavenly Palace is self-sufficient. You don't have to worry. The Heavenly Palace is perfectly capable of providing for all my needs while I am in the sector. It won't be a problem. Yes, of course, I'm sorry. I'm not used to being visited by anyone of such power and importance, or with such a large vessel. There's nothing here to draw them. I really don't have any suggestions for sites or entertainments worthy of an Imperial princess. Well, there certainly aren't going to be any star-studded galas out there, but as long as there are people present, there must be some culture worth exploring. On the other hand, she's obviously trying to discourage you. Is that just modesty, or fear that you will look down on her constituents? Never mind, let's not push it. I don't want to be any trouble. You don't need to do anything special to entertain me. I'm happy to be here, meet people, and be on my way. Thank you for understanding. If you're interested in sightseeing, I would recommend spending an extra session on Heru Prime. Quite lovely, and underrated by a lot of merchants. I'm sure you have connections there who can guide you, but if you want, I can make some suggestions. That's very kind of you. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail privately later. Isn't that exactly what Kadar said? Maybe they're friends. She smiles and bows to you, then moves away. You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you, that's good. 2 down, 1 to go. A voice croaks from behind you. Excuse me, sir? Madam? Majesty? Is someone attempting to address you? You're certainly neither a majesty nor a sir. Even madam is incorrect if a more understandable mistake. Whoever is speaking ought to have the courtesy to appear in front of you and address you as your Imperial Highness, or at least your Highness, not call out to you like a child straying in a market. It would be undignified of you to respond to such a clumsy approach. You deserve more respect. You could just ignore the speaker until they get it right. There's certainly no one else here who could possibly be titled Majesty, though. Would it reflect badly on you to fail to reply? Probably. Let's be nice. Be understanding. You turn and offer a graceful smile to the person that called out to you. 2 people, actually. It's a pair of Heru, their head nodding in counterpoint as they look at you. These must be the regents of Pane Suye. Welcome to the Heavenly Palace. I am Princess Zorana, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Yes, Princess, thank you. I am called Robe of Ice in your language. This is my mate, Starlight Needle. In unison, they bow to you. Considering their awkward movements earlier, you are surprised that their bows are so fluid. I apologize, please. We don't know how to do this. We've never had visitors like you before. We've never had training. We don't know how people of your kind behave. Are they implying that you're some kind of exotic savage to them because you're Merkin? No. Ironic, considering what much of the Empire thinks about the Heru. My mate and I have never attended a society reception before. We have no experience with political etiquette. We weren't born. We make mistakes. Ah, it's not because you're Merkin, it's because you're noble and they are not. They're terrified. They are the regents and guardians of the official elector. Normally that opportunity would fall to whomever had the most power to seize it, but in this sector, where the term society must be stretched to exist at all, perhaps not. Perhaps these 2 were the child's favourite teachers and nothing more. Let's see, how did you become regents? If you're not from the political class, how did you end up holding a regency? It was my companion's will that we guard as child. Something about the way it says companion suggests to you that these 2 and the previous elector may have been more than friends. A tragic romance? They're tied to the child as a matter of personal connection and obligation then. Honour, not advancement. I'm sorry that the young elector Flashes on Waves was not able to attend tonight. I hope everything is well. It is still very young. It wouldn't enjoy the travel and it might have been loud, disruptive. Harry brings out a palm hollow to show you an image of the child, its beak crooked open in frozen laughter. It looks just like Scintillation when it was young, doesn't it? The couple clucks fondly at each other. Scintillation, the previous elector, died unmarried. No second parent for Flashes on Waves was mentioned in the record interview. Overview? Is it a clone child? That wasn't marked either. Really, this information should have been noted for you even in the basic introductory biography. You can't imagine the records being so sloppy for any Tharkin, for example. An empress needs to be informed of names and connections when introduced to people. It shows how much they neglect the Heru, I suppose. Which isn't great. But with Heru too being so remote, and the child's foster parentage being settled outside of the political system, whoever prepared the briefing cards must not have considered the details important enough to pursue. There were no restrictions on clone children within the Heru system, no extra cultural taboos or burdensome laws. You've had a vague impression that the practice was less common among the Heru than the Merkins or Tharkins, but that might not be accurate. It's unlikely that any prestigious fertility clinic would be built in this sector. There simply wouldn't be enough customers to afford the best techniques. Enough customers able to afford the best techniques. Of course, Scintillation could easily have travelled to Heru Prime for such a procedure. And where officially regulated options are unavailable, people have been known to improvise. Could one of these 2 be the young elector's other biological parent? Let's not pry too much. It might be a delicate subject, and you don't strictly need to know right now. Please enjoy the evening. I look forward to the opportunity to talk to you more in private at a later time. Yes, thank you. One takes the other's hand and they drift away. Positive feelings, that's good. And Cinepart, Elector of the Imponderable, somebody we've never heard of in a place we've never been, is voting for Lukamir. Let's observe the staff. You follow some of the palace staff around, taking notes on what they do. The tasks they perform, how much time they spend slacking off, the people they talk to, who's flirting with whom, and so on. Bit nosy. Stay here. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. The committee requests your opinion on a legal matter. Alright, what's the situation? A rogue geneticist has been discovered attempting to raise a crop of his own clones. 7 children, all identical copies of themselves and their progenitor. Of their progenitor. I apologise. Clone children by law must be created with a certain amount of external genes to ensure variation. It's partly for reasons of public health and diversity, and partly because of the thorny identity issues when the person is created to be a replica of another. Emperor Jagerson's scheme proves the point. He had your life planned out before your cells even began dividing. No child to be raised like that. It's not illegal to be a clone, of course. That would have unfortunate implications for naturally occurring identical twins. The crime is in deliberately creating children this way. The geneticist has been arrested and will not be allowed to retain custody of the children. The Empire will assume responsibility and see that they are assigned new guardians. The question, therefore, is, should they be brought up together or separately? Are they all the same age? No, the eldest was created alone, the others in batches of 3. The youngest batch is still in their first 5, but the other 4 are old enough for schooling. 7 young children, that's quite a lot to expect any family to take on all at once. The only way to keep them together might be in an institution. Triplets are very rare, but not unheard of. It might be possible for a group of 3 to pass as natural children. More than that, though. And anyone who saw them would know exactly what they were. With their parent gone, the children are their only family. Would keeping them together be a kindness, or would it only serve the mad scientist's ends? It's quite sad for that one oldest child, but let's split them by age group. Try and find a reasonable compromise. 7 is too many, but it would be cruel to separate brothers who were born together. Send them to 3 different families, split by age. I will inform the committee of your opinion. I have received word from the High Pontifex. She is seeking guidance from the gods to determine the most auspicious date for the formal election process. That should be an announcement soon. The election. It's been hanging over your head for so long now, but it was always a goal for the future. The High Pontifex declares that the election should happen right now. Could you possibly win it? Are you prepared? I think we're doing pretty well so far. We don't know what's going to happen yet, but it's clear that you're running out of time. Let's see. 29, musical and visual. Oh yeah, because all of our other skills are debuffed. Let's chat with Robovice and Starlight Needle. See if we can get their vote. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? But the election is not now. The voting happens at the election, doesn't it? Can they really be this naive about politics, or are they trying to trick you into saying something foolish? That's when the votes are counted, but you can agree to assign your vote ahead of time. How would we do that? Well, if you've made up your mind already, then making a formal pledge of loyalty means the other factions will stop calling on you. Also, this is when you have the chance to talk to me personally and privately, and not just to negotiate. So electors ask for what they want in exchange for giving you their votes. That is the pledge. What if you don't win? What happens to the promise then? Well, that's why people generally ask for something I can do right now, rather than something only the Empress can do. A gift maybe? A favour? Some action to show my intentions? A challenge to prove my strength, or show the favour of the gods? Is there something that you want? Something that would make it clear to you that I am the best choice to be Empress? They look at each other. Give us a split. It cuts the connection. After a while, the couple reconnects. Can you receive classified data? What? Information from restricted Imperial databases. Can you get data without raising alarms or leaving a trail, or telling anyone about it? Secretly accessing classified information, that could have Imperial security implications. Not for you. You're the Imperial Princess, the designated heir. You are entitled to anything you can lay your hands on. You won't be in any trouble. But what do a pair of electors who should already have fairly high-level access need with truly top-secret information? Of course, these two have no political experience. It's possible that they don't really realise how much access they have available already. If so, you could play it up like an enormous favour to just give them things they could have gotten on their own. What sort of data? Developments in ultra-low gravity environments. What sort of developments? Zero-G hydroponics? The effects of gravity on chemical reactions? Anti-gravity generators? Can you be more specific? No. Anything you can find. But it has to stay quiet if you want our vote. By refusing to tell you more specifically about what they're looking for, they can hide what their true interest is. You can't betray them if you don't know the truth yourself. Or maybe they don't even know what they're looking for, not exactly. This might be a fishing expedition that they hope will turn up clues. Find whatever you can and bring it to us. They close the connection. Well, they've told you their price, but is this a good idea? You sense that they probably have positive feelings about you. Classified material. So we've got to do some digging for them. Let's get on with it then. Regent electors of Panay Studio have requested that you access restricted databases to receive the latest Imperial information on developments in low-gravity environments. They have asked that you do this personally and quietly, leaving no trace back to them. You don't know what exactly they're looking for, or what they plan to do with the information. You can't guess what the consequences might be if you succeed, or if you fail in the court. Are you ready to make this attempt? Yes, I'm ready. You sit down at your private terminal and begin pulling up various programs. Truly secret systems can't be accessed remotely, not even by an emperor. Every branch of government has multiple offices within the Heavenly Palace. Hidden somewhere among those are the secure network terminals and hard crystal reports that are only available to a trained few. From your terminal, you can pull up public records about staffing, cleaning schedules, and other allocations, and overlay the information you have about how such things are organised in order to pin down the most likely access points. With that in mind, which branch of government will you target? It's too risky to go after all of them, and you don't know precisely what Starlight Needle and Robovice are looking for. They might refuse to honour the bargain if you can't provide any useful information. The Commerce Department is likely to have lower security than most other divisions, though it's not immediately clear what information they would have about low-gravity environments. Notes on how gravity affects construction stresses maybe? Data on mining gas planets? If you could take time to find anything interesting, but if you're caught, it would be easy to pass off as idle curiosity. There's obviously going to be all kinds of data about low-gravity environments in the science labs, but there are lots of labs and lots of staff on duty at all hours. Considering what happens with your father's experiments, the science department will want to help you for your own protection. You can get information, but it will be hard to do secretly. The Galactic Relations Department might have information on species known to live in low-gravity environments, or on star systems that contain only low-gravity worlds. Is that useful? Future colonization plans would definitely count as top secret. Sending a new colony means changing the balance of power. Seeding a new colony means changing the balance of power in the Imperial Comitia. The Comitia in general, particularly the Heri representatives, were not pleased that you rejected the Gribs offer of a colony without consulting them. Are the regent electors looking for more information about that decision? That planet wasn't low gravity. It doesn't seem connected. The military does train in low gravity environments. There might be top secret techniques or weapons developments available, but that sort of data is definitely going to be under guard. And is it really a good idea to give military secrets to a pair of ersatz nobles in a sector that barely even qualifies as backwater? Whose data will you attempt to access? I think our best bet is science here. There's no such thing as an off-shift for the science section, at least not as a whole. There's always someone somewhere hard at work on their latest project. While certain labs might be shut down for the night, reaching them would require passing open eyes. It's impossible for you to disguise yourself as just another scientist. You are the Imperial Princess. Everyone knows you by sight, and your very skin would give you away. Although if you wore a full clean room suit and mask, only your eyes would be visible. That might be enough to hide your identity, but it certainly wouldn't make you inconspicuous. You still need a good lie to deflect attention. Scientists are often eager to share their latest discoveries. Perhaps you can encourage them into giving you information without realising what you're fishing for. Let's disguise ourselves. You've taken part in enough experiments to have your own gear. Thick cloth over your mouth and nose, then an opaque glossy grey material covering your entire body, with elastic tightening around your wrists, ankles, midsection and face. A clean room suit and mask to keep your skin, sweat, hair and breath from getting out. You need additional layers to protect you from hazardous substances getting in. And more importantly, no one should recognise you like this. To avoid drawing notice before you reach the science department, you pull the mask down to expose your face and throw on the hat and cape over your protective suit. It's enough to look relatively normal at a glance, though it obviously won't hold up if someone stops you to talk. Once you reach the science department, you ditch the hat and cape and restore your mask to its proper position, then head inside. You walk with determination, projecting that you're busy and you have somewhere you need to be, but that it's not an emergency. Scientists are usually tangled up in their own big ideas. As long as you don't look either lost or panicked, no one will pay attention. You make your way to the server room, mumbling under your breath as if you feel the task is beneath you, and plop down at the terminal in front. Luckily, this database is designed to be accessed by a large number of users, and the commands are pretty straightforward. You insert a blue crystal chip into the output slot and run a quick data query, pulling all records that match gravity and burning them into the crystal structure. There's no time to perform more detailed filtering, you just have to hope you got something good. Now you can retreat to the safety of your own quarters. We did it. After you've had the time to catch your breath and rearrange your hair, you set up a meeting with Robovice and Starlight Needle so you can pass over your findings. The regent electors arrive at one of the palace hangars in a personal flyer. You have the data. Right here. I didn't want to transmit anything in the open. It is a secret after all. You pass over what you found. So, do I have your vote? It will take time to examine this. We made a bargain. They look at each other. Yes, we made a bargain. We will vote for you in the election. As long as there is valid data. What do you mean by valid? Are they now going to blame you for not finding whatever it was they refused to tell you they were looking for in the first place? Data, not garbage. Not random noise, not pictures of hollow idols. It would certainly have been a lot less work to collect random nonsense. I am certain the Princess Zorana will not attempt to cheat us. You should not always be so certain in bargains. In politics, it can be dangerous to assume that all your partners are bargaining in good faith, but in cases like this, with the election still in the future, it would be foolish for you to play tricks. I don't know everything that I found, but I did my best for you, and I hope you will not be disappointed. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Another vote down. Now let's flirt with Chapadoc. You engage Chapadoc in private conversation. The elector laughs. You're very sweet, but there's not much point to the game of hearts when you both know you won't be back in this sector after the election. Surely you're familiar with fan mail. Distance hasn't stopped her before from maintaining an interest. I may have written some enthusiastic letters in the past, but they were never answered. Really? You never got anything back? Does a slip print from my wall count? It wasn't signed. Well, if I send you a picture of myself, I promise an autograph as well. But I expect high praise in your letter, maybe even a poem. Idols and empresses receive so much admiration. You'd hardly take notice of mine. Oh, I think I would. It's always refreshing to hear a kind word from afar, don't you think? She smiles and shakes her head. You do have very sparkly eyes. She may not be romantically interested in you, but she does seem to appreciate the attention. She still feels positive about us, but does she feel positive enough to vote for us? Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Well, alright, I guess I can do that. I think you'll make a good empress. Thank you. Excellent. 2 votes. Organize our closets. And head over to, let's see, here. All Holiness Exothe High Pontifex of the Twin Worlds has made her announcement. The Electoral Conclave will convene on turn 35 to begin the formal process of election. The Heavenly Palace will begin station keeping on turn 33 and remain in position so that the electors can travel to its location. After turn 32, the navigation features will no longer be available, and the palace will remain in its current sector until the election is completed. You will still be able to take social actions on turn 33 and 34, but only within that sector. When the conclave is assembled, each candidate will make one final appeal, and then the voting will begin. Votes will be declared and registered openly to all assembled. A candidate must gain the support of at least 17 electors in order to be acclaimed emperor. Any candidate receiving less than 7 votes will be removed from consideration, and voting will continue with the remaining candidates. Electors may abstain from voting if they are unconvinced. If no candidate has secured sufficient support after 2 votes, there will be a recess for the day to continue negotiations. If no candidate is victorious after 3 days, the conclave will be dissolved and a new election cycle will begin. Theoretically, that would mean that you would have more time to travel and build support. Practically, though, a failed candidate will lose credibility. If you don't win now, you probably never will. There's not much time left. You need to decide where to station the Heavenly Palace and make your final push for social position. We're nearly there now. I think we've got plenty of votes though, so we should be just fine. Rhetoric and... oh, empathy, really? Well, sure. Even though we only get 5. Yeah, let's ask Karundi if anybody's still trying to kill us. Oh, there's no threats, so whoever we pissed off earlier must be fine with us now. Brilliant. Let's ask Lorcus what everybody thinks of us. The public sees for someone interested in compromise and peaceful solutions. Very good. I'm happy with that. Over to Merca 1 now. Oh, he's not very popular. Well, half and half, that's not too bad. Time from your computer signals an incoming call from a good friend. Hello, Kazunia. Zorana, I heard about the date for the election being finalised. Are you excited? Whatever happens, it's going to be quite a party. Everyone will be there. Everyone who's anyone, you mean? You think you'll be too busy to visit once you're Empress? I'm probably a lot busier right now with studying and campaigning than I will be after the election. If I'm Empress, I can make time for whatever I want. You're going to be a married woman. Yeah. Are you looking forward to it? Hell no. I wish I didn't have to. I don't really want to get married, especially not right now, with my whole life ahead of me. But I had to make the offer in order to win the vote. It's not too late to change your mind. You can still break the engagement and give back the vote. One vote doesn't make that much difference, does it? It can, especially if that one voter has friends. Anyway, some sacrifices have to be made. Oh yes, there has to be suffering before there can be beauty. That's not quite what you meant. Well, anyway, I hope I'll see you soon. Good luck! Yeah, I'm feeling a bit of a cold feet about my engagement, so since we're in Merkel at the moment, maybe we can do something about that. And yeah, that is why I'm here. Well, partially why I'm here. I'm sorry, Milan, but I got what I needed out of you, which was genetic testing. So I think it's time for us to part ways. You make a private call to Milan, expecting a difficult conversation. I have unpleasant news. Situations have changed and I need to cancel our engagement. He looks at you, then throws back his head and laughs uproariously. The laughter continues until he runs out of breath. Milan clears his throat, wipes his face, and takes a gulp from a brown bottle. To fortune, may the bitch drown in her almighty bath. That's nice. You're fairly sure that was blasphemy against the goddess, and not a death threat against you. Well, he seems to take it well. He doesn't like us, but that's fine. Maybe we can, like, win him back over again, with a bit of charm and flattery. Let's give it a go. You engage Milan in private conversation, and attempts to charm him. Milan pounds his fist on his desk in approval. A clever hostess, you make me forget my burdens. If I had a daughter, I would want her to be a girl like you, a kind shoulder. He does have a stepdaughter. Still feels negative. But is it that negative, though? Let's chat with him. Will you pledge your loyalty to me after everything I did to you? He shakes his head, yeah. That's not really a surprise. Your father was the wickedest bastard ever born. He kissed death and shat lightning. He'd eat a newborn's heart raw to savour the taste. He did some pretty bad stuff, so maybe Milan's not wrong there. He's definitely had a few drinks. You're pretty sure your father has never eaten a baby's heart. Oh god, we never know. Good thing he's dead. Gotta keep Sarkoni away from him. You want my vote? You have to earn it. You have to challenge me. A duel? Bah! Pussyfooting around poking for points, a real challenge, a man's challenge. You're obviously not a man. What's his point? Strength to strength. Best me at my strength. Surprise me. Show me you're worthy of your father's throne. Alright, what strength do you want to compete in? He holds up a fist, peeling up fingers one at a time. Wrestling, fishing, singing, drinking. Somehow, by the last item, he has all 5 fingers raised, even though that was only 4 options. He punctuates the list by swinging from a nearby bottle. I love that. Talk to me when you are ready to fight. He poses a connection. I'm not good at any of those things, so I think I'm just gonna move on. Sorry, Milan, your manly challenge will, yeah, have to be neglected for now. Radamil has voted for Lukemir, I'm not surprised. We've lost Milan's vote, but we're still quite a bit ahead of everybody else. What are we doing today? We're going... Oh. I've lost my place. Shopping. I have to go here. Oh. Coincidentally, we're going to meet Yakao, the Admiral. You received a message from Vasily sending you his best wishes and encouragement for the upcoming election, as well as his hope to see you soon. You probably will, whichever way fortune slices. If you win, of course, you invite your friends to the coronation. If you lose, well, you might need some friendly support. You might once have wanted a little more than friendly support, but with everything that's going on, Vasily's mostly been out of your mind. Yeah, being engaged and all that. Maybe it would have been different if you had stayed in the palace, and maybe you'll have time to reconnect later, but for now, you have studying to do. Studying, Empathy and empathy. We have neglected that this playthrough, but it's mostly useful on your first playthrough. And now let's have a chat to Yakao. See if we can get his support. Very late in the day, but better late than never. Nope, he hates me. He didn't hate me last time I did this, so that's interesting. Maybe he did. I've done this run so many times that I can't even remember. Let's end the turn then. Wherever we choose to go here is where we'll stay for the rest of the game. So yeah, unfortunately we didn't manage to get over to Drow, but there are only 2 electors there. And only one of them hasn't voted for us, so we're still in with a shot. And Stoyan is really cool, so it's a shame we didn't get to see him, but oh well. Let's head to Mao. We've got something interesting to see here. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. We've reached our stable destination and broadcast our position to all electors so that they may arrange transport to the Heavenly Palace for the upcoming election. The distance, of course, is shorter for some than others. I look forward to seeing them. That's all? No. The committee requests your opinion on a matter of commerce. A border station near Tharkan Space, one that facilitates trade with both the Chakuk and the Novans, has requested a consultation on the subject of processing fees. They wish to be able to scale the fees for clearing goods based on how many warp gates the goods have travelled through before reaching the border. Each jump between origin point and destination adds increased risk of tampering, smuggling and theft, therefore requiring extra scrutiny. More jumps means more opportunities, but not necessarily more risk. If local goods are known to get fewer checks, that would make them an appealing target for the black market. It would depend on the strength of Tharkan's security. Fees based on travel distances would mean a competitive advantage to Tharkan produced goods, at least through this border. There are already natural cost increases in fuel and haulage for goods that travel longer distances. Adding artificial barriers could change the shipping patterns. All scrutiny should be equal. All cargo should undergo the same level of checks. If these checks aren't good enough to find problems, then the border staff requires increased training. We can't increase security by deliberately making some goods less secure. I will inform the committee of your opinion. Only 2 turns remain before the election begins. Ooh, exciting, we're nearly there. Let's see. Spirituality, something we've not even looked at this playthrough. This is like revising the hour before the test. Because we're going to go and see Muistis. First we'll investigate their background. You dig into the background of Muistis, Chief Witch of the Blind Eye. To become a shaman and speak for the spirits of the departed, a man must give up all ties to a mortal life. Birth name, gender, and family connections are erased from all records. The dedication rituals include physical sterilization to prevent any possibility of children. There is no return. It is culturally important to the Mao that their shamans be completely incapable of producing children. However, modern technology means that any individual could potentially contribute genes to a child, even if their natural reproductive system has been removed. Because of this, creating clone children is a taboo in this sector. It's not completely illegal, but very highly regulated and considered immoral by large parts of the population. Within the witch caste, names are frequently changed in response to visions, progress through ritual stages, or new assignments. The individual who is now Muistis must have served apprenticeships under many older shamans across Mao Prime, but official records deliberately omit any connections between their past and current identities. All in all, researching the Chief Witch's background is a hopeless task. The best that can be found are records of official statements, since assuming the position, which suggests that Muistis is politically moderate and a proponent of peaceful relations. Yeah, that's what we've been up to lately, so hopefully they will like that. Let's go and see them now. You submit a request for permission to visit the Blind Eye and wait for a formal response. This takes some time. The Blind Eye, Mao Prime's moon, is cloaked in a thickly swirling atmosphere which blocks vision, most sensors, and all communication. Messages must be specifically relayed to and from the surface, and only pilots trained and blessed by the spirits dare to make the landing. You will require an escort. You don't know what will happen after that. Questions about your beliefs and loyalties, perhaps? Almost certainly some kind of ritual. No Chief Witch would grant an official sport to an Imperial candidate without invoking spirits for guidance. At last, the pilot is sent to transport you down to the moon's surface. The endless mists swallow you up into a sea of sparkling grey. Wherever you stare out of the fly's windows, whenever your eyes begin to play tricks on you. False colours and shapes dancing and swooping all around you. but of course there's nothing there. Nothing that is, except for a concentration of spirits. In our belief system, they congregate here, a place which is forever suspended between life and death, between home and the void of space. Even after landing and leaving the vehicle, your vision is obscured. It's not dark, but relentlessly hazy. You can see your own hands and feet, and the surface that you stand on, but by a distance of only a few cubits, all detail disappears. It leaves you feeling half blind and helpless. You can only follow as your guides instruct, hoping that they will keep you safe. You are led not to a temple, but to the site of an unlit bonfire. Here, the chief witch stands in conference with their fellow shamans and their assistants. You can only tell them apart by the different robes and other trappings that they wear, all faces veiled. Greetings, Princess Zorana. You have come as a pilgrim to walk the path of truth and seek the blessings of the ancestors. Have you brought an offering? You knew enough about the malpractices to be ready for this. That revision we just did. Bring incense and prayer, that my thoughts may reach the beloved dead. So shall it be. With a signal from the chief witch, torches are brought to light the bonfire. Unseen drums strike up a slow rhythm as the flames climb higher. You are the acknowledged heir of your father, Emperor Dragosin, the recently departed. Call upon his spirit to speak to you and bring you its blessing in your endeavours. We did kill him, so that'll be quite interesting. Well, your father is certainly dead, but since you're the one that killed him, summoning his spirit doesn't sound like the wisest of plans. Could you request that they summon another ancestor? That's your mother, but if Oshkosh was telling the truth, she's still alive, so that wouldn't work. Well, I got to this point because I wanted to see what happens when you summon Dragosin when he's actually dead, but then I saw summon Melania, and I was like, what's that going to do? Because we don't know if she's managed to survive after not having a crystal, so let's have a look. Wait, please. I don't want my father's blessing. I want my mother's. Very well. If that is your choice, call upon the Imperial Consort to grant you her love and support. The drumming intensifies, and the chief witch begins to dance, playing like the flickers of firelight as they move around you. At a nod from one of the assistants, you cast your incense into the fire, sending up a cloud of scented smoke into the relentless mist. Will a vision of your mother appear? Will the shaman speak with her voice? You have never taken part in this practice before. Anything could happen, or nothing at all. You squeeze your eyes tightly shut, whispering words of welcome under your breath as the witch is instructed. Please, mother, send me a sign. Are you alive or dead? The drums pound and you feel a bit woozy. Out of nowhere, a cold force smacks you across the face like the slap of an icy towel. Thief! A voice shrieks in your ear. Was that the shaman? The drum beat stops as your eyes open. What? Your mother's spirit holds immense anger towards you, as fresh as if she'd only just departed this plane. That's not good. Only just... Did she die? She does not offer you her blessing. She names you as her murderer. But that's impossible, I haven't even seen her. These are the words of the spirits. Is any of this real? Or is the chief witch inventing a story to turn opinions against you? Leave now. Do not return again until you are invited. We must commune with the spirits. But I don't understand. Understanding requires time. And right now, time is running short. Oh, their feelings towards me are friendly. But it's not possible to win the chief witch's vote. Yeah, hopefully they don't mind that we seem to have killed our mother there. But that might be a bit sus. Let's hang out with the tree. Not long now. Already electors and their retinues are beginning to arrive in the Heavenly Palace. The halls are filled with strangers. Soon your fate will be in their hands. No, your fate has always been in your own hands. You've gotten yourself this far. You're not going to back down now. Oh. Go down the last bit of empathy, I suppose. Before the finale. These are our last classes. And yeah, this is our last social turn, so I suppose we'll just talk to Karundi and Lorcas again and see how we finished up. Nobody wants to kill us. The public sees you as someone interested in expanding the Empire's reach and exploring our connections with foreign powers. Thank you. Every decision makes a difference, so it changed again. Hopefully to our benefit. And now we can only prepare for the election. You pace back and forth in your room, muttering under your breath as you practice your speech. You can't back down now. You've come too far. You have to see it through. Either you'll be Empress or you don't really know what will happen. Concentrate. Concentrate. You can do it. You will do it. The appointed hour has arrived. The conclave of electors has assembled. It is time for you to make your final appeal. Representatives from across the Celestial Empire look on as you make your entrance. Your allies, your enemies, and perhaps even your would-be murderers are all gathered in this place to decide the course of the future. As a designated heir, you have the privilege of speaking first. All others must follow in your wake. You make your way to the central table, raise your head high, and speak the ritual words of candidacy. I, Zorana, daughter of Dragosin and Melania, Imperial Princess of the Celestial Empire, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. Dragosin may never have seen you as his daughter, but that's what you are legally, and he's dead, so his opinion is irrelevant. I submit myself for judgment, and I will abide by the decision of the conclave. Tives Dami Moxai Zani. It's an old phrase dating back before Merkins even left the Twin Worlds. Roughly translated, it means that all people are bound together like planets, but it sounds more impressive in the ancient tongue. It's too late for lengthy speeches. Most of the electors will have already made up their mind. This is only to tip the balance for those last few undecided votes. Why should they support you? Now, normally I go for charisma here and go for one of the social options, but what if you go your birthright? You are, after all, the official heir, but what part of that is most important? The new option here now, Mother's Power, that I didn't see before, so let's try this out. My father married my mother not just for an alliance, but to bring power of Novan blood under the Imperial control. You have heard the stories of the Lumenia, the God-Touched? You snap your fingers over your head, triggering a small flare of light. They're not just rumours. You don't have time for a fuller explanation, not at this stage of the proceedings. You can only hope you've made your point. Or somebody was excited at the military prospect of that or something. That's it. That's all you have time to say. The next candidate approaches. I, Lukamir, son of Voritz and Bethfeli, Elector of Kedro, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. I submit myself for judgment and will abide by the decision of this conclave. Tives Dami Moxai Zani. You all know me and my axe. We have served together for 5 months. You know what I will bring to the throne. I see no need to make any final appeal. Of course, he has to remind them that he has experience. Esmerai speaks last. On behalf of Prince Sarkoni, son of Dragosin, Kalania, and Esmerai, I affirm his identity and his eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. You know exactly why I'm here. I do this for the good of the Empire, in Dragosin's name, and those who schemed against him will get what they deserve. She shoots you a vicious look. With the introduction of candidates complete, you must now wait for the votes to be cast and collected. I have the results. Sector Merca 1, 2 for Zorana, 3 for Lukamir, 2 for Esmerai. Sector Merca 2, 1 for Zorana. Sector Mal, 3 for Zorana. Sector Draug, 1 for Zorana, 1 for Lukamir. Sector Tharkus 1, 2 for Zorana, 1 for Lukamir. Sector Tharkus 2, 2 for Zorana. Sector Tharkus 3, 1 for Zorana. Sector Heru 1, 1 for Zorana, 1 for Esmerai. Sector Heru 2, 2 for Zorana, 1 for Esmerai. Sector Heru 3, 1 for Zorana, 2 for Lukamir. Sector Heru 4, 3 for Zorana. The total votes are 19 for Zorana, 7 for Lukamir, 4 for Esmerai. All hail Zorana, Empress-elect of the Celestial Empire. We did it! The chamber fills with noise, applause, cheers, complaints, probably even a joke or two. You can't tell. It's nothing but sound to you. You're still caught in the moment of realization. You've won. You've won! Floods of nobles surges into the reception room, carrying you with it. Palace servants have already laid on the congratulatory feast, complete with central sugar sculpture of you, decked in jewels. You don't know whether they've made multiple versions or whether the kitchen staff was secretly on your side. It doesn't matter. Everyone wants to talk to you, to touch your hand and pledge their undying admiration, whether they voted for you or not. Even Lukamir makes a point of showing his gracious approval. The Thrasher does not join in the festivities, but you catch sight of Karundi at the edge of the room, watching over you as always. The drinks flow freely and the party quickly grows raucous. That is only the beginning, of course. An ad hoc festivity is a response to the day's events. The official galas will be far, far larger. After the celebration, an honor guard escorts you back to your quarters. You are no longer the Imperial Princess. You are the Empress-elect, on your road to coronation. There's so much to do. You will need to meet candidates for your Imperial Shadow. You will need to consult with the High Pontifex about the coronation date. You'll have to move out of your old quarters, new dress fittings, new crowns to order. You have survived Dragos' mad schemes, the machinations of jealous nobles, the attentions of assassins, and your own innocence. Luckily, no assassins. Princess Zorana is no more. Long live the Empress. And here's our epilogue. Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Zorana of the Celestial Empire, was crowned by the hands of the High Pontifex in the Basilica of Shadows on Kedro, in a ceremony broadcast live across the galaxy. Receive this ring of royal dignity. Receive this rod of judgment and might. Receive this sword which divides the stars. Receive this crown and all the connections it carries. All the premises of the Imperial planets, all the members of the Imperial Comitia, and all the highest-ranking nobles of the Empire, Lucamere and Esmerai included, not to proclaim their loyalty, but stood to heap praises and jubilation upon the head of their new ruler. The galaxy rejoiced. To securing Zorana's safety through the coronation and the selection of an Imperial shadow, Burundi requested the right to retire from the position of Imperial Thresher and take up a private life. It was difficult for Zorana to have the same trust in Burundi after the conversation with Dragson, even though the Thresher had simply been following her oath. A new head of Imperial security seemed like the best approach for the future. Zorana thanked Burundi for her service and allowed her to retire. The power of eternal radiance sank to Zorana in the night. She remembered how it felt beneath her hand. Hot, eager. There was a compass in her heart, always pointing that way, and if her mind drifted too far out of focus, she would find herself walking the halls towards the treasury. The crystal was too large to carry with her. Could she have it built into the Imperial throne to keep it always beside her body? But she couldn't sit on the throne all day, could she? And with a power so intoxicating, was there a limit to how much contact was safe? Zorana began trying to imagine methods to keep the crystal mobile and accessible but also protected. Perhaps it could be carried on a litter surrounded by elite guards? Mounted into vehicles that she could fly? Certainly it would make an excellent weapon for a personal spaceship. The hardest thing to imagine was how her mother would have ever been able to leave it behind. It's got her in its grasp. Zorana reached out to her brother Prince Foshcott to explain about Dragosin and what had happened with Eternal Radiance. However, he replied that it was too late. Their mother Melania had entered eternity. She was dead, and there would be no reconciliation. After that, he cut all contact with Zorana. True to her word, Zorana pressed for Heru Prime to be granted a third elector, one chosen from among the callers to provide a voice for the traditional wisdom of the Heru people. While there was some grumbling amongst those who considered the Heru an inherently backwards race, the overall reaction was that this was a sign of progress and integration, something that would strengthen the Empire as a whole. Something very unusual was happening in the remote sector of Heru too. Ever since Dragoson's former Logotheta Science took up a research position there, increasing amounts of material and young graduates were funneling into the area. Zorana had no strong bonds or contacts within the sector. Unless she wanted to barge in with an official inquiry and shut everything down, she would have to rely on intelligence reports to solve the puzzle. The truth, when it came out, was astonishing. The moons of Panay were collaborating on a plan to create a giant ring of breathable atmosphere around the planet where organisms could live and grow in freefall. If it even partially worked, it would be a natural attraction, drawing tourists and scientists alike to see it in action. If it was truly successful, it would open up a whole new world for Imperial settlement, and that was only the beginning. The project would take 5 months to complete, but it could be a milestone for Zorana's reign. A more official proposal came through for the establishment of self-government on the largest moon of Svargus, but Zorana threw the issue back to the committee to discuss, refusing to give an opinion. Without her support, the subject could be locked up in debate for Rephivum, as no other system would be eager to grant the Tharkans more power, at least not without receiving something valuable in exchange. Zorana looked forward to seeing what they might offer. Since Zorana had not been of age to officially join the military before the election, and as a reigning monarch could no longer carry out any sort of active duty, there was a faction of Tharkans which considered her weak and ineffectual. They had no intention of trying to unseat the Empress. A weak ruler could be an opportunity for a strong comitia. After her coronation, Zorana returned to the Blind Eye, seeking answers about her mother's spirit and the ritual that had gone awry. The truth, when it came out, was a difficult one. Voshcott had been right. Eternal Radiance, the crystal of lumen power which sang to Zorana in her dreams, had last belonged to Melania. It was, as Voshcott said, like a part of her soul which had gone missing. When Zorana touched the crystal and claimed it for her own, that connection snapped. Zorana was responsible for the deaths of both of her parents. Did she regret it? Would she have chosen differently if she'd known? Those were questions Zorana struggled to answer. Forces had been set into motion before she was even born, and she could not change the past. I suppose at least it's good that they're not her real parents. It's quite a sad part of the ending though. But was she Empress? But she was Empress now, and many more lives would pass through her hands to be saved or destroyed. Throughout her reign, Zorana made regular pilgrimages to the Blind Eye to offer tribute to the dead. History does not record whether she ever found forgiveness. After the election, Zorana enjoyed a great upswelling of support on the Twin Worlds. She was young, she was beautiful, and she was their new Empress. Lovesick adolescents burned their hair and slashed their palms as proof of their adoration and loyalty. Sounds unhealthy. The subject of her eventual marriage was a popular topic of gossip and speculation. Common citizens who would never have a chance to meet the Empress socially published fantastical stories in which they might become unexpected heroes and win her heart. Nobles bickered and placed bets. So that's what happens when we break off our engagement. The revelation of her genetic parentage raised questions for Zorana. She was raised Mercan, but her blood was Novan. She had chosen the Empire and been blessed by the hand of the High Pontifex, but was that truly the faith she wanted to follow? After a period of soul-searching, Zorana decided not to adopt traditional adulthood tattoos. They weren't universal even within the Mercan faith after all. Some reformed branches had set them aside a century ago. It wasn't a rejection, but it was a statement. Zorana simply did not feel comfortable marking her skin with a permanent spiritual identity when so much of her life seemed open to flux. She would find her own path. Zorana was born from an alliance between galactic powers. As Empress, she hoped to improve relations and expand imperial influence. The Uzga were pleased with Zorana's understanding of the benefits and limitations of gravity fields. They agreed to lend some of their own scientists to the projects at Heru too, greatly speeding development. That's good. Despite an awkward start to their interactions, the Chakuk proved willing to negotiate with Zorana on mutual regulations of the chemical trade. It was a beginning. While there was no conclusive proof, further research suggested the plague outbreak was the result of a virus bioengineered by the Grib. Whether they had intended it as a direct attack, or only sold their work to someone else who had more personal reasons for causing chaos within the Empire, it put an obvious chill on diplomatic relations. And that's why I'm glad I rejected their offer to build that colony. As for Crystal Nova, their response to diplomatic overtures was decidedly frosty. In fact, they refused any further contact unless the traitor Zorana submitted herself to Novan justice, which of course would never happen. Having conquered so many obstacles entirely through her own skills and perseverance, Zorana was not in a hurry to tie herself to a spouse for the rest of her life. The disaster of her parents' marriage was more than enough warning. Still, the stability of the Celestial Empire depended on having an official heir and a clear succession. Zorana devoted herself to the advancement of the Empire, perfecting her own training and sorting out issues of governance. She did take concubines, but all messages with offers of marriage were rejected unequivocally. The time was not right. Zorana would not marry until she found a companion that she could both love and trust. Someone who did not in any way remind her of her father. Yep. Emperor Jagazin was dead and gone, and yet every direction Zorana turned, she saw the marks of his presence. His treasures, his imperial suite, his alliances, his decisions to be weighed in cabinet meetings. Her entire existence was the result of his scheming, and only the gods knew how many of his secrets still lay in ambush. Jagazin had been a ruthless tyrant, a mad plotter, a danger to the galaxy. Zorana had control over her own fate now, but sometimes she wondered, would she turn out just like him? As Empress, Zorana commanded the heart of the people. She was beloved, feared, and admired by all, and they would gladly give their lives in her service. And thus her legacy stretched into the future. And that's the end. So, thank you. As I said, I'm not any kind of YouTuber, but I wanted to make this just to make the kind of content that I like to watch and loved to watch back in the day with Along with the Queen, so I hope more content about this game will come out, and obviously I encourage people to make videos about it, even if they're not great at it like me. I don't know, we'll see where this goes, but yeah, if you made it this far, thank you for watching, and please do enjoy the game. That's my name, by the way. Shout out to me. JK. And yeah, please do play this game and enjoy it for yourself. I've not gone achievement hunting yet, so there's still loads of content that I haven't even seen. And yeah, thanks again for watching, and bye bye.